was very clear that he wanted to die as a suicide bomber. And the fact of the matter is, these guys become so highly radicalized. I do not know what kind of radicalization they undergo, because even when I was in Afghanistan, I saw so many of these cases where these guys were so radicalized, not even aware what they're going to do and what they're going to face. But the radicalization is so much that they think they are doing for God. I think they are doing the biggest injustice to themselves and to the society and to God, because no God ever says that you die for me. So I think this is total radicalization. And when the mind is being aligned to a particular path by the masters, the so-called masters, and this technique was in 10th century AD also. I remember when I was in Afghanistan, I was given a book by someone where I read, and this is how the Pakistan army and the ISI brainwashes people to die them, because they are made to feel that they are going to a better journey and better end state, to a better destination.
Major General, it is also important to note that how well educated he sounds in this video. He's speaking proficient English in this video. He's talking about suicide bombing, and he's not even fumbling anywhere.
Yeah, very true. See, the fact of the matter is that education really does not matter much. Yes, he is highly educated. He is speaking good English. But I remember one of the cases in Afghanistan. These 4 people, they had come to, do a suicide bombing in a CIA headquarters there in Kabul. And when we went into the details, or they were declassified, they were speaking excellent English. In fact, they had learnt American English. Imagine the kind of brainwashing that was done, so that, once they are entering the CIA headquarters, the people feel that they are part of us. Even their face alignment, everything was changed. The language, the way of speaking. So, the end state is very clear for them. They just want to die. They are feeling they are doing a great service to God. But I think they are doing the biggest disservice to themselves, to their families. Imagine the plight of that family, not knowing his wife oblique mother, and they were hiding it from their own parents oblique own wife and children. So this radicalization has got no end. And the surprising part is the Pakistan army and the ISI is so, they have attained so much proficiency that they don't care to human lives. They radicalize anyone, right from children of 12 to 13 to girls and boys I have seen, including they don't spare donkeys and animals. I even saw, sometimes they will put some explosives on donkeys and dogs in Afghanistan to just kill people around. So this is the height of, the destruction of humanity by some particular group of people, and radicalizing people and spoiling their own life.
Absolutely, Major General Sanjay Meston, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Let's once again listen into Umar Nabi's video that India Today has exclusively accessed.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time. He goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that...
And my colleague Gaurav Sawant is joining us on this story with more details. Gaurav, India Today has accessed this video of Umar Nabi that we're showing our viewers, in which he can be heard speaking on suicide bombing, and he's saying that suicide bombing has no place in a democratic society, which is in contrast to his eventual actions in the national capital.
You know, this just shows Muhammad Umar's twisted, sick mindset. Highly educated, a medical doctor, speaks English so fluently, and yet that sick, twisted mind does not think twice before killing innocent people and plotting it so meticulously. So this chap says it's a very misunderstood concept, the concept of what is suicide bombing or martyrdom. And it's known that it is wrong. There are multiple contradictions. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against this so-called martyrdom. But when a person presumes he's going to a particular place, it becomes a very dangerous situation. So it just goes on to indicate, what in his own twisted mind, what he was thinking just hours and days before he carried out the attack. And what is even more sinister is the wider plot. If you also recall, the lawyer who came on record yesterday for the second bombing aide who was taken into custody by NIA and produced in court, the lawyer said that there was absolutely no regret in the minds of these elements. So there was no regret for plotting the terror attack. There was no regret for scouting places where they wanted to carry out an attack. And this just shows what India is up against. These radical Islamist terrorists who are highly educated, devious, with a very twisted mindset.
Absolutely. Gaurav, what do you think could have been the whole idea behind making this video just days before the Delhi bomb blast?
So, in radical Islamist terror that these people represent, if you recall, even in the past, the Pulwama bomber, for example, or bombers in the past, they record their last video. Their aim is to inspire the next generation of suicide bombers or carry their message forward why they carried out this terror attack. So, this is also a perfect response to those who had so far claimed that these are innocent people who are being taken into custody, or people of a particular religion are being targeted and are being arrested. This is as clear as day who these elements are, of course, subject to legal scrutiny and judicial process. It just indicates that the NIA has been able to gather some information, as have police agencies, whether it's Jammu and Kashmir police, Haryana police or Delhi police. They've been able to gather a lot more information through forensic examination of their mobile handsets, of some of the devices that they were using, some of the other hard disks that have been taken into custody from their possession or from their rooms. This was a much wider devious plot, the D6 or the Delta 6 plot, to target multiple cities and multiple locations on the 6th of December. This was, that twisted mindset. It becomes especially devious because these are doctors. These are people you and I would trust when we go to them to heal us, but internally they're actually plotting to kill us. That is how devious their plan was.
Absolutely, Gaurav. In fact, as you mentioned that he was a doctor. Another important point to note in this video is that how he speaks English so well. He seems to be really educated, but such an educated person speaking on a topic like suicide bombing.
Which is all the more worrisome. You know, with that Pakistani terrorist Ajmal Amir Kassab, he was an illiterate person who was very poor, who had no money, who was drawn into the madrasa by the likes of Hafiz Muhammad Saeed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, and he was indoctrinated there. However, these are Indian doctors. These are Indian Muslim doctors, highly educated. They've had the best of the Indian society. They've studied in very prestigious medical institutions like the GMC in Srinagar, worked in places like GMC in Anantnag, worked then in Al-Falah University in Delhi, in and around. And this is where this terror module formed and plotted these attacks. Who indoctrinated them? Where were they indoctrinated? Who was pulling the strings? Now, these are issues that need to be dealt with. And, from what my conversations with both intelligence agencies and police investigators so far has been, their effort is to find that wider terror-enabling ecosystem. Was it just that Maulvi Irfan of the Naugam Masjid who was indoctrinating them? Who was behind Maulvi Irfan of the Naugam Masjid? Who are others in Kashmir? Who are others in other parts of the country? And how many elements of this terror module are there in different parts of the country? One doctor taken into custody from Pathankot, another doctor taken into custody, two doctors from Uttar Pradesh, some from Haryana, New Mewat. So how widespread are the tentacles of this terror plot is the big question now, Anjali.
Gaurav, thank you so much for all those details and context. So Muhammad Umar Nabi, whose video India Today has exclusively accessed, a doctor by profession, a very well-educated man speaking on suicide bombing and in fact himself carrying out a suicide bomb attack in the national capital. Let's once again listen into his video.
We don't have one of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes again.
And my colleague Shreya Chatterjee is now joining us on this story. Shreya, we just heard Bomber Umar's video in which he's talking about suicide bombing. On one hand, he calls it martyrdom. On the other hand, he also talks about how he's unacceptable in a democratic society. Give us more context.
Well, Anjali, if we actually go by what the investigators have so far found about Umar, that will probably help us read the video that we have right now in our studios where we are showing this video. Now, Umar was one of the most radicalized members of this terror module. Umar was also recruiting individuals. Umar was brainwashing individuals. And Umar was also trying to convince them to become suicide bombers. Now, here we see a video where he's explaining about suicide bombing and what investigators believe that this is one of the classic examples of reverse psychology radicalization. In all probability, there might be more videos in this context that he had used to radicalize individuals online. This is probably one part of the video that we are right now seeing, which has been accessed by India Today. Now, this particular man is probably trying to gain a trust with the recruits, trying to establish a connection about while he's explaining about suicide bombing. Then he goes on to also somewhere down the line plainly justify that, one cannot presume that one will die at one place at one time. He's somewhere down the line also trying to challenge the mindset that people have, because remember, especially the kind of recruits that he had, and because NIA has also found in its investigation along with the J&K police that one of the accused alleged in this case, Danish, he had backed out from becoming a suicide bomber last moment because it was against the tenets of Islam. So somewhere down the line, he knew that there are people, there are mindsets who may not be okay with the idea of suicide bombing, and that is the reason he used this tactics, this idea of reverse psychology radicalization to actually brainwash the mind of individuals so that they actually go and become suicide bombers, because the initial plan of this entire terror module was to carry out multiple serial blasts, and for that he required more and more recruits. So what we are seeing right now is an online class that he was probably taking to brainwash individuals. He first tried to gain trust, and probably in another few days we will get more such videos, because this looks like only a part of his online indoctrination class that he took to radicalize so many individuals, because already investigators have got that there are multiple young members, including those from Haryana and other parts of the country, that this man had established contact with, who he was in the process of radicalizing.
Absolutely, very important point made by Shreya Chatterjee, my colleague, that there was a reverse psychology tactic played by Umar in this video. He was brainwashing individuals to become suicide bombers. He first spoke against the idea of suicide bombing and later was trying to convince individuals to become suicide bombers. Let's once again listen into the video.
For sure, die at a particular place, at a particular time. He goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have, one of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations, when a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have, one of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations, when a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place.
So that was Delhi blast bomber Umar Nabi's video, exclusively accessed by India Today on your screens right now, in which he speaks about suicide bombing. He's trying to brainwash individuals through this video to become suicide bombers. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. But do stay with us as we'll get you more details on this exclusive video of bomber Umar that has been accessed by India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
I killed my plants.
Ah, bummer. Try putting them in the shower.
On it. Am I supposed to be in the shower with them?
Definitely not.
The all-new Motorola Razr 60, dangerously cool.
सल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
तेरे कोलों मैनू सा मिलदे हसी, ऐवें नी तैनू बेवजह मिलदे
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
I killed my plants.
Ah, bummer. Try putting them in the shower.
On it. Am I supposed to be in the shower with them?
Definitely not.
The all-new Motorola Razr 60, dangerously cool.
तेरे कोलों मैनू सा मिलदे हसी एवें नी तैनू बेवजह मिलदे तेरे च कोई गल है साहिबा हसी तैनू तां मिलदे मैनू पता नहीं हुंदा सुकून की तैनू मिले दा पता लगया मिट गई मेरी सब तन्हाई जी तेरे कोल हाँ लगे वे हड़िया वे दिल जानिया तू नेड़े नेड़े रह ना दूर किते जा
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bangladesh, ex-PM Sheikh Hasina convicted. ICT imposes death penalty. Nitish Kumar to resign on November 19th. New government to take oath on November 20th. Azam Khan and Abdullah Azam convicted in dual PAN card case. Sentenced to 7 years.
India Today, making sense of India. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
I killed my plants.
Ah, bummer. Try putting them in the shower.
On it. Am I supposed to be in the shower with them?
Definitely not.
The all-new Motorola Razr 60, dangerously cool.
तेरे कोलों मैनू सा मिलदे हसी एवें नी तैनू बेवजह मिलदे तेरे च कोई गल है साहिबा हसी तैनू तां मिलदे मैनू पता नहीं हुंदा सुकून की तैनू मिले दा पता लगया मिट गई मेरी सब तन्हाई जी तेरे कोल हाँ लगे वे हड़िया वे दिल जानिया तू नेड़े नेड़े रह ना दूर किते जा
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
I killed my plants.
Ah, bummer. Try putting them in the shower.
On it. Am I supposed to be in the shower with them?
Definitely not.
The all-new Motorola Razr 60, dangerously cool.
तेरे कोलों मैनू सा मिलदे हसी एवें नी तैनू बेवजह मिलदे तेरे च कोई गल है साहिबा हसी तैनू तां मिलदे मैनू पता नहीं हुंदा सुकून की तैनू मिले दा पता लग्या मिट गई सब तन्हाई जी तेरे कोल हाल के आवे हड़िया वे दिल जानिया तू नेड़े नेड़े रह ना दूर किते जा
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And we'll start this edition with this exclusive story that we are breaking at this hour. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you more about what the bomber Umar was trying to do. Reverse psychology and brainwash tactics on the part of Dr. Umar, the bomber who blew up the I-20 white car, leading to 13 deaths in Delhi city on the 10th day of November. Massive clues in Umar's video. India Today broke this story first. Umar seen trying to convince other suicide bombers. Let's take a listen.
Has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have one of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular. One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. Is not.
Tell our viewers, this is the voice and this is the video of a coward who's killed himself in that sense, and he's trying to brainwash others. And this video is just to show the level of brainwashing that he was trying to do, the tactics that he was trying to use. I'm going to go straight across, in fact, to Gaurav. My colleague Shreya also with the details on this big story. But to you, Gaurav, first, his video speaking volumes of the manner in which he was trying to justify and give this, tag of martyrdom, so to speak, to suicide bombing, to suicide killing in that sense.
It's a very twisted mindset of a radical Islamist terrorist, highly educated medical doctor, a healer who is trusted to heal but is plotting to kill, and not just a few, but a large number of people. As more details of this deadly D6 terror module becomes apparent, it shows you, and this is the first video that India Today's Shreya Chatterjee has been able to get, which gives us an insight into the mindset of this radical Islamist terrorist who's not only trying to give a religious connotation, a religious cover to his deadly terror attack. So Dr. Muhammad Umar calls himself a martyr, or someone who's dying in the cause of a religion. Point one. Point two, when you see a lot of these radical Islamist terrorists, whether it is Dr. Muhammad Umar, a suicide bomber who used a VBIED or a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device to kill innocent Indians, even in the past, suicide bombers have recorded videos. They've also in the past talked about the Battle of Badr and their concept of an attack which coincides with Badr or words to that effect. And to a very large extent, they seek to justify their actions through the religion. It is a fact that terror has no religion, but these terrorists, these radical Islamist terrorists, give that connotation to religion of trying to justify their acts through an act of terror justified through religion. That's exactly what Muhammad Umar is also trying to do. A very well-planned operation. The big question remains, where was he radicalized? If it is the Nauga Masjid and Maulvi Irfan was the person, who else did Maulvi Irfan radicalize? Where were funds coming from? Because to choke radical Islamist terror, you also need to choke access to funds that these people may have and that radical thought that they are getting. Now, who are the Maulvis who are radicalizing them? Is money coming from overseas? Is money coming from Hawala channels? There are many aspects that are currently under investigation. But those who were saying that innocent Muslim doctors are being targeted, well, this is just one glimpse of what that twisted mindset actually was.
Right, Gaurav, be with us. I'm going to also bring in Shreya. But before I bring in Shreya to talk a little more about the other person, Jasir, in fact, also who had backed out saying that suicide bombing is against Islam. I want to know more about that as well. But listening to what Umar had said, the video that is now surfaced, it's unseen. It's now been put out that before, just in fact days before the blast, this is what he was trying to convey.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Shreya also continues to be with us. Shreya, talk to us about the Jasir that is now being mentioned earlier. Jasir Wani, I understand, backed out as a bomber, claiming that suicide bombing is against Islam. Tell us a little more about that as well.
Sneha, this particular person we're talking about, Danish, who was also picked up by the NIA yesterday, will be produced in court today. What investigators say that while he was in the process of radicalization, when he got in touch with Umar, was one of his closest aides, he did back out from the idea of suicide bombing. The reason so, that a lot of hardened radical orthodox Islamist terrorists also believe that consumption of one's body by fire is against the basic tenets of Islam. So that becomes a basic understanding into the window of this video that we have accessed of Umarun Nabi. What we do understand that this is a classic tactic of reverse psychology, often used by terrorists in radicalizing individuals. Not the first time that investigators who have tracked terrorism have found something similar in Al-Qaeda classrooms, debating the idea of suicide bombing before people are actually radicalized in the same manner, have often been found even in lone wolf self-grooming style. Initially, these ideas are discussed as it is a misconcept, and then it is something which is introduced as a possible sacrifice. So what we see, probably, Sneha, what investigators also believe, is a part of a series of videos that Umar possibly used to radicalize individuals, because as investigation cracks down and as the trail of Umar's connection with other individuals, those young minds that he were recruiting are also getting established. More and more videos most likely will surface, Sneha. What we are seeing is probably a part of a series of radicalization videos that were being used by Umar to recruit individuals and turn them into suicide bombers. He's first using the tactic of reverse psychology, introducing the idea of suicide bombing, questioning the kind of contradictions it has in the society, and possibly then he goes on to justify as sacrifice. As the investigation continues in this matter, we will get more and more clarity on this, but this is a classic case of reverse psychology radicalization that is being used by Umarun Nabi to brainwash individuals, to brainwash young minds to become suicide bombers, because that was the initial plan of the terror module, to carry out multiple serial blasts to actually create mayhem in the country.
Suicide blast as well. These would have been suicide killings, Shreya?
Absolutely. These would have been suicide killings because the idea was actually to make vehicle-borne IEDs and multiple vehicle-borne IEDs, because the kind of ammonium nitrate and the stockpile of explosives that have been unearthed, it suggests that this would have been multiple more attacks carried out across cities. It's still not confined on which all cities it was planned, but this is the plan, that there were multiple serial blasts targeting multiple institutions of state, institutions of economy, and create mayhem, because it was the D6 operational plan, a double-coded blueprint that we already uncovered yesterday. And today this video is somewhere down the line giving the glimpse to the entire nation on how radicalization functions. It's not simply introduced to the concept of suicide bombing. You first debate with individuals, get them under your fold, and then you produce them this idea as an idea of sacrifice. It's a reverse psychology radicalization, a technique very often used by terrorists across nations. It's been found in ISIS online grooming sessions. It's been found in Al-Qaeda chat rooms, in lone wolf self-grooming tactics. So clearly, the handlers usually first call suicide attacks as misguided, and then they slowly reframe these as sacrifices. So that is possibly a window, probably one of the first windows that we are getting into this attack on how Umar Nabi, who was called one of the most radicalized members of the terror module, function to actually brainwash recruits under his fold.
It's just, just so scary at the end of the day, because this is the manner in which Gaurav, he's brainwashing, the perhaps younger population, targeting, younger people to go ahead and do this without any fear. And this is just so shocking, the manner in which this tactic is being used to encourage, suicide bombing. The video, of course, appears just days before the Delhi blast, before the 10th of November. This was shot, rather, before the 10th of November, Gaurav.
So who are the elements that are being picked up? They're doctors, highly educated. They know they can sift fact from fiction, good from bad, and yet they are the ones who are indoctrinated. Now that Naugam Masjid is in the eye of a storm because it's the Maulvi of the Naugam Masjid called Maulvi Irfan, who was seen as the person who was indoctrinating some of these young doctors from GMC Srinagar, also because that Maulvi had worked as a paramedic. However, you would expect doctors to know fact from fiction. They should be able to diagnose, what is wrong, and yet they chose to be a part of the disease and not the cure. Now, that is the troublesome aspect of this indoctrination. Younger minds, influential minds, even though highly educated doctors, they wouldn't be on the radar immediately. Now, they, by showing their lab coat, their stethoscope, and their identity cards, they have so much trust and faith in any part of the society that they would be permitted to go. Lady doctors like Dr. Shaheen Shahid, an MBBS topper, and yet someone who was indoctrinated enough to become the head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed women's wing to radicalize further younger people. So younger people have been used as suicide bombers even in the past, and there's a long history, including that first suicide bombing that had taken place, the attack that had taken place on the Badami Bagh cantonment main entrance immediately after the Kargil War of 1999, and then a series, in fact, even the Pulwama bomber. All these boys are very young, between 19 and 25, bomb makers, bombers, radicalized, and then they don't think twice before, killing themselves. The second case, the Jasir fellow that you were talking about, Jasir alias Danish. Now, Danish may have said, yes, he will not be a suicide bomber. However, Jasir was very happy to rig drones to drop improvised explosive device. So he wants to save his own life, but he wants to kill innocent people. And this is a Hamas-style air and land attack that these terrorists had plotted, because Jasir used to operate drones, the quadcopters in marriages, and of course also take pictures from a mobile camera and a drone camera. So he was rigging those quadcopters to drop improvised explosive devices on the 6th of December. So this D6 plot is a multi-city, multi-pronged offensive by these elements and others, Sneha, who are still out there at large. And that is the clear and present danger that our society faces today.
It's a very, very unsettling video, Gaurav. I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. Listen in once again to this video, this chilling conversation that he's having, basically using reverse psychology to say that it is okay to carry out suicide bombing. That's what he's advocating. Listen in.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
I'm also going to go across to Amit Bhardwaj. He is at the Al Falah University, which is in fact in the eye of the storm. That's a university from where all of these doctors have been picked up by the Delhi police, were in fact involved with, of course, Al Falah under the scanner now. But most chilling, unsettling video that has now surfaced, Amit, just speaks volumes of how deep the rot really ran in that sense, isn't it? Trying to indoctrinate and radicalize just so many people, just so many youngsters, using reverse psychology to say that it is okay and that suicide bombing is, akin to, or you would be in fact achieving martyrdom by carrying out a suicide bombing.
Right, Sneha. We can understand through the video that has now surfaced and accessed by India Today that what kind of mentality or radicalization that this Dr. Umar had gone through. In that particular video itself, which we are showing to our viewers at this point in time, it could be heard saying as to how suicide bombing is equal to martyrdom and how wrong perceptions have been created in connection or in context with suicide bombing. So Dr. Umar was very much part of Al Falah University here in Faridabad. What we can certainly tell our viewers at this point in time is that Haryana police personnel have left the campus a couple of minutes back. You could also see the crime branch of Haryana police, the personnel from the crime branch being deployed on the ground at this point in time. And they are also randomly checking the vehicles that are leaving the campus. So on one side you have the ED, Enforcement Directorate action unfolding in connection with Al Falah University, the crime branch personnel keeping a close eye on the vehicular movement in the university. But on the other side, you also have very unsettling video coming to the fore that we are showing to our viewers on India Today at this point in time. Dr. Umar, the suicide bomber in the case of Red Fort blast, justifying suicide bombing and trying to put it as martyrdom act rather than a terror act. So that's the kind of radicalization that he had gone through, and possibly also creating content to influence several others, which we would know only in the days to come as the investigation goes forward and further. Back
Absolutely.
To you, Sneha.
Chilling, and also the fact that it is that this is a doctor at the end of the day, and the others involved in it are also doctors, including a woman doctor, is what we're trying to really wrap our heads around, on how people who were educated and no less than doctors and studied MBBS have been in a position to get just so radicalized and so influenced in that sense to do something as drastic and as heinous as carry out a terror attack, killing just so many people. These aren't underprivileged or uneducated youngsters who've had no opportunities and have in that sense been in a better position to get radicalized and influenced. These were educated doctors who have now gone on to carry out this attack. Listening to Umar once again.
There are one of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. there are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operationals. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
I'm going to go back to Shreya for more on that story. Shreya, you know what's shocking, and we can't reiterate that enough, that this isn't an act really, you know, of people who were uneducated, did not have any opportunities in life, and hence, you know, got influenced, got radicalized. I mean, they were doctors, educated, you know, in a position of privilege, qualified doctors, and this is what they go ahead and do, really, isn't it?
Sneha, if you've tracked down terror modules, especially the ones who have operated on the similar lines of, be it the likes of Al-Qaeda, be it the likes of ISIS, we do understand that when an individual gets radicalized, he also uses the same tactic that was used to radicalize him. This probably is one of the more clean window that we are getting into the mind of Umar Nabi. Umar Nabi, a doctor, obviously not someone uneducated, as you rightly pointed out. He was first radicalized, and then he becomes a machine to radicalize more and more individuals. He was a doctor, and probably that's one of the primary reasons he was also a target, because investigators suggested that his alibi was one of the perfect alibis, and that's why the entire white-collar terror module, to procure the kind of chemicals that were required into making a vehicle-borne IED. Now, Umar is probably one of the most radicalized members. We've already broken the story the day of the blast itself, and now this video only reestablishes that in which demeanor he was using digital content to actually radicalize individuals. We do know that he had multiple other young members under him, under his fold, who he was radicalizing through Telegram, through session chat, and he used or exploited social media. And this is one of the cleanest window we get in this form of a video, where he's using reverse psychology to actually radicalize individuals. He's first talking about how the idea of suicide bombing is contradicted in many countries. However, he goes on to suggest that it's a misconception that one would die at a certain place at a certain time. So he's confusing individuals in the video. If you read the speech that he's using, he's not speaking in clean line. This is a clear tactic used by terrorists to radicalize individuals. He knows that for radical Islamist individuals, the idea of a body being consumed by fire is against the tenets of Islam. That's one of the reasons we know that the other accused, Danish, had allegedly backed out last moment after agreeing to become a suicide bomber. So he knows that there's a possibility a lot of people will not be comfortable with the idea of suicide bombing. So he's using these kind of videos. He's using reverse psychology to introduce the concept of suicide bombing. The fact that it is contradicted, then he goes to justify it as a sacrifice. In all probability, investigators suggest there are more videos that he has shared with these individuals as an online radicalization method. This was a part of a larger plan, and we also do know, Sneha, that this entire module's plan was busted at phase 2 of the operation before they could concept and finalize the entire plan, because it was planned around December 6th. And obviously, if that did not work, there was an individual plan that they executed in Delhi 6 that we already decoded yesterday.
That's right. Shreya, be with us. In fact, I'm going to come back to you for more on the investigations as well, and to Amit Bharadwaj too. Listen in once again to this video.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
The video just before the blast was carried out, he was clear that he was doing it and was radicalizing others as well, indicating that this is the way to achieve martyrdom in that sense. It's absolutely chilling that a young man who's been qualified to practice medicine is doing something as shocking and as heinous as this goes on to carry on the blast on the 10th of November in the evening at Delhi's Red Fort area. Amit also continues to be with us. Amit also talked to us about the investigations in this entire matter. Of course, this video continues to be, or rather gives us so many more insights into really the mind of this terrorist, isn't it?
Right, Sneha. For our viewers' understanding, you have one investigation that's being carried out by the NIA in context to the Red Fort blast, but there are further aspects to it which has to be investigated by other agencies as well. So on one hand, you have the Delhi police going on to probe as to what happened at Red Fort, who were the people involved, what was the module, as Shea was also discussing about the white-collar terror module that was in place to execute the Red Fort blast, as well as something much sinister that was being planned by these terrorists for December 6th. So the NIA is probing it. The Jammu and Kashmir police is obviously part of that investigation as well. And you have Delhi police investigation further. But on the other side as well, why is the Al-Falah University in the epicenter of everything is also being looked into? The misuse of funds, whether there was some kind of financial irregularity also being conducted in the Al-Falah University Trust. That's also being probed, but that is being done by the Enforcement Directorate, and Al-Falah University continues to be under the radar and scanner of the investigative agencies. At this point in time, as we speak, the crime branch of Haryana, their personnel are deployed in the university. They are randomly checking the vehicles that are leaving the campus. We also know for a matter of fact that several locations which are related to the Al-Falah University's individuals, trustee, as well as the Al-Falah University Trust. All of that is also being searched at this point in time by the Enforcement Directorate in order to track down the allegations of financial irregularities with context to Al-Falah University. So different dimensions are being probed by different agencies at this point in time, with the focus being on the fact on the NIA probe and the bigger terror plot that was executed and also being in the pipeline by these accused in the case, including the suicide bomber, Dr. Umar. Back to you.
Absolutely. In fact, we're listening to this video once again. Amit, be with us. Coming back to you and Shreya in just a moment. Listen in.
Indications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
More news coming in. This is the unseen masjid trip of the Delhi bomber. There on camera, the bomber Umar, hours before the blast, caught on CCTV is again Umar near Faiz a Ilahi Mosque, bomber's mosque prayer before the car blast. Remember, he had in fact prayed at the mosque for about 10 minutes is what we know before the blast was carried out on Monday on the 10th of November. As you can see, that's the I-20 car that he was moving around in. Pictures are from Delhi's Asaf Ali Road. At this point in time, he was, Shreya, as you, I remember, had reported also from the mosque, where you had told us that he had roughly for 10 minutes offered prayers inside the mosque and then moved out of it, isn't it? And these are visuals and CCTV cameras indicating the very moment where he was, in fact, at the mosque.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. This was in the intervening timeline of 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. on the 10th of November, when he actually, after exiting from the Connaught Place area, then cruises through the Aruna Asaf Ali Marg Road, and there he is actually stopping at the Faiz-e-Ilahi Masjid, where he stopped for 10 to 15 minutes. It's being suggested that he offered namaz over there, and then subsequently he drove from there and directly reaches the parking lot of the Red Fort at the Sunheri Masjid, where he stays for 3 hours. So these are those visuals from the Aruna Asaf Ali Road. The second visual in place for the record, because, you know, we had the first video of him walking past that mosque after taking a U-turn. So that was one of the first videos of him walking where he's not seen inside a car. And this is another visual that's coming in from the Aruna Asaf Ali Marg, another CCTV, which actually gives a window into the mind of this man, Umarun Nabi. He was actually also somewhere down the line feeling that he wouldn't be catched, because while there is a raid that's going on in Faridabad on the 10th of November, and there was a raid going on the 9th of November, this man actually goes around thinking that he will not get caught. So he was also very confident about his moves, about the plan that he was plotting in his mind. And unfortunately, he also ended up executing that suicide blast that took now at least 14 total lives in this particular case.
Be with us, Shreya. Coming back to you in a moment from now to tell our viewers, images on your screen, on the right side of your screen, are from the very moment on the 10th of November when he was in fact seen outside the mosque. That is the I-20 car that you see on your screen at this point in time. Later on, it was in fact used to carry out the bombing, the explosion right outside the metro gate of the Red Fort area in Old Delhi, and that's where the attack was carried out. In fact, we'll go back to that video that we've now accessed of Dr. Umar trying to radicalize others and talking about suicide bombing as well. Listen in.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
All right, these are details that we have with us. We have the video of Umar, as you heard him in fact talking about suicide bombing, saying it is rather misunderstood, and then he goes on, of course, to talk about how this is really going to put you on the path to martyrdom. In that sense, Shreya also continues to be with us, and so does Amit. Shreya, to you first. Once again, take our viewers to the details of your insights and your perspective into how reverse psychology is often used by these terrorists. That's what Umar is doing at this point in time.
Well, Sneha, this is something that everyone who's tracked down terrorism for a very long time, especially the investigators, are speaking to us that in lone wolf style self-grooming, this is a very commonly used radicalization method. Now, reverse psychology is when you introduce a concept, which in this case is suicide bombing. You talk about the contradictions of it. You go into a debate-like technology, and then you also go ahead and said that this is a misconception. There is a misconception about suicide bombing. So he'll first start a debate, he'll play with people's mind, he'll get them under their fold, and then he's introducing that this is a possible method of sacrificing. So this is one aspect into how radicalization works. Second, because this is a digital content and because it's also being shared to other individuals, possibly if this would have made outside of his own fold, he wouldn't have got caught, because anyone who would have read the lines would have thought that he's doesn't make sense about it. But these are classic tactics. These are coded radicalization tactics that are used, that are often found in various terror outfit groups, ISIS chat rooms, be it Al-Qaeda digital grooming sessions. So clearly not the first time we are seeing, but definitely for the first time in the Delhi terror blast, we are getting a window into how radicalization was used as a technology, is a tactic, beg your pardon, to actually get more and more individuals under him. We have already confirmation from the investigators that multiple young recruits were under the fold of Umar Nabi. He was the most radicalized member of the terror module. The plan was to carry out multiple serial blasts. For that, he needed multiple lone wolves who would be suicide bombers. And we also do know that the arrested individual Danish had backed out last moment. That will give us a window into how radical Islamist minds also play in this context, because it is against the tenets of Islam to consume one's body by fire. And that is the reason Umar knows that he will have to play with people's mind for them to groom and believe that the idea of suicide bombing is taken as a misconception, and despite contradictions, this is an idea of sacrifice. So that is the window this video is giving into the mind of one of the most radicalized member of the group, Umar Nabi.
Shreya, I also want to ask you, you did say that he was trying to indoctrinate and radicalize just so many more people. Himself was considered one of the most radicalized among the lot. Talk to us about whether what is, in which direction the investigations are headed in terms of, bringing the others also to justice, those who were being groomed in that sense under Umar. How many people could have been there? What about the module? Where are possibly all of these people right now? Given that it's worrying that this was a series of blasts that they were in fact eventually trying to, planning to carry out in Delhi and elsewhere.
Absolutely. And Sneha, this is probably one of the largest challenge at the hand of our investigators to understand how far and wide the reach of these videos have actually gone, because more and more people could have been under his fault, already radicalized in the context of being radicalized. So that's important, because if we do know that all our agencies who track down terror, they also do run de-radicalization centers. So if individuals are identified in the process of this investigation by the NIA that they've been radicalized, they will also have to be booked and also have to be picked up, because they need to go an entire process of de-radicalization as well. So we have a lot of challenge at hand right now. The investigators are also trying to understand how far and wide these videos spread. We do already know the Telegram and Sessions Chat app was actually used to recruit more and more people. There are individuals who have been identified in Haryana, but it's not limited to Haryana, is what also investigators are saying. So that is a bigger task in hand. And we do know that the National Investigative Agency, with the help of Delhi Police, Jammu and Kashmir Police and Faridabad Police, are carrying out multiple raids along with UPATS as well to first unearth the widespread of this terror module, who and who not they have reached in the country right now.
I'm also, in fact, going to go back to Amit for more on that story. Amit, viewers, continues to be at the Al Falah University where all of this was being planned. Amit, Al Falah has been under the scanner. Talk to us about what the administration is also now saying as more details unravel into the sinister plot to carry out not one but several attacks across the country. What is it that you're picking up? Is anybody speaking at all?
Well, Sneha, at Al Falah University, it seems to be closed gates. Only those who are coming to the campus or the hospital facility are being allowed inside. And the crime branch personnel are present inside the campus, randomly checking the cars, which also points out at the possible hint that as to how the agencies are still on their toes as far as Al Falah University campus is concerned. And now, why that is happening, if you look at the video of Umar ul-Nabi, what is that? That is a digital evidence which has been recovered by the investigative agencies in context to the Red Fort blast, as well as further sinister plans which were being hatched by these individuals. Now, what these evidences are going to do is that you will be able to connect more dots. Whether these videos were actually sent out on several platforms, as Shreya was also pointing out at Telegram. Who were the people attached with those communication channels on Telegram? Because many of the times what the module has been across the globe is that you create a channel, certain individuals become subscriber, and many of the times these are hidden channels playing out as if they are some random message or educational or academic channel on Telegram, where you actually end up putting such content in between for the people, this content reaching for people which are intended to get these videos. So once you have videos coming out, the investigative agencies zeroing down through the digital devices which have been seized during the probe so far. What the agencies would be also looking at is connecting the dots and actually finding out and zeroing down whether several other individuals were radicalized through such content, because what we are given to understand that Umar was actually using this particular video, or rather rehearsal videos, so to say, in order to convince people around him, to radicalize them and to convince them about the idea of suicide bombing. As Shreya was also pointing out at Danish as to how he backed out in the last moment as far as suicide bombing was concerned. So you create such content in order to ensure that radicalization happens and people are able to take that final sinister step in the bigger plan of killing the innocent civilians anywhere. And that was the step that Umar had taken in India, in Delhi, at the Red Fort itself. So whether that decision was unilaterally taken by him, that is being probed. But at this point in time, this particular video also points out at the fact as to how the agencies are now zeroing down through the digital devices which have been seized so far in the probe to connect the dots and to find out as to who all would have been possibly also radicalized through these tactics that were being used by Umar, and as well as the part of this sinister plan which was at play. We know for a matter of fact that something even more bigger was being planned by these terrorists. Back to you.
Be with us, Amit. I'll come back to you and Shreya for more on that big story that we are tracking. We listen in once again to that video that is now surfaced days before the blast was carried out in Delhi on the 10th of November. This was a video that Dr. Umar, the bomber, the suicide bomber, then in fact put out to radicalize just more and more people. It's a network that the investigating agencies are trying to in fact get more details of at this point in time, as per in fact our reporters. Let's listen into this video once again.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Investigations into the Delhi terror attack continues to be our top focus story right here. For the moment, we're wrapping up this edition. News continues on the other side.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
राम आ गए हैं जगत के हर अंधेरे में उजाला भरने। राम आ गए हैं हमारी आत्मा की अयोध्या को रोशन करने। और मैं कुमार विश्वास आ रहा हूं लेकर उनकी कथा, उनका प्रेम, उनका संदेश। मिलिए मुझसे पहली बार साहित्य आज तक पर हर दिन का शुभारंभ अपने अपने राम से, जिसे गा देने भर से साहित्य के शब्द शब्द में दीप जलता है। जिस कथा में भारत की आत्मा बसती है, युग का विश्वास पलता है। मिलिए मुझसे साहित्य आज तक पर, जहां अक्षर अक्षर में विश्वास का दीप जलता है।
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं।
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
अरे वाह, तू भी ये ट्रेडिंग ऐप यूज करती है? हाँ, क्योंकि इसमें गारंटीड रिटर्न्स है ना। गारंटीड रिटर्न्स? तेरी ट्रेडिंग ऐप ऑथेंटिक तो है ना? अर्ज किया है, पहले गारंटीड और हाई रिटर्न्स का भरोसा ये दिलाते हैं, फिर फेक ऐप डाउनलोड करा के अपने झांसे में फंसाते हैं। सेबी और एनएससी का कहना है, सेबी इन्वेस्टर साइट पर वेरिफाइड एप्स की लिस्ट से ही ऐप डाउनलोड करें। एन इन्वेस्टर अवेयरनेस इनिशिएटिव बाय सेबी एंड एनएससी।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bangladesh, ex-PM Sheikh Hasina convicted. ICT imposes death penalty. Nitish Kumar to resign on November 19th. New government to take oath on November 20th. Azam Khan and Abdullah Azam convicted in dual PAN card case. Sentenced to 7 years.
राम आ गए हैं जगत के हर अंधेरे में उजाला भरने। राम आ गए हैं हमारी आत्मा की अयोध्या को रोशन करने। और मैं कुमार विश्वास आ रहा हूं लेकर उनकी कथा, उनका प्रेम, उनका संदेश। मिलिए मुझसे पहली बार साहित्य आज तक पर हर दिन का शुभारंभ अपने अपने राम से, जिसे गा देने भर से साहित्य के शब्द शब्द में दीप जलता है। जिस कथा में भारत की आत्मा बसती है, युग का विश्वास पलता है। मिलिए मुझसे साहित्य आज तक पर, जहां अक्षर अक्षर में विश्वास का दीप जलता है।
अरे वाह, तू भी ये ट्रेडिंग ऐप यूज करती है? हाँ, क्योंकि इसमें गारंटीड रिटर्न्स है ना। गारंटीड रिटर्न्स? तेरी ट्रेडिंग ऐप ऑथेंटिक तो है ना? अर्ज किया है, पहले गारंटीड और हाई रिटर्न्स का भरोसा ये दिलाते हैं, फिर फेक ऐप डाउनलोड करा के अपने झांसे में फंसाते हैं। सेबी और एनएससी का कहना है, सेबी इन्वेस्टर साइट पर वेरीफाइड एप्स की लिस्ट से ही ऐप डाउनलोड करें। एन इन्वेस्टर अवेयरनेस इनिशिएटिव बाय सेबी एंड एनएससी।
बाहुबली अक्रॉस पार्टीज है, अक्रॉस पार्टीज है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता वो एक एस्पेक्ट है। वो जो जंगल राज का बैगेज है ना, वो तेजस्वी यादव नहीं शेड कर पा रहे।
तो कैसे करेंगे? वो महिलाओं के मन में तो ऐसे ही रहेगा।
नहीं, यादव उनकी तरफ आ भी रहा है। अगर आप 38% पे देख रहे हैं, उनके पास वो कंसोलिडेटेड है, वो नहीं शिफ्ट हुआ।
तो मैं
राम आ गए हैं जगत के हर अंधेरे में उजाला भरने। राम आ गए हैं हमारी आत्मा की अयोध्या को रोशन करने। और मैं कुमार विश्वास आ रहा हूं लेकर उनकी कथा, उनका प्रेम, उनका संदेश। मिलिए मुझसे पहली बार साहित्य आज तक पर हर दिन का शुभारंभ अपने अपने राम से, जिसे गा देने भर से साहित्य के शब्द शब्द में दीप जलता है। जिस कथा में भारत की आत्मा बसती है, युग का विश्वास पलता है। मिलिए मुझसे साहित्य आज तक पर, जहां अक्षर अक्षर में विश्वास का दीप जलता है।
वन 1.0 तो देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहूँगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर ख़त्म हो गया था। तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं। और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए। सबसे पहले चीज ये है कि जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है या जो आपने निर्णय लेना है उसके लिए समय बहुत कम है, और निर्णय आपको हर लेवल पे लेना पड़ेगा। क्या आप यहां पर निर्णय ले और फिर नीचे पास करें? नहीं हो सकता। तो हर लेवल पे, हर स्तर पे लोगों को समय के हिसाब से तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी और एक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे, कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी। दूसरी चीज जो इंटीग्रेशन बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेशन का ये मतलब है कि चाहे आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स, सीएपीएफ, साइबर, स्पेस, कोई भी हो, उसका इंटीग्रेशन हम जितना जल्दी करेंगे उतना हम इस लड़ाई को बड़े साझे ढंग से लड़ सकेंगे, क्योंकि आज की लड़ाई जो है वो मल्टी डोमेन है।
are watching India Today.
Delhi Red Fort blast investigations continues to be a top focus story right here. An unseen video of the bomber Umar on India Today. He makes big Fidine attack revelation. We're getting you more details on that big story that we're tracking. First, the headlines. A spine-chilling message before the blast. Umar explains the idea of suicide bombing and how that is going to put one on the path of martyrdom.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations.
Most sinister reveal in Delhi attack plot. Jaish module was planning air attacks. Delhi module plotted Hamas-style terror drone plot. UNO's government seeks Hasina's extradition, warns of enmity if Hasina is not extradited. India takes note of death penalty verdict but stays silent on extradition. Prime Minister Modi's big urban Naxal attack on the Congress, calls Congress Muslim League Maowadi Congress, says Congress shielded Naxals, rejected Samvidhan. Congress top brass keeps CM Siddaramaiah hanging. Sources say Kharge's to meet in Delhi is inconclusive. Kharge sought time to discuss a rejig with Rahul. More news coming in at this point in time. According to police sources who examined the digital devices seized from Umar Nabi, multiple videos were recovered in which he appears to be rehearsing and refining his arguments to justify and promote the idea of a suicide attack. The sources in fact indicate that Umar felt compelled to record these practice videos before several members of his module were not convinced about carrying out suicide bombing, and as frustrating as it was getting for him in that sense. At least one module member, identified as Danish, had backed out of the suicide attack plan. Investigators have also noted that Umar had been displaying suicidal tendencies for some time. I'm going straight across to Kamal for more details on that big story that she's tracking. As expected and as is being speculated, there were multiple videos in which he was rehearsing, because it did appear in these videos that he was in fact trying to convey a message which was out of compulsion, more so even frustration, given that the idea of suicide bombing was not clear to many of these young terrorists who were in fact getting radicalized, isn't it, Kamal?
Well, more shocking revelations really coming to light, especially in the wake of the video of Dr. Umar and the way he's talking about suicide bombing. And it says that these are, some of them were practice takes, but the idea was to convince several of the other members who didn't seem convinced regarding suicide bombing. Now, it didn't seem that at least one member identified as Danish had backed out of the suicide bombing plan. But clearly the effort was to radicalize, to initiate terror attacks simultaneously. And sources indicate to us that was the plan. And this is where the Hamas-style attack really comes into picture and play. Clearly, more such digital devices have not only been recovered, but also these videos coming in. And sources indicate to us that this particular video itself was recorded just a few days earlier before the bomb blast of Red Fort.
Be with us, Kamal. I'm just going to come back to you, indicating that this video was recorded rather, and there were multiple takes that had been taken by the suicide bomber. Listening once again to that 80-second clip on what he said.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
India Today is the first channel to bring you the chilling video of Dr. Umar Nabi, the man responsible for the recent Red Fort car blast that killed at least 14 people. In the video, he can be heard talking about how the concept of suicide bombing is, and says it can be misunderstood. He's speaking in fluent English, says that what is labeled as a suicide bombing is actually a martyrdom operation. The video shows a calm, composed man justifying a heinous act. The video makes it clear the Delhi car blast had been carefully planned. Listen to what Dr. Umar, who carried out the Delhi blast, said.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
I'm going to go straight across to former NSG Commander Lucky Bish joining us this morning. Thank you for your time. आपका क्या एनालिसिस है इस वीडियो को देख के? रिवर्स साइकोलॉजी एक तरीके से ये बॉमर यूज कर रहा है, बता रहा है इंडोक्ट्रिनेट करने की कोशिश में कि सुसाइड बॉम्बिंग करे तो वो मार्टरडम का सही रास्ता है। आप कैसे देखते हैं इस वीडियो को?
मैम एक्चुअली क्या है, देखिए कोई भी दुनिया का कोई भी टेररिज्म, जैसे मैं पहले भी बता चुका हूँ कि टेररिज्म का मेन मोटो होता है दुनिया के अंदर दहशत फैलाना मैम। और दहशत के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है वो जगह कौन सी टारगेट है, क्योंकि सब लोग जैसे स्टार्टिंग में सब लोग कह रहे थे कि यार नहीं ये गलती से धमाका हो गया, तो मैं यही बोलूँ उस समय मैंने कहा था कि एक पूरा प्लान फिदाइन हमला है। वो जगह ही इसलिए चुनी गई थी ताकि पूरी दुनिया को एक मैसेज दिया जाए, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर और भी कई सीआईए ऑफिसर जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो गए, JNK हो गए, वहां पर कई इंसिडेंट हो गई, तो इन आतंकवादियों को वो कवरेज या वो नहीं मिल पाता जो उन्होंने दिल्ली ब्लास्ट के माध्यम से दिखाया गया है। और सबसे बड़ी चीज कि जितने भी वर्ड्स इस वीडियो के अंदर, चाहे जो उमर के दुनिया ने सुने, वो वर्ड्स उमर के हैं, लेकिन जो उस वर्ड्स के पीछे की सोच है वो उस पार बैठे हुए, चाहे जैसे मोहम्मद मौलाना मसूद अजहर या ISI के जितने भी सीनियर चीफ है, ये उनके वर्ड्स हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि उमर ने कुछ भी अपनी मर्जी से कहा होगा। जब भी कोई सुसाइड बॉम्बर कोई भी वर्ड्स बोलता है, उसका ब्रेन उसी दिन वॉश हो गया जब उसने पहली बार टेररिज्म में कदम रखा होगा। तो आज दुनिया को जो भी उमर के वीडियोस दिखाई दे रहे हैं, ये शब्द जरूर, आवाज जरूर उमर की है मैम, लेकिन एक्चुअली में सारे के सारे शब्द जो हैं वो मौलाना मसूद अजहर और ऐसी टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के हैं जो दुनिया के अंदर दहशत फैलाते हैं।
ये ऐसा एक वीडियो है जो हमें पता चल रहा है कि ये काफ़ी सारे टेक्स दिए हैं और इसके बाद ये वीडियो आखिरकार पुट आउट हुआ। 80 सेकंड का क्लिप है, इनडॉक्ट्रिनेट करने की कोशिश है ऐसे लोगों को जो कि अगर ये टेरर मॉड्यूल बस्ट नहीं होता तो शायद दिल्ली और दिल्ली के बाहर भी कई सारे ऐसे सुसाइड अटैक्स कार्य करते हैं।
बिल्कुल मैम, ऐसा नहीं है कि और भी लोग होंगे इसमें डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि आपको हर रोज सुनाई दे रहा होगा कि हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज हो गई, NI हो गए, लोगों को अरेस्ट कर रहा है, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा टेररिज्म अटैक करना, एक सुसाइड जो आपने कार ID ब्लास्ट देखा है, तो इससे पहले उन्होंने अपना बैकअप पक्का रखा होगा। और लेकिन बहुत जल्दी हिंदुस्तानी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज जो भी इसके पीछे लोग हैं उन सबको उनकी सही जगह पहुंचा देगी मैम। और आपको मैं ये बोलूं कि लोगों को इसमें मतलब खौफ में आने की जरूरत नहीं है, लेकिन हर हिंदुस्तानी को थोड़ा सा सतर्क रहने की अवस्था है। अगर उनको कहीं भी ऐसा लगता है कि कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति उनके आसपास है जिसके बिहेव में बदलाव हो रहा है और उसका नेचर धीरे धीरे चेंज हो रहा है, या वो एंटी इंडिया की बात करता है या धर्म को लेके कोई इस टाइप की बात करता है जो नहीं होनी चाहिए, तो एक अच्छे हिंदुस्तानी होने के नाते सिर्फ एक नजदीकी पुलिस स्टेशन में कॉल करें, ताकि उनका एक कॉल एक बहुत बड़े इंसिडेंट को रोक सकता है। थैंक यू मैम।
शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। You heard there from the former NSG commander there talking about this particular video, essentially on this video that has surfaced. The 80-second clip goes on to talk about in fact, the former commander giving his insights into this tells us about how this is actually the voice of the bosses, of the handlers of just thousands of these men and women who are getting indoctrinated in this fashion. I'm going to go back to Kamal, who in fact got us more information earlier on how this is one of the many takes in several of these videos that have been found that is now getting examined by the police. By the investigating agencies here in question. NIA is the authority. Talk to us about what more have they found. Of course, this was the target audience in this particular case. This digital content that was getting created was for those people who are hesitant, Kamal, evidently about suicide bombing, isn't it?
One, this is a white collar module. Doctor Terror module, as it is being called as. But what is also concerning is that in Al Farah University hostel room, this is where the video has been purportedly made. This is what sources indicate to us, that this particular video was recovered from his laptop. Several such videos really came out when investigations started taking place, an indication about how he actually wanted to convince other terror module members to be part of the suicide attack. Not everybody was convinced. And in any case, sources indicate to us that Danish, at least one member, has seemed to have backed out of this particular planning. The other indication is obviously about how Umar had suicidal tendencies, and that the decision to ram the vehicle, especially blowing up his own vehicle at Red Fort, was his own decision. But conclusively, they have to really decide as to which way the investigation, because remember, right from Jammu and Kashmir, where the first input really came in from, to Faridabad, to Lucknow. So this is an interstate module. But clearly, Dr. Umar has been the main character, the main mastermind as far as convincing, radicalizing others are concerned. So from a small village of Sambura and Pulwama all the way to Faridabad is where this terror plotting was done. And obviously, a Hamas-style attack is something that they had been plotting, trying to convince members. And remember, these are well-read, well-educated doctors who've cleared their exams, who are actually working in a noble profession. But here it is where the videos itself leaves little ambiguity for anybody. These are terrorists who are involved in big terror action, and this is where the Red Fort suicide attack, this is where the NI is also taken leads. And what we know is multiple raids, whether it's CIK, whether it's the NSG's bomb data center, being present at the Naugam police station, to various agencies who've been working on the ground to ensure that there is no further member who can actually unleash a new wave of terror.
Right. Kamal, getting in those details, continue to be with us. In fact, we'll put that video out once again. It's a video that was shot presumably days before the Delhi bomb blast was carried out.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Kamal continues to be with us. Kamal, talk to us also about the direction in which the investigations are headed, given that they're going with this understanding right now that the bigger attack were to be carried out, for which many more suicide bombers were required. Whom was he really speaking with or trying to address? Who were the other people in this network who eventually possibly would have gone on to carry more such attacks in Delhi and elsewhere? Where are the investigations headed?
Well, it started with Sambura in Pulwama. This is where at least 3 of the doctors who were associated with this particular module. Then what we know is, as far as Irfan is concerned and the others are concerned, these are Maulvi who was involved. He got in touch with the others. And even remember the Lucknow link itself. This is where several or the other doctors were roped in. But what is their particular involvement, that now needs to be seen, because remember, so far only Umar was able to trigger this particular blast, but they had been collecting these particular ammonium nitrate as well as the TATP, which is suspected to be a part of this entire cocktail of chemicals which was blown up. This is where Umar's role himself is under. But remember, initially Jammu Kashmir police made 9 arrests, and remember when we're talking about even the NIA, which has been now consecutively working at this, this is where newer members are under scanner. Dr. Shaheen, who'd been to Pakistan, also under scanner. So these are people who were part of this particular module, but whose role was more eminent, because remember, it does seem that not everybody was really convinced about the suicide attack plan itself. That is where more investigation now needs to be done. But the way this particular module worked and the way they had collected 2,900 kgs, and that was transported all the way from Faridabad to Naugam police station itself shows that there was a real action plan in place. And this is where more and more people were trying to be radicalized, try to be brought in this particular module. But how many were able to be convinced to be a suicide bomber is not really known yet. It's part of the investigation at this point of time.
Kamal getting in those details and joining in with her inputs on that story vis-a-vis the investigations. Remember, the NIA is looking into the Delhi bombing case, not just the Delhi bombing case, but also the sinister conspiracy that had been hatched by the Daesh terror module, the Doctor terror module here. Listen in once again to the video.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations: when a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations: when a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations: when a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Amit continues to be with us, and so does Shreya. I'm going to go in fact back to Amit for more on that story. Amit, talk to us a little more about the investigations. Amit, of course, to tell our viewers, continues to be at the Al Falah University, which is at the center of the Delhi Red Fort attack that took place on the 10th of November. Amit.
Sneha, the Enforcement Directorate officials are at Al Falah University at this point in time. That's the latest development that we are bringing you from Faridabad campus of Al Falah University. And what we are given to understand that early in the morning, the Enforcement Directorate teams came here to conduct searches and raids as per, the plan, which is being, and similar raids are being conducted at several other locations in connection with the Al Falah University and the trust as well. And we are given to understand through our sources is that the ED team is actually conducting raid and searches at the admin block of the Al Falah University as we speak, and possibly also going through the digital records as well as the physical records which are present at the admin block of the Al Falah University. Now, these are two separate cases. We need to also break this down to our viewers as we get the latest development in context with the Red Fort blast. So there's one investigation that is being carried out by the NIA, obviously in tandem with several other investigative agencies, the Jammu and Kashmir police helping the NIA as well, the Delhi police also conducting a similar probe into the Red Fort blast. But the Enforcement Directorate investigation and the searches that are being conducted at several locations in Delhi and Haryana, including the Al Falah University's admin block at this point in time, is in connection with the alleged financial irregularities, the funding of the university, as well as questions that are hovering large around the licensing of Al Falah University. So clearly, on one side you have the Red Fort blast investigation going on, being carried out by the NIA and other agencies. It is also the financial aspect or allegations of financial irregularities of Al Falah University, which is being probed by ED at this point in time. Back to you, Sneha.
Yes, Amit Bhardwaj getting in those details as the investigations are carried out. We'll listen in once again to that video in which the terrorist in question is now killed himself, died by suicide bombing, is talking about how that's the path to martyrdom in that sense. Listen in.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications, but there are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
Shreya is also with us. Shreya, you've been telling us about how multiple such videos have now surfaced from during the course of the investigations. More details on what have the police really found as far as similar digital content is concerned. This, of course, is a video that was made in which he, you all have been telling us, uses some sort of a reverse psychology to influence younger minds about how important it is to be open really to suicide bombing in that sense, and really that's the path to martyrdom.
Well, absolutely. So, this particular video that we've been playing since morning, that India Today has exclusively accessed, it clearly gives a window into the way radicalization works via the hand of terrorists. Umar Nabi, we've already said, was one of the most radicalized members of this terror module. And Sneha, because we've been rehearing this video again and again, you can see how he first says that there are multiple misconceptions, there are multiple contradictions, multi-democracy theories about suicide bombing. But he initially begins with the idea that why suicide bombing is challenged. So he's actually conducting a debate about the idea of suicide bombing. What investigators also believe that there are multiple members in his module who are not convinced with the idea of suicide bombing because they are against the tenets of Islam. And that's the reason he realized that if he actually has to full-fledgedly be successful in his idea of carrying out multiple serial blasts, he has to radicalize more and more minds, and that's what he began to do. He started making these videos in the form of digital content. He started sharing these videos in the small session and the Telegram app groups that he created, where he actually got multiple young members under his fold. Investigators have already tracked down a few of these young people to Haryana, but they are not limited to Haryana, Sneha, is what we're being told. Now, this is extremely scary because earlier, as we were also discussing, we do not know how far and wide these videos have already reached, because these are the classic tactics of radicalizing people, A, by confusing them, A, by using reverse psychology, and clearly you can get a glimpse of how this is a proper mechanism that is deployed by terrorists and terror modules to actually get more members on board. And that's one of these glimpses we're getting through Umar's videos. But we're also being told, Sneha, that there are multiple more such videos that Umar actually made because he wanted to convince more and more people to become lone wolves, to become suicide bombers.
Right. Shreya, I'm going to continue to ask you to, in fact, continue to be with us, and also Amit, getting in those details as we, in fact, keep our focus on that big story involving Dr. Umar and several doctor bombers like him. Remember, it's the Jaish terror module. It's a white-collar terror module that has been busted, even as the investigations are unraveling really into the mind of the terrorist, wherein he's heard talking about suicide bombing and how important it is and how it really is against Islam is what he seems to be reiterating. We will get you more details on that big story. For the moment, we're pausing for a quick break here.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
तो दिल्ली के 3 तालियों हो जाओ तैयार।
मेरा प्यार एनसीआर। मौसम भी होगा मस्त और प्रोग्राम
जबरदस्त।
21, 22, 23 नवंबर दिल्ली के मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में।
साहित्य आज तक का अड्डा लगेगा, वहीं पर होगा 3 ताल लाइव। आज ही बुक करें अपनी टिकट्स।
जय हो,
जय हो,
जय हो।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. ED raids, Al-Flah, trust in Delhi and Faridabad over terror funding, NIA reveals. Terrorists planned a drone bomb attack in Delhi, JDU and BJP leaders to meet in Delhi on Bihar government formation.
India Today, making sense of India. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
तीन तालियों हो जाओ तैयार।
मेरा प्यार एनसीआर। मौसम भी होगा मस्त और प्रोग्राम
जबरदस्त।
21, 22, 23 नवंबर दिल्ली के मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में।
साहित्य आज तक का अड्डा लगेगा, वहीं पर होगा 3 ताल लाइव। आज ही बुक करें अपनी टिकट्स।
जय हो,
जय हो,
जय हो।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
3 तालियों, हो जाओ तैयार।
मेरा प्यार एनसीआर।
मौसम भी होगा मस्त और प्रोग्राम
जबरदस्त।
21, 22, 23 नवंबर दिल्ली के मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में
साहित्य आज तक का अड्डा लगेगा, वहीं पर होगा 3 ताल लाइव। आज ही बुक करें अपनी टिकट्स।
जय हो,
जय हो,
जय हो।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Big story we are breaking at this hour. Top Naxal commander Nabi Hidma has been killed. Notorious Naxal Hidma and wife have now been killed is what we are learning. The man behind 26 deadly attacks. Naxal Mukt Bharat loading. Top Naxal commanders fall like flies. Big step towards Red Terror Free India, which has been the commitment of the government. Top Naxal commander Hidma has been killed in Andhra Pradesh is what we are learning. It's a massive blow to Maoists at a time when they are struggling due to kind of security action. It has been intensified over a period of time in a flood of surrenders, not just action but also a flood of surrenders. Top Maoist Nabi Hidma carried a bounty of 50 lakh rupees and has now been killed is what we know. Notorious Maoist Nabi Hidma has been killed. He and his wife have been gunned in an encounter that took place in Andhra Pradesh's Aluri Isita Ramaraju district. The encounter between the rebels and the police took place at a forest, near the tri-junction of Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Telangana is what we are learning. Nabi Hidma and his wife have been killed, and this, remember, comes at a time when security has been tightened and security action is being, action is being taken against Maoists in various regions in this particular red belt, to be specific, with the government's commitment to finish off Naxal terror. Red terror by 2026 is what the centre has committed. A flood of surrenders is also what we are seeing on your screens. Pictures of the top Maoist commander Nabi Hidma who's been killed. I'm going to go straight across to Sumi Rajapan for more details on that story. Sumi, this comes at a time and it comes as a massive blow to Maoists. There's been series of actions, security action against red terror and a flood of surrenders as well.
Yes, absolutely. Nabi Hidma is one of the deadliest Naxal commandos that we have known, and in fact, he played an instrumental role in the Jhiram Ghati incident that happened back in the 2000s as well, that claimed the entire then Chhattisgarh leadership, Congress leadership particularly. And this person has been eliminated. He has been in isolation in Andhra since the Kargata operation is what we are picking up from our sources in the security forces. And in fact, in Andhra Pradesh, near Visakhapatnam, this entire operation has taken place. And in that operation, his life has been claimed by the security forces. This operation is considered one of the biggest operations in the history of Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh put together, because tracing Hidma was one of the deadliest tasks that the security forces were up to. And recently, we had seen how many of the Naxal commandos were eliminated one by one, all thanks to the determination of our security forces and also the leadership of Chhattisgarh as well as the Home Minister Amit Shah, because Amit Shah had given a clear deadline to all of the security forces, and there had been constant conferences in which Amit Shah was very clear that March 2026 will mark the end of Naxalism in the country, and the security leadership as well as the security forces followed that lead, and all thanks to the determination of all these forces put together, now Hidma has been eliminated. This is one of the pivotal moments in the end of Naxalism, what we are talking about, because Nabi Hidma was one of the leaders, was one of the commandos in the PLGA. He was born in 1981 in Puvarti village in Chhattisgarh, and he studied till grade 10. After his formal education happened, he joined the forces of the Naxals, and in fact, he became one of the most decisive people, and over 25 incidents has happened. 25 incidents of IED blasts have happened under his leadership. So eliminating him is certainly one of the most instrumental thing that has happened in Andhra Pradesh.
Well, absolutely. Sumi, getting in those details at this point in time, we're going to tell our viewers about Naxal Hidma has now been killed. His wife also, Sumi, have been killed, and this in fact is among the various list of a series of actions that have been taken by the forces to, in fact, finish off red terror in this region. The government's commitment, Sumi, that this is going to be, that red terror is going to be eliminated by the year 2026, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Looks like now we have come closer to that deadline, and in fact a few inches away, because with the elimination of Hidma, he was carrying a cadre leadership. He was carrying probably leading a people or cadre of 500 Naxals, and now with the collapse of with the collapse of Hidma, certainly the entire leadership will now collapse, and we are certainly very close to that particular deadline, and India will free of Naxalism by 2026, as Amit Shah very rightly quoted in one of his speeches back in 2020s before the Chhattisgarh election. This was one of the most important targets that were given to the Chhattisgarh government under the leadership of Vishnu Devsai as well as HM Vijay Sharma, and they made sure that this particular target is met with time and efficiently as well.
Various acts of terror that were carried out by Hidma were, in fact, the attack that took place in the past as well, the Sukma attack of 2017, that it was believed that Hidma was the mastermind of, isn't it, Sumi?
Yes, absolutely. Remember when Baswa Raj was also killed? He was the General Secretary of the CPIM, and in fact, after that, there was a lot of determination in and around the cadre that was already met with a lot of disappointment after Baswa Raj was eliminated. One of the most pivotal moments was that particular operation where Baswa Raj was killed, and after that, there was a positive feeling in the security forces that now Naxalism will come to an end. However, Hidma was giving the security forces the toughest of that times, because the Kargata operation that went on for more than 30 days lasted in the Kargata hills, and Hidma was said to be traced there. However, when the Kargata operations happened, after the retrieval of this particular news that the operation has happened, Hidma moved subsequently from Kargata hills, Chhattisgarh, to Andhra Pradesh, and since the completion of Kargata operation, he has been lodged in Andhra Pradesh, and he has been in hiding in Andhra Pradesh. So it's been 6 to 8 months since Hidma was in Andhra Pradesh, and in fact he was in the safe hiding. However, the security forces in Andhra Pradesh did a joint operation with the Sukma police as well. However, there will be a press conference in Andhra Pradesh as well, because this operation has been done by the police forces and the security forces there. Until the press conference happens, this can be touted as the biggest moment in the Naxal history after Baswaraju's encounter.
Sumi, I'm going to come back to you and also to my colleague Jitendra, who joins us on the broadcast in a moment from now. We have more news coming in at this point in time. Let's take a look at these developments. Two CRPF schools in Delhi received bomb threats. CRPF school in Dwarka and the school in Prashant Vihar in the Delhi area received a bomb threat. A complete search was conducted, though nothing suspicious was found. We have some details with us, and this is a developing story, is what we'd like to tell our viewers. Arvind Oja has got more details on that. Arvind, इस समय क्या details है आपके पास? ये बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर सर्च हुआ है, लेकिन कोई suspicious material नहीं पाया गया है. कौन से ये दो स्कूल्स हैं, क्या बता सकते हैं?
देखिए, दिल्ली के दो स्कूल हैं. द्वारका में सीआरपीएफ के स्कूल है, एक प्रशांत विहार में है, एक द्वारका में है. यहाँ पर बम की धमकी भरा मेल आया था. पुलिस ने जांच की, पूरी एसओपी फॉलो की गई और कुछ भी सस्पिशियस बरामद नहीं हुआ. साथ ही साथ जो दिल्ली का साकेत कोर्ट है, रोहिणी कोर्ट है, वहां पर भी धमकी भरा मेल किया गया था, जिसमें एक आतंकी संगठन है जैश ए मोहम्मद, उसके नाम से, लेकिन वहां पर भी कुछ नहीं मिला. बीते दिनों की बात करें तो दिल्ली में इस तरह से लगातार, चाहे वो कोर्ट हो चाहे वो स्कूल हो, यहाँ धमकी भरे मेल मिल रहे हैं. लेकिन चूंकि अभी 10 नवंबर को दिल्ली के लाल किले पर धमाका हुआ, इसलिए इन तमाम मेल्स को, कॉल्स को जो एजेंसीज हैं, जो दिल्ली पुलिस है, वो बेहद गंभीरता से ले रही हैं और उसी को लेकर जो भी कॉल मिल रहा है उसकी एसओपी फॉलो की जा रही है और उसके बाद जांच पड़ताल की जा रही है. जी,
इस समय किसने ये बॉम्ब थ्रेट भेजा है अरविंद, और कोई डिटेल्स, और खास करके सीआरपीएफ के ही स्कूल्स को इस तरीके से टारगेट किया गया है, इसकी वजह क्या बता रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये मल्टीपल स्कूल है. बीते दिनों दिल्ली के कई स्कूलों को मेल किया गया था. शुरुआत बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, सीआरपीएफ के स्कूल से हुई थी और आपको याद भी होगा प्रशांत विहार में सीआरपीएफ स्कूल के ठीक बाहर एक धमाका हुआ था जो क्लियर नहीं हो पाया. अभी तक दिल्ली पुलिस अभी तक उसको क्लियर नहीं कर पाई है. लेकिन आपको बता दूं कि आज मेल आया है, सीआरपीएफ द्वारका स्कूल है और प्रशांत विहार, दोनों जगह चेकिंग की गई. जो डीसीपी हैं उन्होंने बताया कि इस तरह का कुछ भी संदिग्ध नहीं मिला. सारी प्रॉपर एसओपी फॉलो की गई, जांच पड़ताल की गई. वहीं साथ ही साथ जो दिल्ली का साकेत कोर्ट है, रोहिणी कोर्ट है, वहां भी धमकी भरा कॉल आया. सभी लॉयर्स को अलर्ट किया गया, जांच पड़ताल की गई. तो दोनों जगहों पर, चारों जगहों पर कुछ भी संदिग्ध बरामद नहीं हुआ. दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि वो पूरी तरह से अलर्ट मोड में है और कोई भी इस तरह का मैसेज आ रहा है तो उसकी प्रॉपर एसओपी फॉलो की जा रही है. यहाँ
Arvind Oja getting us those details as far as the security beefed up in Delhi courts after the hoax is concerned. But two schools, in fact, two CRPF schools in Delhi get a bomb threat is what Arvind is telling us. इस समय हम visuals play out कर रहे हैं दिल्ली के साकेत कोर्ट से, अरविंद, जहाँ पर ये देख रहे हैं. Okay, we'll go back to Arvind in a moment from now, but evacuation is on at Saket Court in Delhi at this point in time. A bomb threat at Delhi's Saket and Rohini Court as well. Remember, this comes 8 days after the blast took place in Delhi in the Red Fort area. Security has been beefed up. Bomb hoax calls have been received in Saket Court as well, is what we are learning. Rohini and Saket Court, these are district courts, viewers, in the national capital, where these bomb threats have been received. Also a bomb hoax call in schools controlled by the CRPF in Dwarka and Delhi's Prashant Vihar area is what we'd like to tell our viewers at this point in time. However, nothing was found at the two Delhi schools is what we are learning, but bomb threats at Delhi's Saket and Rohini Court as well is what we know. On your screen are images of the evacuation work that is being done at the Saket Court, which is a busy court in the national capital. This is where evacuation is being done as the bomb call has been received. In fact, an email in the name of Jaish has been sent is what we are learning. These are sketchy details at this point in time, with authorities taking no chances vis-a-vis, in fact, the threat call that has been received. It's a call at the CRPF school in Delhi where nothing has been found. An email again sent to Saket Court and to Delhi's Rohini Court where there is a bomb threat call. Evacuation is being done at the Saket Court in Delhi. On your screens right now at this point in time. As far as the two schools are concerned, a complete search was conducted and nothing suspicious was found. Threats at Saket Court and at Rohini Court. I'm going to go straight back to Shreya for more. Shreya, this is worrying that a bomb call a threat call has been received at these courts. This is the Rohini Court and the Saket Court in Delhi. As far as the two schools are concerned, nothing has been found is what we're learning. What details do you have with you at this point in time?
Well, this particular incident that's transpiring is a developing story. We are receiving confirmation that there are bomb threat calls that have been received in multiple places. This includes institutions, schools in Paschim Bihar and Dwarka. Two CRPF schools, those have been already looked at, sanitized, and nothing has been found. But the courts, because it's a more extensive area, for the next 2 hours, courts have been suspended in Saket, we are being told at least, where court staff have been asked to actually go and resume only after lunch till the sanitization exercise is carried out. Irrespective of the fact that it's a hoax call or not, it has to go proper sanitization techniques that Delhi police also follows. But this is an email we are being told that's come with the name of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This could be another of those hoax bomb threats that Delhi has been receiving for quite some time. But because of the blast that's taken place on the 10th of November, things will also be not taken more lightly. So clearly, it's a developing situation. The courts, especially the district courts, Saket, Tisazari, Dwarka, Patiala House Court, they're all undergoing a sanitization process. So far as the schools are concerned, they have already been said that the bombs were hoax calls.
All right, I'm going to leave it that for the moment, Shreya. Getting in those details, we'll continue to track that big story with you and my colleague Arvind Doja on the bomb hoax calls that have been received by two schools, a bomb threat call by two courts in the national capital. For the moment, we're pausing for a quick break. On the other side, unseen video of bomber Umar on India Today makes big Fidayeen attack revelation. That story and much more in just 2 minutes.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani. This is lunch break. Let's begin with the headlines at noon fast. Unseen video of bomber Umar on India Today makes a big Fedayeen attack revelation. Spine-chilling message before the blast. Umar explains the idea of suicide bombing.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations.
Oh, sinister reveal in Delhi attack plot. Jaish module was planning air attacks as well. Delhi module plotted a Hamas-style terror drone plot. Jaish Oaks email in Delhi Saket and Rohini courts. Security beefed up across Delhi courts. 2 CRPF schools also get bomb hoax mails. Top Naxal commander Madhvi Hidma killed in encounter in Andhra Pradesh. Big step towards Naxal Mud Bharat. Man behind 26 deadly attacks killed. Prime Minister Modi's big urban Naxal attack on Congress calls Congress Muslim League Maoiwadi Congress. As Congress shielded Naxals rejected Samvidhan. Congress top brass keeps CM Siddaramaiah hanging. Sources say Kharge-Siddaramaiah meeting in Delhi is inconclusive. Kharge sought time to discuss rejig with Rahul. More news coming in. The suicide bomber who backed out. Mega reveal of terrorist Jasir on India Today. Umar Zaid refused to be the suicide bomber. His logic, death by fire is haram in Islam. Others only talking about him, but we have his picture on your screens. Jasir, the bomber's aide. This is Umar's aide, essentially, who spoke about Ashraf that it's haram to die in this fashion using fire. What more details that you have with you that you can share at this point in time?
Sonia, actually, this is the biggest arrest so far in the Red Fort blast. The Jasir Bilal Wani, who was detained 5 days back by the Jammu and Kashmir police and now arrested officially by the National Investigating Agency yesterday. He, in the questioning, has revealed that he was first contacted by the Dr. Umar that he should also carry out the suicide attack, but he refused because it is haram in the Islam. That is what he has said to the NIA and other investigating agencies. But one of the things is that he was a potential suicide attacker because he is going in undergraduate education in the Kashmir University, completed 4 semesters. He is a neighbor of the Dr. Umar in the Kazigund area. Laudora is the village where he resides. And he was inclined towards the developing of drones and other steps which could be used in the terror attacks. Particularly, he has revealed that he was working on the use of drones for attacks during last 2 years and was trying to succeed. He is a very close associate of Dr. Umar, and now also, one of the interesting stories is his brother is also in the detention. His father was detained 2 days back, and when he was released from the police detention, he threw the petrol on himself and committed suicide. He, in fact, died. His father, whose name was Bilal Ahmed Wani, and he was a dry fruit seller by the profession. Probably some relatives believe that he could not absorb the shock when he was told by the police that his son is a terrorist and is associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed, who was going to plan a terror attack, a suicide attack on the security forces and other installations in the country. But very, very important revelations and very important arrests by the NIA here in the Red Fort terror blast, car blast, where this potential threat for the country has been now named. He will be produced in the court and then finally will be taken to the remand. And probably he may give some more clues about this whole module, which was working from Faridabad and other parts of UP to Delhi and also in the Jammu and Kashmir. Saniha.
Absolutely. Ashraf, this is shocking. The suicide bomber who backed out was in fact planning a terror attack. He was trying to weaponize drones, isn't it? Assisting suicide bomber Umar, whom he was reporting to in that sense. Jasir is the man from Kulgam on your screens at this point in time, arrested by the police. Investigations are underway, but he reportedly, Ashraf, backed out. He was not too keen on a suicide bombing, and also the fact that he was the brain behind a potential drone attack that were to be carried out in Delhi city.
Yes, Saniha, that is what the police and investigation agencies are saying. That probably he has said that he has backed from the suicide attack. Whether he is just accepting this on the investigation side, or was that particularly the fact, that is yet to be revealed. But one thing is clear, that he was very close associate of Dr. Umar, who carried out the car blast in the Red Fort, and he is aware about the links and the people in the module. That is why on his revelations, many local people were also detained by the police and questioned, including one of the non-local doctor from Punjab in Anantnag. So this will further give the details to the security agencies, and it is very important that his arrest will reveal further sides and further clues of this whole module, which was active not today but for last 2 years, since 2022, and they were planning a major attack, a terror attack, a series of terror attacks in different parts of the country. Particularly, what he revealed also was that actually the December 6th, which is the anniversary of the Babri Mosque demolition, was the date which was chosen by the Jaish terrorists and their handlers here in the Jammu and Kashmir and other parts of country to carry out that series of blasters. But one thing is clear, has settled that it is the one module. Probably the terrorists from across the border and their handlers did not rely only on one module. There might be other modules of Jaish in any part of the country. So to crack down those modules is now the top priority of the security agencies, not only here in the Jammu and Kashmir, but also in the national capital.
These are details that we have with us. Also, if Ashraf, you could tell us a little about how Jasir Wani was in fact planning this particular drone attack. These are Hamas-style air attacks that were being planned. What was this network and how was this different from what was planned on the ground as far as the suicide bombing using various vehicles like the I-20 car that was used in Delhi in the vicinity of the Red Fort was planned? What about his own network? Who were the other people possibly involved with Jasir? What else are you learning from the authorities?
So yeah, actually, with the changes in the security setup, we have seen for last so many years, in fact, for the last so many decades, when any kind of pressure is being put on the terrorists or their plans of terrorism are being curbed, they find different ways and means to to carry out the terror attacks. This is the modus operandi of the terror organizations, not only in the country, but also across the world. But they have got inspired by the way the Hamas carried out the attacks on the Israel on 7th of October 2023, when that was being seen as a major attack by the Hamas on the one of the powerful armies, as well as the very powerful security-wise country, Israel. That is why they were planning to carry out the attacks by the drones. It is not the first time that drones are being used in the terrorism, but in fact, during last 3 years, we have seen most of the arms being smuggled from the Pakistan or via the drones. The security agencies in the country, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, have put some kind of brakes on that modus operandi, where the drones were carrying the weapon from Pakistan, then dropping in any part of Punjab or in Pathankot. Then a handler was supposed to go to that particular spot and pick those weapons. In fact, many times not only those drones were destroyed, but in fact the recoveries were made which were dropped by the drones. So these things were now planned by this individual. Who was with him, it is not yet clear, and what kind of module that was who were working on that kind of a terror attack where the drones could have been the potential threat. That is why we have seen that there is the restriction on the use of drones in the Jammu and Kashmir, particularly near the security establishments. In fact, this modus operandi was used in Operation Sindoor by the Pakistan, where they have used the drones, and some of them even reached to some important installations before they were brought down by the weaponry of the Indian Army and Indian forces. So these kinds of things are now getting clear. There was apprehension that these methods which are being used by the Hamas against Israel could be used by the Jaish terrorists in the India. That was a clue with the intelligence agencies in the Jammu and Kashmir that this method may be used. But now, after the arrest of the Jasir Bilal, he may reveal the further who are the people further, because due to the security reasons, the security agencies and sources are not giving the complete details about this investigation, because it is necessary so that any kind of the further investigation does not hamper. That is why the clues will come up with the security agencies who are working on it, particularly the National Investigating Agency, the prime investigation agency of the country. So some things may not be revealed, but definitely his arrest and his interrogation is going to help the security agencies of the country to crack down this Jaish module across the country.
I'm going to leave it there for the moment. My colleague Ashraf Wani getting in those details from Srinagar. Remember, this is the man on the right side of your screen. Jasir Wani, I beg your pardon, was arrested, in fact, from Jammu and Kashmir by the NIA. He was making sophisticated drones to carry weapons to ensure that there is an airstrike in the national capital. It had large batteries, these drones, to carry heavier bombs, Hamas-style drone attacks that were planned by Jasir Wani. On your screens right now, he's now been arrested by the NIA. More news coming in. Let's take a look. Motive behind bomber Umar's video expose. Jasir backed out as suicide bomber. He was not willing to carry out or be a part of a suicide bombing attack. He was against dying in a car blast. He said dying in fire is un-Islamic. Umar shot and recorded video to brainwash. Umar's aim convinced suicide bombers. Umar rehearsed and recorded these videos, but Danish was not convinced. Jasir, alias Danish, was not convinced. And that's the reason why perhaps this video was made by Umar to convince Danish and others that it is okay to carry out a suicide mission in that sense, and that if you know that death is the only, is the only reality, then there was no harm in carrying out a suicide attack. That was the road to martyrdom, is what Umar said in that particular video that he had put out on your screens. Jasir Wani was in fact reluctant, calling Is suicide bombing un-Islamic? Dying by fire was un-Islamic is what Jasir Wani believed in, and that's the reason why he backed out, is what we are learning. Bomber Umar said Jasir Wani backed out. He was against dying in a car blast. So all of this was planned. However, Wani was not convinced. Danish alias Jasir Wani said that dying in fire is un-Islamic. The man, a resident of Kazigand in Anantnag, was arrested in Srinagar by the National Investigation Agency. He was identified and is believed to be the active co-conspirator of suicide bomber Umar Nabi. He was providing technical support to modify drones, attempt rocket making ahead of the deadly blast. He used to make powerful drones fitted with large batteries that carry heavy bombs along with cameras, is what the agencies indicated. However, he was not happy to be a part of suicide bombing. He was against dying by using fire. I'm going to go across straight to Munish, getting in more on that big story. Danish alias Jasir Bilal Wani Munish was in fact reluctant to be a part of the suicide bombing mission here, and that's the reason why Omar seems to have made that video. What else are you learning from your sources?
Well, Sneha, one thing is very clear looking at the video, that Dr. Umar Nabi, he was a highly radicalized person. That is very clear. He is justifying, being a fidain, that is, he is justifying being a suicide bomber. And this is going to be a very clinching evidence as far as the entire investigation is concerned, because there were multiple theories that whether this was an attack in panic committed by Dr. Umar Nabi or whether it was a plan. One thing is very certain, that after the raids were conducted at the premises linked to Dr. Umar Nabi, and when the explosives were recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police, indeed he was in panic. He knew that it is only a matter of time when the authorities will knock his door also and he will be arrested, and that is why he had to commit this particular act. But he was a very crucial part of the module, not only in terms of being a suicide bomber, but also in terms of preaching the others. Now, what we are learning from our sources is that in this video, he is talking, justifying, being a fidain. He's also justifying that there are time and location when your death has been fixed by God. These are the things he's talking about in this video. So he's a highly radicalized person. Also, the person we are talking about, Danish or Jasir Wani, he is someone who was providing technical support to the other terrorists in the module, but he was not someone who wanted to give away his life. He is saying that it is completely un-Islamic to die in a fire, and that is why it is suspected that he is the one who backed out. Now he has been arrested by the National Investigative Agency. So the entire module is slowly being uncovered by the National Investigative Agencies. We now have the technical support person who was involved in teaching and making the bombs. The other person, Dr. Umar, who was involved in the terror attack. Also, there are other accused like Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaida, who were also part of the module. So these are some clinching evidence, and NIA has been able to uncover the mask of this module, but it is suspected, Sneha, but that there are other accused as well in the case who have to be nabbed by the NIA very soon.
Right, these are investigations which are underway, we understand, Munish. But this is the man, Jasir Wani, alias Danish, who was in fact planning, Munish, to carry out suicide, Hamas-like attacks using drones, which would have the potential to carry heavy weapons and bombs as well as batteries. And that was his specialization, is what we are learning. The technology and the assistance that he was trying to provide was for air attacks in the national capital. So there were two kinds of attacks that were getting planned here.
Multiple attacks, multiple attacks, because the amount of explosives recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir during the searches in the Faridabad more than 2,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate was recovered by the police. Apart from that, 900 kilograms of other substance which were supposed to be used in making those explosives. So it was a planned attack. They were planning something extremely big, maybe multiple, attacks in the national capital, and all those theories were being explored by these terrorists to how to carry out the attacks. Not only the cars, because what we saw in the month of October, multiple cars were also purchased by these accused, be it the I-20, be it the EcoSport car or be it the Brezza. Apart from that, also there are evidence now which has been uncovered by the National Investigative Agency that they were also planning to, manufacture armed drone also. And in Operation Sindoor, we saw that what armed drones can do, when it is left in an open space. Apart from that, they were also planning to, conduct some rocket strikes in the national capitals. So there were multiple strikes. It was something, Sneha, which was planned at a very, very massive scale, massive level in the national capital. And that is why, if you go by the amount of recoveries made by the Jammu and Kashmir police in this case, more than 2,000 kilograms of ammonium nitrate, it is huge. It is huge as far as, any terror activity is concerned. It was, Jammu and Kashmir police, which not only busted this module at a time, at a very right time, but also they were able to arrest, the main culprit of this terror module. As far as Umar Nabi is concerned, he is someone who wanted to be a Fidain. He is someone who wanted to be a suicide bomber. And he has made it very clear that he is a suicide bomber. Maybe the location which was chosen by Umar Nabi was not the right location because it was a slow-moving traffic, and around 6:50 in the evening, around Lal Killa, when this terrorist strike happened. But Sneha, if it was a plan, then they must have chosen a close premises where the damage could have been huge. So that is very clear that it was an attack in panic, but of course they were planning something very massive, very big, Sneha.
Be with us, Munish. I'll come back to you for more on that. Munish Pandey on that, giving us all of those details as far as this attack is concerned and the workings of the mind of the terrorist Umar, who was interested in being a Fidain, a suicide bomber. However, we have Jasir Wani as well, who was not willing to be a part of this mission as far as the suicide bombing is concerned. In fact, listening to the video that was made by Dr. Umar.
One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation. One of the very misunderstood concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations, and it is being known in Islam. There are multiple contraindications. There are multiple arguments that have been brought against it. Martyrdom operations. When a person presumes that he is going for sure die at a particular place, at a particular time, he goes against the presumption that a particular is going to die in a particular situation. It's not, we don't have situation.
As an eye probe in the Delhi terror blast case proceeds, the probe agencies are uncovering nefarious conspiracies to bleed India by 1,000 cuts after the arrest of a close aide of bomber Dr. Umar Jasir Bilal Wani. Probe agencies uncovered the plot to carry out Hamas-style drone and rocket attacks. According to the NIA, the attackers had taken the help of highly professional technical experts for this triple-layer attack plan. In this plan, the terrorists intended to attack either through drone rockets or car bombs. Jasir did not agree to become a suicide bomber. When the drone and rocket attacks did not succeed, the terrorists used a car bomb. Agencies are probing the module's links and communication with Hamas and other terror networks. Meanwhile, the Home Minister has vowed those responsible for the Delhi car blast near Red Fort will be tracked down even from the depths of Patal. Amit Shah has said they will face the harshest punishment and will be brought to justice.
Since 5 a.m., the officials of the Enforcement Directorate along with the security personnel are carrying out the searches and the questioning with Dr. Anil Kumar, the person who was eventually resigned later from Al Falah University. But what it looks like, the terror funding investigation as far as funding the entire module who carried out this terror blast at Delhi's Red Fort. Now, the ED is carrying out the searches similarly at the Al Falah Trust in Okhla area along with the university and several other people who are attached. While the NIA is cracking down the whole case after Jammu and Kashmir police and Delhi police, it is the Enforcement Directorate primarily which is investigating the funding module of that, whether there is a irregularity with the Al Falah University or the finances that were involved as far as the whole case conspiracy of Delhi terror blast is concerned. That makes it very significant while the questioning is also being happening. At the same time, the searches were carried out at this residence at B97 Gulmohar Park in South Delhi, which is the residence of Dr. Anil Kumar, which is the former Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of Al Falah University. These searches are very crucial, very critical. So while the NIA is cracking down and unearthing the whole conspiracy of the terror blast case, it is also important eventually to find out the whole root of for this entire terror funding operation in the conspiracy. In South Delhi with Manish Bidhuri, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
All right, so Ashutosh there, my colleague, getting in those details as far as the funding of the Al Falah University here is concerned. But we're telling you about Jasir Wani and getting you details of the various layers of this sinister, in fact, terror plan that was hatched by these doctors and the doctor terror module in that sense. We've got you the chilling video of Dr. Umar Nabi, the man responsible for the Red Fort car blast as well. Let's kill at least 14 people. In the video, he can be heard talking about how the concept of suicide bombing and says it is misunderstood. He goes on to talk fluently in English, says that what is labeled as a suicide bombing is actually a martyrdom operation is what he says. His calm, composed, eventually goes on to carry out the terror attack in Red Fort area on the 10th of November. The other man who's now been arrested by the NIA is Jasir Bilal Wani from Srinagar, a resident of Anantnag, and is believed to be planning a drone attack in Delhi. What we're learning at this point in time as far as Jasir Wani is concerned is that he was in fact planning to use drones to carry weapons and bombs heavy enough with batteries to in fact carry out Hamas-style airstrikes in the national capital. He provided terror support to the terror network by modifying drones, attempting to make rockets ahead of the November 10th car bomb blast. Let's tell you a little about Jaish's air attack plot here. The terror module was planning air strikes in Delhi. Delhi module plotted Hamas-style drone attacks is what we know. Delhi module made small rockets to strike. Arrested jihadi Jasir Bilal Wani is behind the drone rocket plot. Plan was to carry out serial blasts as well, the car bomb and drone strikes simultaneously. A series of attacks that were planned, the NIA talking about how Jasir Wani was planning and providing technical support to the terror network by modifying drones attempting to make rockets ahead of the attack that took place on the 10th of November. Jasir Bilal has been described as an active co-conspirator who worked closely with Dr Umar Nabi, a resident of Pulwama, who drove an explosive-laden car to Red Fort. The NIA have now arrested Jasir Bilal Wani, also known as Danish. Wani, we're learning, lived in the vicinity of Dr Muzaffar, brother of Dr Adil, now arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. They were linked with interstate terror module. We have details of the Doctor terror module that stands busted at this point in time, but the investigations are underway. I'm going to go straight across to Jitendra Bahadur, getting in more details on that story. Jitendra, इस समय ये समझ में आ रहा है कि जसीर वानी ने एयर स्ट्राइक्स और रॉकेट्स बनाने की जो साजिश रची थी, प्लान यही था कि ड्रोन्स का इस्तेमाल हो, वेपन्स वो कैरी कर पाए, हैवी बैटरीज कैरी करने की भी क्षमता इन ड्रोन्स में हो, और टेक्नोलॉजिकल सपोर्ट जसीर वानी प्रोवाइड कर रहा था।
बिल्कुल, जसीर वानी से एनआईए की टीम ने पूछताछ किया है। कल एनआईए ने उसको गिरफ्तार किया था और उससे पूछताछ में इस बात का खुलासा हुआ है कि वो मॉडिफाइड ड्रोन बनाने का उसका प्लान था और उमर उन नबी के साथ मिलकर के इस तरीके का बड़ा कदम उसके द्वारा बढ़ाया जा रहा था। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये मॉडिफाइड ड्रोन जो है ये हमास जो टेररिस्ट ग्रुप है, इसके साथ साथ आईसिस और अफगानिस्तान में जो टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उनके द्वारा इस तरीके के मॉडिफाइड ड्रोन का इस्तेमाल अटैक के लिए किया जाता है। इस तरीके के अटैक ड्रोन को उसके द्वारा जो जानकारी सूत्रों से मिल रही है कि सिग्नल जो ऐप है इसके साथ साथ जो टेलीग्राम के जरिए उसको लिंक भेजे जा रहे थे, जिसमें इस तरीके के मॉडिफाइड ड्रोन, इसके साथ साथ विस्फोटक और तमाम चीजों को बनाने की जानकारियां मिल रही थी। एनआईए ने इसको जब गिरफ्तार किया और उससे इंट्रोगेशन किया तो उससे पूछताछ में इस तरीके का खुलासा हुआ है। साथ ही ये भी जानकारी मिली है कि रॉकेट्स को भी ब्लास्ट करने का इनका प्लान था, उस तरीके के रॉकेट भी इनके द्वारा बनाने की तैयारी की जा रही थी। तो एनआईए इस तरीके के बड़े बड़े खुलासे कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके का एक बड़ा प्लान उमर ने तैयार किया था, उमर का एक वीडियो भी सामने आया है जिसमें ये पता चल रहा है कि वो साइकोलॉजिकली किस तरीके से लोगों को डील कर रहा था और कैसे एक पूरी टीम तैयार कर रहा था कि दिल्ली एनसीआर, इसके साथ साथ देश के जो दूसरे इलाके हैं वहां पर उसको अटैक करना। हालांकि जब वो वहां से गाड़ी से निकला और उसकी कार ब्लास्ट हो गई, बाकायदे उसने सुसाइड बम्बर के तौर पर अपने आप को उस गाड़ी में लेकर के जा रहा था। तो इन तमाम चीजों को लेकर के जो एनआईए की टीमें हैं वो लगातार तफ्तीश कर रही हैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके का खुलासा हुआ है कि मॉडिफाइड ड्रोन बना करके उसमें क्या कहते हैं आर्म्स ड्रोन तैयार करना, ये एक बड़ी चीज है। और इस तरीके की तैयारी अगर टेररिस्ट इस पूरे इलाके को लेकर के कर रहे थे तो बड़ा नुकसान पहुंचा सकते थे। यही वजह है कि एनआईए ने जो जसीर वानी है उसको गिरफ्तार किया है, उसको कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया है और उससे अब आगे की और पूछताछ की जाएगी, जिससे पता चलेगा कि इस पूरे ट्रेल में कौन कौन से लोग शामिल थे।
But anyway, my son Jitendra Bahadur getting in those details, even as that the investigations in the Red Fort car bomb attack is only unraveling further. We have more news coming in as far as the Jaish propaganda is concerned. Let's take a look. Jaish propaganda platform has been shut down following a report by India Today and Aaj Tak. India Today had reported how Jaish was using WhatsApp for mass outreach in the country using WhatsApp channels. Following an India Today report, Jaish-e-Mohammed's channel was deleted by WhatsApp. The Jaish's channel had more than 13,000 followers. It was used to amplify Jaish propaganda among influencers and journalists, is what we are learning. In fact, what we are learning at this point in time, that the WhatsApp channel of Jaish has now been removed. or blocked. The propaganda platform has been shut down following in India Today Aaj Tak report is what we are learning at this point in time. These are details that we have with us right now as far as the Jaish propaganda network is concerned. What we know at this point in time is that the WhatsApp propaganda channel has now been shut down. Now, using WhatsApp, they reached out to their followers and to journalists to spread radical content across India. Jaish-e-Mohammed had adopted the WhatsApp channel. This was a new digital strategy that posed many more new challenges for Indian security agencies amid the ongoing investigations. The WhatsApp channel has now been closed down, is what we know. Action has been taken, and this was first reported by India Today television. India Today had reported how Jaish was using WhatsApp for mass outreach in India using various WhatsApp channels. Arvind Doja has got more details on that. Joining us right now, Arvind, इस समय ये WhatsApp के जो channels हैं ये बंद कर दिया गया है. ये कौन से इतने सारे channels थे, इसकी following क्या थी और क्या details हैं इसके?
देखिए, आज तक इंडिया टुडे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम ने जो हमारे कलीग हैं ओपन सोर्स की टीम अंकित कुमार ने, हमने ये पाया था कि आतंकी संगठन जैश-ए-मोहम्मद के कई ऐसे चैनल हैं जो व्हाट्सएप पर चल रहे थे, सोशल मीडिया पर चल रहे थे, और प्रॉपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद इंडिया टुडे ने ये खबर रिपोर्ट की थी और जिसका बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट हुआ है. सभी जो व्हाट्सएप चैनल है वो बंद हो गए हैं. और आपको बताऊं कि जैश-ए-मोहम्मद जो आतंकी संगठन है वो हाल फिलहाल में व्हाट्सएप, टेलीग्राम और तमाम चैनलों पर अपना प्रोपेगेंडा वीडियो लगातार अपलोड कर रहा था और इसकी वजह से इंडिया में अपना जो मॉड्यूल है वो खड़ा कर रहा था, रिक्रूट कर रहा था, चाहे फिर वो जैश-ए-मोहम्मद का जो महिला विंग है जिसमें जो शाहिद जो हाल में आतंकी डॉक्टर अरेस्ट हुई है वो सारे लोग रिक्रूट हो रहे थे. तो जैश सोशल मीडिया के जरिए ब्रेन वॉश कर रहा था लोगों का. और जब इस बारे में इंडिया टुडे की टीम को जानकारी मिली तो उसके बाद हमने इन्वेस्टिगेशन की और जब रिपोर्ट फाइल की उसके बाद बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट हुआ है इंडिया टुडे की स्टोरी का. जो भी चैनल है जैश-ए-मोहम्मद से रिलेटेड ऑनलाइन चैनल सोशल मीडिया पर, उन सभी को बंद कर दिया गया.
और में भी बताया कि किस तरीके से पहले जैश हमेशा इनफैक्ट ऑपरेट कर रहा था, लेकिन खुलकर नहीं ऑपरेट कर रहा था. एक तरीके से ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंस भी जैश की कुछ समय तक बहुत ही कम थी. टेलीग्राम अकाउंट्स कुछ थे, कुछ ऑब्सक्योर ब्लॉग पेजेस थे जिसकी रीच बहुत ही कम थी एक तरीके से.
देखिए, और अगर इस मॉड्यूल आप समझिए, इस मॉड्यूल की बात कर लें, चाहे वो उमर हो, चाहे जितने भी उमर जिसने लाल किले के बाहर ब्लास्ट किया था, ये भी ऑनलाइन ही रेडिकलाइज्ड हुआ था. सोर्सेज ऐसा बताते हैं, हैंडलर के कांटेक्ट में आया था. और अगर आप वीडियो भी देखें जो रिसेंट इंडिया टुडे ने लास्ट वीडियो उमर का एक्सेस किया है, उसमें भी वो फिदाइन अटैक को जस्टिफाई कर रहा, और वो भी ऑनलाइन ही क्लास चला रहा था, ऑनलाइन ही लोगों को रेडिकलाइज कर रहा था. तो ये जो टेरर मॉड्यूल है ये अब सोशल मीडिया के जरिए, ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म के जरिए लोगों का ब्रेन वॉश करते हैं और ऑनलाइन ही एक मॉड्यूल खड़ा होता है. सब कुछ ऑनलाइन. व्हाट्सएप पर अगर चैनल है तो व्हाट्सएप पर ही रेडिकलाइज किया जाएगा, व्हाट्सएप पर ही बम बनाने की तकनीक, व्हाट्सएप पर ही पूरी तरह से गाइड किया जाता है. और ये खतरनाक ट्रेंड था जिसके बारे में जब इंडिया टुडे की टीम को, ओपन सोर्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम को जब इस बारे में जानकारी मिली तो हमने इस पर प्रॉपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके स्टोरी फाइल की थी, जिसके बाद ये इम्पैक्ट हुआ कि कई सारे चैनल जैसे मोहम्मद के वो बंद किए गए. तो राष्ट्रहित में ये एक जो रिपोर्ट हमने की थी जिसका एक बड़ा इम्पैक्ट सामने नजर आया. स्नेहा,
शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. Arvind Doja getting in more details. These WhatsApp channels of Jaish have now been shut down is what we are learning at this point in time. The Red Fort terror attack continues to be our top focus story right here. We're getting you more details and up to speed with the investigations on the other side of this quick commercial break.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं।
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
वो जो हम में तुम में करार था, तुम्हें याद हो के न याद हो, वो जो हम में तुम में करार था।
No.
जो हम में तुम में करार था, तुम्हें याद हो के न याद हो, वो जो हम में तुम में करार था।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. ED raids, Al-Flah, trust in Delhi and Faridabad over terror funding, NIA reveals. Terrorists planned a drone bomb attack in Delhi, JDU and BJP leaders to meet in Delhi on Bihar government formation.
पहली बॉल पर हिट विकेट, क्यों? तालमेल नहीं बिठा पाए, अपने सीट नहीं तय कर पाए। फ्रेंडली मैच खेला जाता है, यहाँ तो फ्रेंडली पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे थे, चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, जो दोनों में से एक ही जीतेंगे। खैर, जो प्रचंड बहुमत इस समय एनडीए को मिला है, तो वो 12 सीटों का वो अंतर नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन तालमेल था ही नहीं दूसरी वाली क्रिकेट की पिच पर।
More news coming in at this point in time. This is an exclusive photo of Shaheen Shahid while purchasing the Brezza car, one of the 3 cars recovered by the investigators. The Brezza car was found parked at the Al-Falah University. Shaheen buys the Brezza car alongside Dr Muzammil on your screens at this point in time, in the moment when the car was bought, the very car that was finally retrieved from the Al-Falah University, and the plan was to use this car essentially for bombing as well, previously used for recce reasons. A terror car Brezza found parked at the Al-Falah University, and these are images of Dr Shaheen, a very moment when she bought the Brezza car. Shaheen Shahid, while purchasing the Brezza car, had this photo opportunity. Who would think that these were people who were planning to use this car for terror activities? In fact, a simple image of them being handed over the keys. Shreya has accessed that image for us. Shreya, who think that this image was in fact an image of a sinister plan that were to be carried out using the very car that is being mentioned and seen in these pictures right now. Pictures are from a showroom where they picked up this car, isn't it?
Told Sneha that this car was bought on the 25th of September. In the photo, we see both the accused arrested in this particular terror module, Shaheen Shahid and Muzammil. Both of them together had gone to purchase this car, is what we are being told. We also learned from the investigators that this purchase of the car was facilitated via a junior person linked to Shaheen Shahid. So this is an information that we are breaking right now on India Today, a photo that has been exclusively accessed by us, and you can clearly see in that photo how Shaheen Shahid and Muzammil have bought this Brezza car. Remember, this is one of the 3 cars that have been sourced by the investigators. They've already traced this car. It was found parked in the Al-Fallah University, and investigators suggest that there was a possibility that these cars were used for a reconnaissance, stockpiling ammonium nitrate, and also in the later part the work was to develop these into vehicle-borne IEDs. So now we clearly understand the modus operandi by how one by one these people who had raised a significant amount of money to the tune of 25 lakh rupees were buying these cars, and the idea was to actually carry out serial blasts. So we've accessed those exclusive photos dated 25th of September when this car was bought by Shaheen Shahid and Muzammil.
That's right. These are images that Shreya has access of the very moment when that car was purchased. They have a photo opportunity there with that car right next to them, accepting the keys while buying this new car. Dr. Shaheen Shahid along with Dr. Muzammil buying the Brezza car at this point in time. Talk to us, Shreya, also taking our viewers back to what this car was eventually used for. The police were on the hunt for this particular car for days together, isn't it?
Car that was also one of the second cars that were hunted down after the red EcoSport, because this is the car that is linked to Shaheen Shahid. 3 cars that have been sourced from the red EcoSport, which was registered under the name of Umar Nabi, the Brezza car that we are right now showing, and then another Swift Desire that was also sourced back to Shaheen Shahid, from where that assault rifle was recovered. So it was an entire planning that went within this terror module to purchase cars one by one, and the fact you can see the very vicinity and the proximity of the cars being purchased closer to the date of the blast, you can understand that this was a sinister plan that was developed by this terror module. The entire plan we've already decoded. It was a twin-coded operation D6, and they had intention of carrying out multiple suicide blasts across the country to create mayhem on December 6th, if not a singular blast that they achieved in Delhi 6. So for those reasons, they required these cars. They were purchasing it from sources from where there could be some issues of ownership transfer, because remember, we've broken this down earlier also in the purchase of the I-20 car, how they also tried to misuse the chain of ownership transfers, so that if at all their plan gets busted, these cars couldn't be linked back to them directly. Unfortunately, the investigators have zeroed in on all of that, how these cars were purchased, and now we are getting those exclusive photos of Shaheen Shahid, who's also being called one of the members who were also deployed to carry out that entire plan of Jaish-e-Mohammed woman wing in India. She was the one who was being suggested and touted to be the lady mastermind doctor in this terror module. Now it's Shaheen Shahid along with Muzammil, we see, who's buying this car, the Brezza car, that's also been recovered by the investigative agencies.
You know what beats me really is the manner in which this is being done so casually, isn't it? I mean, to think of it, they're smiling while accepting the keys of that car. That's what regular people do, but these weren't regular people. They had a sinister plan in mind. Shreya, they came across as regular people. I mean, I'm guessing those who clicked these pictures for them would have, congratulated them on buying this new car, which they thought is great for, what they look like, a couple at this point in time. I'm presuming that's what the people who sold the car to them would have thought as well, knowing very little what the sinister plan was. This car that was used with the other I-20 car and the second car among the 3 were to be used for this, this heinous crime at the end of the day, for doing recce, to plan how they could inflict maximum damage, kill the maximum number of people, as many as they could, in a series of terror attacks that were to be carried out in Delhi and maybe even outside of Delhi, isn't it?
Absolutely. That was the entire plan, Sneha. And one by one, as the entire terror module is being peeled off like layers of onion, we can actually see the kind of sinister plot that they had developed. They were procuring cars one by one. They were making radicalization videos on digital content. They were getting more people under their fold. They were actually making more suicide bombers. So it was a huge plan that was foiled in the part of their operation phase 2. But the thing is that what investigators are suspecting that this was a twin operation plan. If they could have gone busted in their plan A of carrying out serial blast on December 6th, they had a plan B, which was the Delhi 6 plan that they activated, and we saw that led to the death of 14 individuals. So it is extremely scary in the manner that these people spread their tentacles across the country. They based out of the NCR region, based out of Faridabad. They aimed around Haryana, the UP region, the national capital, and we are being told right now by recruiters that there are multiple young individuals who got under the fold of Umar Nabi, who's being touted as the most radicalized member of this gang. And we've been playing that one video of how he is using reverse psychology to radicalize individuals. So clearly, one by one, as these photos and more information surfaces, the sinister plan that they were plotting and the fact that they managed to also keep it under the wrap for so long, that is really scary. Right now, another thing that the investigators are focusing on also to understand how far and wide their web actually spread, because that's something that they need to know if there are more of them who are still underground from this white-collar terror module.
That's right. These are images that Shreya has access for us that shows the very moment the Brezza car was purchased by Shaheen and Dr. Muzammil. Also, Shreya, take our viewers through the details of what the investigators has found as far as a specific role, both their roles in this heinous plot really is concerned, the terror plot is concerned.
Sneha, if I break down the arrests and the timeline of these people, remember it was on the 19th of November when those posters actually surfaced in Kashmir, which led down to the arrest of 3 individuals who were pasting those posters. That led to the arrest of the Nogam cleric on the 27th of November. Subsequently, one of the person we see in this photograph, Muzammil, was actually picked up on the 30th of November. Now, this is the same timeline where Umar manages to stay underground. Umar, along with Amir, on the other timeline, on the 29th of October, buys a separate I-20 car, manages to take that from the Al-Fallah parking spot, then to Nu, where he stays till the 9th of November. At night, he comes out and then he carries out the blast. So, Muzammil is the person we see in this photo who is picked up by the Jammu and Kashmir police on the 30th of November. And after Muzammil's arrest, Jammu and Kashmir police also learned about Umar Nabi. Unfortunately, he managed to stay absconding and carry out that terror blast.
That's right. These are images on your screen of Shaheen Shahid and Dr. Muzammil. Both of them, when they bought the Brezza car that the investigators had been looking for after the blast were carried out the very moment, and they purchased this car, taking a regular picture, like usually people would while buying a new car, while accepting the keys at that very moment when they bought the car from a showroom. Shreya telling us about the role in the attacks and also this particular Brezza car that was being hunted by the Delhi police, eventually by the NIA, that is now investigating this case. Take a look at these pictures, viewers, the very moment when this car was purchased by Shaheen Shahid. We'll continue to get you more details on that big story that we are tracking at this point in time. It continues to be the investigations in the Red Fort attack matter. It's time for a quick break here. News continues on the other side. Continued focus on the Red Fort attack on the 10th of November. On your screens is the Brezza car that was purchased by Dr. Shaheen Shahid, and we've got you those images at the very moment on the 25th of September, earlier before the attack, when this car was purchased. It continues to be our top focus story here. For the moment, you're pausing for a quick commercial break.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
वो जो हम में तुम में करार था, तुम्हें याद हो के ना याद हो, वो जो हम में तुम में करार था।
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 27 and minimum 11 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata maximum 29 and minimum 18 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 26 and minimum 14 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
चलत वोटर मोहलिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा चलत वोटर मोहलिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
विपक्ष को ठेंगा दिखाए दिया रे दिखाया अपना जलवा विपक्ष को ठेंगा दिखाई दिया रे दिखाया अपना जलवा
फिर से बन गई डबल इंजनवा फिर से बन गई डबल इंजनवा विपक्ष का सब रस ले लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा विपक्ष का सब रस ले लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा महिला वोटर ने किया कमालवा
महिला वोटर ने किया कमालवा कुर्सी को फिर से पा लिए रे पटना वाले नितसवा
कुर्सी को फिर से पा लिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
अब ना जरूरत है पार्टी पलटनवा, अब ना जरूरत है पार्टी पलटनवा, इंडिया नहीं हम एनडीए के हैं संगवा, स्थिर सी सरकार बनाई लियो रे पटना वाला नीतीशवा, सत्ता के सब रस ले लिया रे पटना वाला नीतीशवा।
Good afternoon, a big welcome to India Today So South, and I'm Nagarjun Dwarkanath, where we bring you all the news that matter to you from the South. If news is happening in the South, and you'll hear it first on India Today So South. And joining me are my team of reporters spread across the southern part of India: Sagai Raj from Bengaluru, Pramod Madhav from Chennai, Anaga Keshav from Chennai, Apurva Jayachandran from Hyderabad, and Shibi Mol from Trivandrum in Kerala. First up is Pramod Madhav. Pramod, what is the top story from your state?
Well, special intensive revision is taking center stage in the state of Tamil Nadu, Nagarjuna, as there are protests, and also there are a lot of issues, especially confusions that is prevailing over the SIR.
Anaga Keshav, what else are you bringing us from Chennai today?
Well, in fact, there is only 2 weeks remaining for the SIR process to get completed, but there is heavy workload. So what India Today has done is that we've spoken to multiple BLOs who are working across Chennai, and we will be getting you perspectives from what the BLOs have to say, the woes that are being faced by them, their struggles, and how this whole intensive process revision is just, with such limited time, but the workload is too high.
Thank you, Anaga. Shibi Mol, what's the top story in Kerala as Kerala got into the election mode?
Naga, it's the local body polls mode in Kerala right now. But again, SIR, the Special Intensive Revision, takes center stage in Kerala also, as the Kerala government has now officially approached the Supreme Court seeking the halting of the SIR proceedings in the state, also because of the local body polls that's currently underway in state.
Thank you, Shibi and Apurva Jayachandran. A day after the tragic news of people losing their life in Saudi Arabia, have the bodies come back, and what's the top story from Telangana today?
The bodies are yet to return. In fact, there's a special initiative that the Telangana government has taken up to ensure that the bodies of those who've lost their lives, 42 who've died, return back safely to India and Hyderabad. More importantly, breaking news coming in from the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have an encounter in which the most wanted Maoist has been gunned down. Not only that, we also see the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam's Parakamani's case that is picking up speed after a senior and most confident member of the Parakamani investigation has been found dead under suspicious circumstances.
Thank you, Apurva. And up next is Sagai Raj. Sagai, what's the headline for the day from Karnataka?
The
Political Nataka continues in Karnataka's Chief Minister returns to Bengaluru after camping in Delhi. And the second story is on Mekedatu, where Deputy Chief Minister, who is also Water Resource Minister, have called for a meeting on Mekedatu project after Supreme Court verdict.
Thank you, Sagai. And let's kickstart our bulletin with the first story coming in from Telangana, and Apurva Jayachandran will take it over from here.
Breaking news here in the state of Andhra Pradesh after a major Maoist has been gunned down by the Andhra Pradesh police. What we are getting to learn from officials is that in a major red terror crackdown there, a most wanted Maoist commander, Madhvi Hidma, was killed in a gunfight. In fact, what we're getting to learn is that these encounters had taken place at the Alluri Sitaramaraju district there in Maridumalli forest by the special police forces. He was one of the most feared and high-profile Maoist leaders in the country and was believed to have led some of the deadliest attacks on the security forces in almost the last decade and a half. In fact, this news of this Maoist leader being gunned down comes at a time when the Union Home Minister Amit Shah had given security forces a deadline to kill Hidma by November 30th, 2025 as a part of the anti-Maoist operation. This operation to kill Hidma has been launched today, and we can see the success as several people and close commandants in his battalion have been gunned down by the special police forces as well. Immediately after the killing of the Naxalite Hidma, Home Minister Amit Shah has also congratulated the security forces involved in this operation. Waters turned murky in the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam's Parakamani case. A reminder here for you, the Parakamani case deals with a lot of unamounted cash that had been caught, and in this unamounted cash that had been caught at the Parakamani, which is one of the integral part of the Sanctum Sectorum in the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam's Dwaram there, what we are going to learn is that in an update, one of the top officers who had involved in this case has been found dead under mysterious circumstances. This officer by the name of Satish Kumar had been found dead under mysterious circumstances at a railway track in Anantapur just a few days back. Following his death, there has been an intensification of investigation into the case, as Satish Kumar was one of the key persons who had in fact alleged that the scam had in fact taken place at the first. We've also seen how several members from the political arena have come forward after the demise of Satish Kumar, blaming it not only as a suspicious death but also a question and asking for a more detailed probe. The YSRCP, meanwhile, has stated that this is nothing but a blame game that is going on, a conspiracy, after YSRCP alleges that Satish Kumar had been threatened and had been berated by the SIT. Listen in to what the YSRCP has to say.
ఒక పక్క తిరుపతి తిరుమల దేవస్థాన టీటీడీని భ్రష్టు పట్టిస్తే గత ప్రభుత్వం, ఈరోజు మళ్ళీ ఏదైతే వాళ్ళ మోడస్ ఆపరేండి ఉందో, ఏ విధంగా అయితే వివేకానంద రెడ్డి గారు చనిపోయిన తర్వాత అది గుండుపోటు అని ప్రచారం చేశారో, అదే విధానాన్ని, అదే విధమైన ప్రచారాన్ని మళ్ళీ సతీష్ కుమార్ గారి దాంట్లో చేస్తున్నట్లు ప్రజలందరూ కూడా భావిస్తున్నారని చెప్పేసి, ఇది వాస్తవం కూడా అని చెప్పేసి మనం చేస్తాను.
Mr. Satish Kumar did not die by accident. Satish Kumar death happened because of the mental pressures created by special investigation team during Parakamani inquiry. Satish Kumar was forced to name the YSRCP leaders, though he had nothing to do with them. The timeline itself shows that there is something wrong. Why? Because Mr. Satish Kumar started at 7 p.m. from his house but reached railway station in the midnight. So what happened in those missing hours? His postmortem was done in a hurry, and the phone of Satish Kumar's wife was taken away without any explanation. All these issues raises serious doubts.
Well, the Parakamani case seems to get murkier as the days go by. Investigation that is going on. Meanwhile, we saw the INPR Minister Kolisu Parthasarathy, who is drawing comparison to the Vivekananda Reddy case that took place decades ago, wherein it shows that Vivekanandi, an uncle and a close aide of the YSRCP chief, Jagan Mohan Reddy, had died under mysterious circumstances. Drawing comparisons, the TDP says that this is nothing but investigation that needs to continue on. That's all from the state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Moving back to Nagarjuna.
Thank you, Apurva. And our first story from Karnataka is about the cabinet rejig and the confusion over the CM chair. Buzz of a cabinet rejig is intensifying in Karnataka as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah met the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Delhi last evening. And as per sources, Mallikarjun Kharge said that the decision to reshuffle or not reshuffle the cabinet will be made after a discussion with Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi and General Secretary of Congress Party Mr. K.C. Venugopal. The Chief Minister has returned to Bengaluru and was told that he would be informed later about his fate. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah has now said all 142 Congress MLAs are eligible to become ministers. He added that he'll follow whatever the party high command decides and is waiting for their nod to a reshuffle as the government completes its tenure of 2.5 years. Meanwhile, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has dodged questions of a reshuffle, saying people can ask an astrologer or even a parrot astrologer if they want clarity on the same. Opposition BJP meanwhile has mocked the Congress government, claiming D.K. Shivkumar will be sidelined in the cabinet rejig and all his temple visits and pujas will go in vain or won't have any fruit as well. Listening to the reactions coming in on the story.
No, he had shared with us also that 4 months back expansion permission was given, and I only requested them, let the ministers complete 2.5 years. At least I'll have a justification saying that you have completed 2.5 years. Give others also some opportunity. And here, yes, he has shared with us. But now I don't know whether there is. Again, the same attempt. Let us wait and see.
Is your high command?
Let us wait and see.
Is your high
Not too long, 8th is already another 2 weeks.
Whatever has to be decided will be decided by the High Command and himself and PCC President. So whatever the speculation is, it's only in the media.
Sagai Raj is joining me live on this. Sagai, what's happening within the Karnataka government? Is the rejig happening within the next 15 to 20 days because there's an assembly session that will be taking place in Belgaum on December 8th, or there is still no clarity on who is going to be the chief minister? What are you picking up from your sources from the Congress party? What transpired between Mallikarjun Kharge and Siddaramaiah?
Siddaramaiah approached Mallikarjun Kharge for the cabinet reshuffle. They haven't spoken about the power sharing. However, Siddaramaiah was thinking that since Rahul Gandhi has given a green signal to talk to Mallikarjun Kharge, probably Kharge will go ahead and allow him to go ahead and do a cabinet reshuffle in the state of Karnataka. Remember that the senior leaders, including G. Parmeshwar, categorically mentioned that if High Command asks them for a cabinet reshuffle, and probably there might be no power change in the state of Karnataka. So politically, many feel that if the cabinet reshuffle happened, there might not be power share in the state of Karnataka. Siddaramaiah might continue. However, yesterday, the Mallikarjun Kharge has mentioned him, stating that he will talk to Rahul Gandhi and K.C. Venugopal and get back to him. And as of now, there are no cabinet reshuffle. There is no power sharing in the state of Karnataka.
Thank you, Sagaraj, for bringing us all the latest updates and our next breaking news coming in. Alliance parties at war over Mekedatu Dam project. As DMK opposes Mekedatu, Karnataka government has gone into an huddle over Mekedatu Dam project. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is chairing a critical meet on the implementation of Mekedatu project and has called a meeting this morning at 11:30 over the dam implementation as well. The meeting is on the project itself, and Chief Minister of Karnataka has written to the Prime Minister on the same, seeking implementation of Mekedatu Dam near the border of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Congress Alliance DMK is opposing the dam back in home in Chennai and Tamil Nadu. So both alliance parties are at war over the implementation of Mekedatu Dam. The Congress in Karnataka says it would take ahead or go ahead with the project, while DMK is opposing, as this can also be an election issue in Tamil Nadu going ahead in the next few months. Listening to the voices coming in on the story.
ಮೇಕೆದಾಟು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನವರು ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೀರ್ಪನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನು ತಮಿಳುನಾಡಿನ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು, ಆ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟು ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡ್ತೇವೆ.
It is not between the political party, it is between two governments. First thing, whoever is in power, when ADMK was in power, the same thing has happened. So that apart, this issue, even in the original agreement, that any construction of dam across the river in the Karnataka area, that should be done with the permission of the state, Tamil Nadu state. That is what the original agreement says. So that is the final thing, and the court will have to abide by that.
Which is a win-win situation for both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. However, Tamil Nadu does politics into this, and even Congress in Karnataka has done politics of Padyatra. That's why they went to the court, and it was a miscellaneous application, and we knew that it is going to be thrown out. Now that has been done. Now state government has to take it up with the government of India and take the confidence of the CWC and CWMA and get the clearances legally through proper procedure. And I urge the state government to work very closely with the central government. I also urge the central government to take up the matter, the procedure which they had left it earlier, and take it earnestly and get us the DPR approved, so that we can go ahead with the project.
The Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and the Home Minister have all spoken in favor of Mekedatu, saying Karnataka has got a big victory and they would go ahead with Mekedatu project. As a Cabinet Minister, how do you see this?
It's a welcome move from the Supreme Court. I really welcome the judgment of the Supreme Court, and this issue was pending since a very long time, and I hope that after this judgment we will take up Mekedatu project as early as possible, and it will solve the long pending problem of drinking water in Bangalore.
And joining me now is Sagai Raj from Bengaluru. Sagai, has the meeting begun, the meeting that Deputy Chief Minister was supposed to chair, and how is the Congress government planning to implement this? Are they taking the consensus also of their alliance partner in Tamil Nadu, the DMK party?
The meeting yet to begin. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar is yet to arrive at Vidhan Saudha, and all officers are waiting. He is at Tech Summit meet, and if you notice that it has come at a crucial time. You need to wait and watch how the Congress is going to handle, since there are elections which is coming up in the next year, and the Congress has been an alliance partner with DMK. It is going to be crucial for both the parties. So we need to wait and watch how the politics is going to take turns when it comes to Kaveri water issue. And even if you notice that BJP is already up in Nant, where they have already went on to say that they should go ahead with the project. They should take CWC as well as CWMA to confidence and talk to the central government and implement the project as early as possible. So opposition in BJP is also been a watchdog in this particular situation. So we need to wait and watch how the politics will take turns in the days ahead.
Thank you, Sagai, for bringing us up to date on the story. And these were the stories from Karnataka today. And up next is Tamil Nadu, and Pramod Madhav will take you through the stories.
Thank you, Nagarjuna. For the state of Tamil Nadu, special intensive revision is taking the center stage, and there seems to be a lot of confusions that are being raised by the political parties, be it DMK, AIADMK, BJP as such, who are also raising allegations about malpractices. However, there have been certain instances about addition of certain documents, document number 13, that is about the Bihar SIR, and also questions are being raised about the Assam SR, special division alone in that particular state. And above all this, the revenue officials that have been pressed into the special intensive revision, they have decided to go ahead and boycott, claiming excess work pressure. Here's what the Neta said.
First reason to boycott this process is workload. We have been working up to 1 o'clock in the offices. So it's not possible to complete this Himalayan
1 o'clock in the night?
Yeah. Every day. Last 2 weeks, we are working like that. So 6.5 voters, we have to check it 100% door to door. It's not an easy job. So we want extra time. Apart from this, we have not sanctioned any additional posts for this. It's a genuine demand. So Election Commission has to look into this and sanction some additional posts. And there is no fund provisions, no training, nothing. So our genuine request is we want sufficient time to complete this process.
The entire process is being misunderstood by Election Commission and is working very much in to the disadvantage of the common man. See, it is, though the Election Commission claims 90% of the forms are filled up, distributed, the time which is going to take for them to fill up those forms and to give it back to BLO to digitalize, then the Election Commission to make a concise, computerized draft list. It's going to be a problem. That these remaining days till 8/12/2025, this is not sufficient time. This is what been felt, understood by the officials of the Election Commission and the EROs and everybody.
My colleague Anaga Keshav is live with us, and Anaga, on the ground earlier the Election Commission said that close to 95% of work is over, but now the revenue officials are giving us a very important update that even though distribution is almost done, the collection aggregation is not going to take place completion within 2 weeks' time. What is the exact ground reality now?
Exactly, Pramod. In fact, even though the enumeration forms have been submitted to a lot of voters, it's the collection that's a very serious issue, because a lot of voters, they only know how to put in their name and put in a signature. They don't really know what detail to put in the other columns. For example, there's something called as the EPIC number, the EPIC number, which the Election Commission says is that, is accessible online. But the voters, not everyone really knows how to really go to the Election Commission portal and access this EPIC number. So this is resulting in a lot of complication. Every single BLO is having to spend 1 hour, 2 hours just in one particular household to help them finish and complete these forms. And this warrants a lot more time. It's not really possible to complete 6 crore voters in just 2 weeks is what the BLO says. In fact, there are 40 constituencies in Chennai, and I have been speaking to a lot of BLOs across Chennai. In fact, yesterday I spoke to one such BLO from the Chepauk Tiruvallikeni constituency, and what she told me is that she has to also fulfill her duties as a government teacher, finish all that, and then go on to do her role as a BLO for the SIR exercise without compromising on the number of hours that she has to act as a government teacher. So it really is a lot of workload, too little time, but too heavy of a workload. This process should have started, possibly in April or May this year, much earlier, but now it's too little time for the amount of complication that this whole SIR process has. And this is resulting in delays, long working hours for the BLOs, and that's why across Tamil Nadu, many government employees have called in for boycott. In fact, the Tamil Nadu government has warned them, saying if you take a week off today, or even if you take a casual leave, today will be considered as a no pay day for these government staff. This is resulting in a lot of stress and a lot of heavy workload, but too little time for them to finish this process.
Sure is, Anaga. Thank you for those updates. But please do stay with us. And one important aspect here is that the revenue officials whom we spoke to have very clearly maintained that it needs more time, at least 1 more month of time for conducting this, and these are sensitive way to be worked. So you cannot just like that bring in anybody. They need training as well, and these are the ones they are actually putting forward with the Election Commission as their demand. Up next, we have breaking news. Well, interestingly, on the other side, the most important aspect when it comes to Tamil Nadu is the politics. And here we have DMK locking horns with TVK. This is because Vijay, the leader of TVK, has been constantly claiming that the competition or the fight for the 2026 election is only going to be between DMK and TVK. However, recently there was an event called as Arivu Thiruvira, which could be translated to a knowledge festival or an intellectual festival, where jibes were thrown by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister against TVK, and especially with the party leaders Vijay and others, for which now India Today had an exclusive conversation with Arun Raj, the propaganda secretary of TVK, and here's what he had to say.
Throw mud on this mudslinging exercise. It turned out to be a mudslinging exercise on Tamil Vetri Kalagam and our party leader, which was totally, demeaning for a party of that stature. And actually, that to be fair, DMK founding leader Annadurai, we have great respects on him, and DMK had strong ideological backing during those times. But now, if you see, their ideology has reduced itself to only family politics, and their main tool has turned out to be abusing others.
Naga Keshav is once again live with us. Naga, now it seems that TVK wants to respond to all the jibes thrown by DMK. In fact, earlier the Deputy Chief Minister called them as cardboard sets and even germs, for which now TVK is responding, claiming that do not underestimate your enemy. What is the ground reality?
Well, in fact, TVK also staged a protest here in Tamil Nadu, across Tamil Nadu, against the ongoing SAR exercise, because the TVK also believes that now is a little time for them to finish this whole process. It's being done in a very hurried and haphazard way, is what the TVK also believes. But the DMK actually hit out at TVK by saying that the TVK has in fact protested at the behest of BJP, is what the DMK says. So clearly there is politics being played out between the TVK and DMK, but on ground reality, there is a lot of chaos, a lot of unfinished paperwork yet to get received by BLOs. There is a lot of chaos on ground, but instead of addressing this, these kind of issues, unfortunately, there's heavy politics that's being played out between DMK and TVK.
Well, thank you, Naga Keshav, for this update. Very interestingly, the only kind of attack from DMK when it comes to TVK is that TVK does not have any ideology of its own, for which TVK now says, do not underestimate your enemy. And for more stories from the state of Kerala, let's go to Shibi Mode.
Thank you, Pramod. Well, the special intensive revision the controversy surrounding the special intensive revision doesn't seem to end in Kerala, as the Kerala High Court has now approached Supreme Court seeking a stay on the SAR proceedings that's underway in the state of Kerala currently. Earlier, remember, the Kerala's government had approached the High Court, and the High Court had directed the state government to approach Supreme Court, as there are many cases relating to SAR pending before the Supreme Court. Now, the Kerala government has filed the petition. The Chief Secretary of the state has filed the petition on behalf of the government. The government says that the local body polls are underway in the state of Kerala, and it's impossible and not practically possible to conduct SAR proceedings in the state. On 21st December, the newly elected administration will take charge at the local body polls. So only after that it's possible and it's feasible to conduct local body polls in the state of Kerala. That's what the government has, approached the Supreme Court with. Earlier, the Indian Union Muslim League has also approached the Supreme Court. The Congress in the state has also approached the Supreme Court, saying that the SAR procedures in the state should be stopped. Earlier, the Kerala government had called for an all-party meeting in which all the parties, except for the BJP, had voiced the same opinion, saying that it's difficult for the political parties in the background of the local body polls. The local body polls are scheduled to take place on the 9th and 11th of December, and it's exactly at the same time the SAR proceedings are ongoing. And also, there was a BLO suicide that was reported from the state, and the government as well as the political parties here have come down heavily on the Election Commission, saying that the Election Commission is in a hurry conducting this procedure. Listen to the reactions.
The story that was made out was that there was pressure of SIR. In fact, I suspect that he committed suicide because there was a pressure to have fake voters enrolled by the CPI, because the voice messages of his, the audio clips of his conversation have now come out. So on the one hand, CPM is trying to have their voters only, the enrollment of only CPM voters in Kerala's electoral rolls. So I would like to ask the Election Commission to be extra vigilant in Kerala.
That's all we have from the Kerala segment. Over to my colleague Nagarjun.
And that's the wrap of today's episode of So South. Hopefully we have captured all the headlines and main stories that matter to you and everyone else as well. And we'll see you once again at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And thanking all my colleagues, Pramod Madhav, Anaga Keshav, Sagai Raj, Shibi Mol and Apurva Jayachandran for capturing the mood of the South. We'll see you once again at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Until then, keep watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. ED raids, Al-Flah, trust in Delhi and Faridabad over terror funding, NIA reveals. Terrorists planned a drone bomb attack in Delhi, JDU and BJP leaders to meet in Delhi on Bihar government formation.
के लाल देश के सबसे बड़े मंच साहित्य आज तक पर आए, अपना टैलेंट दिखाएं और छा जाएं।
जो जल रहे हैं हमसे उन्हें बहुत शुक्रिया, बुलंदियों के हौसले तुम्ही ने दिए हैं।
जिंदगी भी क्या क्या दिन दिखाती है, किसी की मौत पर ही जिंदगी समझ आती है।
जो अभी तक इस सफर में माँ के लाल थे वो आज माई के लाल हुए हैं।
कला, साहित्य और रंगमंच के सितारों के साथ मंच साझा करने का सबसे बड़ा मौका 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम, इंडिया गेट, नई दिल्ली। आज ही अपनी टिकट बुक करें aajtak.in/साहित्य पर।
बाहुबली अक्रॉस पार्टीज हैं, अक्रॉस पार्टीज है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता वो एक एस्पेक्ट है। वो जो जंगल राज का बैगेज है ना, वो तेजस्वी यादव नहीं शेड कर पा रहे।
तो कैसे करेंगे वो? तो महिलाओं के मन में तो ऐसे ही रहेगा।
नहीं, यादव उनकी तरफ आ भी रहा है। अगर आप 38% पे देख रहे हैं, उनके पास वो कंसोलिडेटेड है, वो नहीं शिफ्ट हुआ। Good afternoon and welcome. We're bringing you breaking news from the borders in West Bengal as on camera, the SIR-driven Bangladeshi exodus. Illegal Bangladeshis leave in hordes as thousands flee after SIR gets underway. This is the visuals that we're getting to you in our special report on the India-Bangladesh border rush after the identity drive. There is record outbound traffic at the Bengal border as Ghuspetias rush back to Bangladesh. India Today brings you the special report from the porous India-Bangladesh border.
অনলাইনে কাজটা কি করতে তো বাইকে র্যাপিডো করতাম ও র্যাপিডো কাজ করতে আচ্ছা তো র্যাপিডো কাজ করতে হলে তো এখানকার স্থায়ী বাসিন্দা হতে হবে আমি আমার বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্টস হ্যাঁ আমার বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্টস আমি কাজ করতাম বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্টস অন্য নামে করতাম তা তোমরা মানে এপারে এসেছিলে কিভাবে কোন কাছে বর্ডার ক্রস করেছিলাম আপনারা কি যাবেন তো গ্রামের ছেলে কি গ্রামে অন্য নামে কি নামে কাজ করতে এখানে আমার যেটা নাম আছে ওই নামেই কাজ করতাম আমি ডকুমেন্টসটা যেটা ছিল বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্টস বন্ধুর নামে ছিল কোথায় তোমার বাড়ি বাংলাদেশে আমার বাড়ি ঢাকা কেমন ইনকাম হতো এখানে ভালো ইনকাম তার পদ্ধতি থেকে আমরা যেখানে ছিলাম যে একটা ভালো অ্যামাউন্ট আমরা মাসে চলে পেতাম বাড়িতে পাঠাতে পারতাম আপনারা কোথায় থাকতেন আমরা হাওড়ার পাঠায় গিয়েছিলাম বাটার থেকে আবার এসে পড়ি আপনাদের বাড়ি কোথায় বাংলাদেশ এখানে কি করছেন বর্ডারে বর্ডারে বাড়ি যাবো দেখে আইছি কতদিন আগে এসেছিলেন এখানে এই তো আইছি এক ঘন্টা খানি আর
Tapas Sengupta joins me live on this story. Tapas, you're bringing us these visuals of mass exodus of persons who had crossed over into India from Bangladesh who are now rushing back as the SIR exercise begins in the state. What more can you tell us? What stories are you bringing from the border?
Well, see, as of now, what we're given to understand that hundreds in number people have gathered in different border areas along the Indo-Bangladesh border, and especially Hakimpur, the border outpost, the BOP Hakimpur in North 24 Parganas, Bashirat is the talking is now the very place that everybody is talking about. We had seen that how hundreds have come and they're waiting to cross over the border. When we spoke directly with them, they have categorically stated that they had entered India. Somebody entered around 3-4 years or even 7 years ago, and illegally they had stayed in this country for over several years now, and they have also migrated to different other states. But since after implementation of the SIR in Bengal, what they have understood that they might be taken into custody, there could be some legal implications, and henceforth they decided on themselves to leave back for Bangladesh. And as of now, they have gathered in the different border areas along Indo-Bangladesh border in West Bengal. We have brought this report from Hakimpur. So it was where several illegal immigrants had admitted on record that they had come to India a few years back. They had been working. Somebody had worked for online taxi services with the papers of their friends who are Indian citizens, and some said that they have been working as maids in different families without any valid documents. They did not have a voter card or Aadhaar card, but despite that, they continued to work here, and they came here in search of earnings since the financial situation in Bangladesh was not right. Henceforth, they came into India through touts, and after entering India, they went on to work as unskilled laborers in different sectors and also housemaids in different sectors. Now, it remains to be a matter of grave concerns for the security agencies to identify who are genuinely Bangladeshi citizens or who are not Bangladeshi citizens but posing to cross over to the other side of the border, because we know that there are several people who are attempting to flee to Bangladesh, might have some criminal records, and keeping that in mind, it has become a humongous task for the border forces as well as the local police officials. But on the other hand,
what are you picking up from the border police and the security forces? You just mentioned a very serious concern that while there are hundreds of illegal Bangladeshis who are running back in fear of arrest, there are also concerns about criminals in India trying to cross over. What are you picking up from the security forces? Are they conducting any sort of investigation before these people are being allowed to go back? Is there any sort of checking at all going on at these border outposts?
Well, yes, absolutely. Intensive checkings are being done because there are intelligence reports that there could be possibility that that some person who have committed crimes in India might try to take this opportunity to flee back to Bangladesh. Maybe he or she could be a Bangladeshi national who could have entered India illegally several years back, committed some illegal activities or crime, and now is posing as an illegal immigrant and trying to cross over to Bangladesh. Henceforth, the task is humongous as far as the border security forces are concerned. But I would like to reiterate the fact that as of now, any official statement regarding identification drive in these border areas had not been confirmed, neither by the local police nor by the BSF. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Tapas Gupta. A sudden churn along the Indo-Bangladesh border and a surge that has triggered serious concerns in Bashirhat, West Bengal. Take a look at this. Hundreds of undocumented Bangladeshi nationals are lining up at the Hakimpur checkpost, many saying they're heading back home amid rumors of a fresh verification drive in India. And this is where it's unfolding. The visuals on your screens right now, viewers. This is near the Hakimpur checkpost in the Bashirhat subdivision, right on the Indo-Bangladesh border. A corridor that has long been associated with illegal cross-border movement and is now seeing a very unusual reverse flow as people rush back towards Satkhira and Khulna across the border. And at the center of this panic is one trigger: the Election Commission's rollout of SIR across Bengal, an intensive revision drive to clean up the electoral rolls ahead of the elections and to address concerns over illegal immigrants. And on the topic of Bangladesh, there is now a political earthquake in Bangladesh as Sheikh Hasina has been sentenced to death in absentia. The International Crimes Tribunal just yesterday called her the architect of the 2024 crackdown, a ruling that has triggered shockwaves from Dhaka to Delhi. And in the first fiercest rebuttal comes from her own son, Sajib Wazid, slamming the Yunus government, calling the verdict fully illegal, a sham trial, a mockery of justice. Wajid says that defense lawyers were not allowed, accusing Muhammad Yunus of running an undemocratic government. But the interim administration led by Professor Muhammad Yunus is standing firm. In a hard-hitting statement, Yunus says no one is above the law and that the ruling delivers justice for the 1,400 lives lost, alleging that Bangladesh's democratic foundations had been destroyed. Dhaka is now doubling down on extradition. Interim law advisor Asif Nazrul says Bangladesh will again seek Hasina's extradition, warning that if India shelters her, it would be an act of enmity and animosity. New Delhi for now is treading cautiously with the Ministry of External Affairs, saying only that India has noted the court verdict and remains committed to peace, democracy and stability in Bangladesh.
আরেকটা কথা বলতে চাই, সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা শেখ হাসিনার কে দেশে প্রত্যার্পণের জন্য, এক্সট্রাডিশনের জন্য ভারতের কাছে আবার চিঠি লিখব। ভারত যদি এই গণহত্যাকারীকে আশ্রয় দেওয়া অব্যাহত রাখে, তাহলে ভারতকে বুঝতে হবে এটা বাংলাদেশ এবং বাংলাদেশের মানুষের বিরুদ্ধে একটা শত্রুতা, একটা অত্যন্ত নিন্দনীয় আচরণ।
You would have heard about the verdict which has come in. What are your thoughts? The death sentence announced against your mother, the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina.
It is. Everyone knew this sentence was predetermined. These trials were rushed. I mean, it's a historic trial, and they finished it in 2 months, 3 months. This is an unelected, unconstitutional, undemocratic government. They amended the laws, which can't be done without Parliament, to enable this trial. She was not allowed to send her own defense attorneys. It's a complete mockery of justice.
Okay, but Sajib, my next question would be, when did you last speak to your mother? Did you speak to her after the sentence was announced?
No, actually, I'm sure she has been on the phone. I've called her. I've not had a chance to speak to her. She did not answer, so I have not spoken to her in a couple of days.
As far as the legal route is concerned, what is the family planning to do next? What is Awami League, your mother's party, going to do next?
Right now, there is no rule of law in Bangladesh. The constitution is basically being disregarded. So right now, there's nothing much to do. Once the rule of law returns, all of this will get thrown out on appeals because the entire process is so illegal and unconstitutional that it will not survive. So any legal process will have to wait until there is a rule of law in Bangladesh.
And India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai spoke to the former INB Minister of Bangladesh. Let's listen in.
And joining me now is a very close aide of Sheikh Hasina, Mohammad Arafat, former INB Minister of Bangladesh, joins me from an undisclosed location. Appreciate your joining us there, Mr. Arafat. Your first reactions to that verdict, which has given the death penalty to the former Prime Minister.
Well, this was well predicted. We knew this is how the verdict is going to come out because this outcome was pre-decided and it was all predetermined. So therefore, the verdict that you see, this preceded the trial, basically. So we are not surprised at all.
You're saying you're not surprised at all, but the charges that were made were very specific, and this, remember, has got the backing of the Yunus government, the chief advisor to Bangladesh. Are you saying that this entire judiciary has been captured in a way by the Yunus government or by critics of Sheikh Hasina?
Just take a look at who are the judges. One of the judges, Mr. Shaful Alam Mahmood, he was never a judge. He was just appointed judge in the High Court only 6 days before he was placed into the tribunal. He was linked with the BNP politics. He was the organizing secretary of the BNP's Lawyers Forum. Look at who's the chief prosecutor. He's the one who defended the war criminals who committed war crimes in 1971. So look at even the defense lawyer that appointed by the state for Sheikh Hasina. He's also part of the same team. So it is a completely rigged trial. It's you know, and the way they amended the law and reconstituted the whole tribunal. This tribunal was constituted under the Act 1973 to try the war criminals who committed war crime in 1971. This tribunal does not have any other mandate whatsoever, but they amended it without having a parliament passing that law. So it is absolutely a farce. It's a sham. It is just a show that they're staging. Even
So
the judges, the prosecution. Yeah.
So how do you respond to the demand which is now being made by the Bangladesh government to India that Sheikh Hasina must be extradited under the extradition pact between the two countries?
I pay no attention to this demand. Who are demanding it? The government who seized power by themselves, illegally, unconstitutionally. It's an illegal and unconstitutional government. Who cares about what they're demanding? They need to go. There has to be a democratically elected government. There has to be a democratic election, inclusive election, and the power has to go back to the people. The rule of law needs to return to this country. And then only there will be some dialogue or whatever you have to pay attention. It is a government, Yunus is a...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yunus is backed by the jihadists, the terrorists, the Islamists, the extremists, Jamaat who oppose the very liberation of this country. They have now captured the power. They infiltrated into the administration. They're running the country. Just think about it. When the verdict was being announced, why another group of people were marching toward the residents of Bangabandhu on road number 32 with the bulldozer.
So what do you expect the Indian government? So what do you expect the Indian government to do? Because India is now being put, Mr. Arafat, as you know, in a bind. The Bangladesh regime, you're saying it's an illegal government, but they're putting pressure on India that India must extradite Sheikh Hasina at the earliest.
See, there's no pressure there. They're just saying it, and because they have to say it just for the sake of it, I don't think so. I mean, not only India, no other country in the world will have to worry about anything that comes from Yunus government, which is an unconstitutional and illegal government whatsoever. Now, India, including India, rest of the world should only focus on to get the democracy back to Bangladesh and the rule of law back to Bangladesh.
And it's time for us to take a very short break. More news and updates continue on the other side. Keep watching. Breaking news coming in on the visuals that we are getting you.
Generally, suicide.
We are getting you breaking news from the Patiala House Court in Delhi, where the visuals that are coming in of the terror blast accused being produced before the Patiala House Court. The visuals were of the accused who has been now presented before the court, Jasir Bilal Wani, who was arrested, also known as Danish. He was arrested from Srinagar as an active co-conspirator and close aide of bomber Umar. He is alleged to have provided technical support and modified drones and attempted to make rockets for the future attacks by this terror group. This is the man whose visuals we're bringing you from the Patiala House Court, as he has been now brought to the Patiala House Court. Jasir Bilal Wani, who was arrested from Srinagar, also known as Danish, allegedly an active co-conspirator and a close aide of bomber Umar. He provided technical support and modified drones. He also attempted to create rockets. The visuals on your screens right now, viewers, from the Patiala House Court, as he has been brought to the Patiala House Court amid very, very tight security. Remember, security arrangements have been made at the Patiala House Court since this morning. It has been turned into a fortress with police as well as RAF and other paramilitary forces, ensuring that the security arrangements are very, very tight around the Patiala House Court. Terrorist Jasir has now been brought to the Patiala House Court and will be produced before the court very, very shortly. The NIA has arrested him from Srinagar. He's allegedly an active conspirator and has active co-conspirator, and he is alleged to have provided technical support for the bombing. Remember, this is part of the investigation that has gone into the blast that happened at the Red Fort just a few days ago, and the NIA is looking into the further conspiracy of what this terror group was trying to do. There was also a large haul of explosives and material from Faridabad just a day before the Delhi blast happened, and that is why the NIA is looking into the co-conspirators, is looking into what more was in the conspiracy. There are allegations, there are investigations going on right now about what these terrorists, what this terror group may have been trying to do. There are allegations and investigation is ongoing by the NIA and the police forces in multiple states about the sources of the explosive material. We've also reported on India Today. We also have brought reports for you on India Today regarding the explosive material that has already been found, regarding the possible connections of various persons, including doctors working at the Al Falah University in Faridabad, as well as persons in Pulwama and other areas. We've also brought to you the information regarding the current status of the investigation, where the NIA is looking at the possibility that this may have been a conspiracy for multiple bomb attacks. Srishti Ojha is now joining me on the phone line on this story. Srishti, Jasir has been brought to the court. What are we expecting? What have you picked up from your sources?
Well, there's a second big arrest in the entire Delhi bomb blast case. The second accused that NIA has arrested, that the NIA is claiming is a co-conspirator of the suicide bomber who had conducted the Delhi bomb blast few days back. This is a very crucial arrest because NIA is claiming that he was a close associate and a key conspirator as far as this entire attack was concerned. According to NIA, Jasir, who has now been brought to Delhi's Patiala House Court, had provided technical support for carrying out the terror attack to Dr Umar, who was a suicide bomber in this case. We saw the first accused being produced before Delhi's Patiala House Court yesterday, who was sent to 10 days NIA custody. And now the second accused has been brought to court. He will also be produced before the district judge who had heard the matter yesterday as well. We'll have to wait for the hearing to conclude to know exactly how many days custody the NIA would be seeking and how many days custody the court would allow them. As we know, NIA proceedings are in-camera proceedings. They're not open court hearings. So we have to wait for the hearing to conclude to get an idea of what exactly has happened. As we know, according to our sources, yesterday the hearing in its remand note, NIA had very clearly told the court that they need custodial interrogation of the accused to unearth the larger conspiracy and to basically find out every other person who's involved. In this case, according to NIA, there's a chain of conspiracy, chain of events that took place, and it is trying to find out exactly each and every person who's involved in this conspiracy. This particular accused has been produced today, according to the NIA, had provided technical support for carrying out the terror attack, not just by modifying drones, but also attempting to make rockets ahead of the deadly car bomb blast that took place. This accused, according to NIA, was an active co-conspirator behind the attack and also worked very closely to the terrorist who was a suicide bomber in this case. So right now we know the hearing is going on before Delhi's Patiala House for the district judge, where the accused will be produced. We saw him be taken inside the courtroom with a huge, very high police deployment both outside and inside Patiala House Court. If you can see, even the main entry to the court has been closed off exactly like yesterday. The entry inside the court premises from this particular gate from where the accused was taken inside. Has also been restricted, and as the hearing is going on, earlier during the day we also saw bomb threat calls being made, being sent to various district courts in Delhi, including this particular Patiala House Court, which is why the production of this accused was delayed because there were certain security measures which had to be taken. And even usually we see whenever accused, especially in these high-profile terror cases, when they have to be produced before the court, we see high security deployment. Today, the security deployment was in fact more than usual because of the bomb threats that were received by the Delhi courts, the district courts in Delhi. So as of now, the hearing is going on. This particular arrest of this co-accused Jasir is extremely crucial as far as NIA's investigation into the car bomb blast case is concerned, because remember, the first arrest was relevant because the person, the accused, was associated with the car that was involved in the bomb blast. This accused, according to NIA, was very instrumental in preparing and modifying some drones and also some rockets which they were planning to use ahead of the attack. So this accused would also be crucial in NIA's probe to figure out if any other attack, a similar attack or attack at any other location, it was being planned, or whether after this first Delhi first attack that took place, the first bomb blast that took place, was this accused planning to maybe was conspiring to make a plan for any further similar attacks at any other location. Because if that is true, then NIA, it was a major stroke in as part of its escalation into the ongoing probe. The NIA is likely to tell the court why they need to custodially interrogate the second accused that they have arrested. But as we know, it's a high-profile case. We're talking about the security of the country, of the national capital. And the bomb blast that recently took place in Delhi had sent shockwaves not just through Old Delhi or the national capital, but throughout the country. For an attack of that nature to have happened in the national capital of the country was extremely concerning, not just for the citizens, but also for the authorities.
Also received reports about the possibility that this man was involved, Jasir Bilal may have been involved in, as you just were talking about, in the larger conspiracy, that he not just provided technical support, but there may have been a plan to create Hamas-style airborne attacks, and that is why the entire issue of possible drone changes, etc., is being cited by the investigation agencies. Have you picked up any information from the investigation agencies or from the court about what are the issues, that how long they want him in custody, about what exactly is being said to the court? I understand that it's an in-camera hearing. We will not know actual details, but have you picked up anything from the sources? Because the NIA earlier had said that he may have been part of the ring that was going to be conducting suicide bomb attacks across, not just in Delhi, but in several other areas. He's somebody who may have been asked to become a suicide bomber or an overground worker. What more do we know about this particular person? And of course, from yesterday's hearing, what do we know?
Well, just to clarify for our viewers, Anisha, NIA proceedings, cases which are being probed by NIA are in-camera proceedings, which basically means that they're not open court hearings. Nobody is allowed to enter the court. In fact, the information pertaining to the cases are also very sensitive, which is why we are not able to hear or attend the courtroom hearing that's going on right now. We have to rely on our sources or the legal teams associated to get whatever information we can. Now, as far as yesterday's case is concerned, what we heard is the NIA had handed over a remand note to the court specifying the grounds on which they're seeking the custody. The court had said that the NIA had told court that the bomb blast that took place in Delhi, the idea was to terrorize the citizens of the country and also to target the integrity and unity of the nation, which is obviously why UAPA has been invoked in this case as well. Now, when we're talking about this accused, NIA is likely to tell the court the allegations that NIA has itself said earlier was providing technical, being a co-conspirator with the suicide bomber, providing technical support to the suicide bomber, technical support in forms of modifying the drones and also attempting to prepare rockets. NIA had also told court that there's a larger conspiracy and it is pursuing various leads. There's a probe going on across different states. Not just that, NIA had yesterday told court that the first accused, Amir, may have to be taken to Kashmir as part of its probe, subject to the safety conditions prevailing there. So NIA, in all likelihood, he will tell court about the allegations that have been made against this accused, about how he provided technical support and how his custodial interrogation is important because NIA is still going ahead with this investigation. Only 2 accused have been arrested till now. According to NIA, there was a chain of conspiracy that led to the bomb blast. They will have to inquire whether or not any future attacks were being planned because, as NIA said, they were preparing drones, modifying drones, and they were attempting to prepare rockets. Were they successful in their attempt? What happened to those rockets? What were they planning to do? Were any other attacks or attacks at any other locations across the country also part of their conspiracy? All of that questions the NIA will try and find the answers from these 2 accused who they have arrested till now. So NIA will likely inform the court about these allegations and seek custodial interrogation. Yesterday, the court had granted the 10 days custody that NIA had sought, and we are assuming that the court will grant custody in this case as well. We'll know more once the hearing concludes and we know exactly how many days custody the NIA will get, but it will be extremely crucial for NIA because NIA also might want to confront these accused not just with the evidence but with each other. Again, all of these are just the possibilities that I'm pointing out. We'll know more once we get more information from what exactly happened in the hearing. But the second arrest is an extremely important breakthrough because, like I pointed out, the first arrest was crucial because the person was mainly associated with the car. The car that was used in the bomb blast was registered in that accused Amir's name. Yesterday, when we spoke to the lawyer, Anisha, who had the remand lawyer who represented the accused terrorist in the court, had told us that he did not have any remorse. He showed no remorse or regret for his actions. In fact, he agreed. He told the lawyer that yes, the car which was used in the bomb blast was in fact registered on his name. So today also the hearing is going on and we'll know more once the hearing concludes as to what exactly, how many days custody will the NIA be getting in this case. Back to you.
All right, Shrishti Ojha, we'll stay on the story because this is a very, very important aspect that is being brought out now. Jasir Wani, alias Bilal, was arrested in Srinagar. He was in fact detained about a couple of days ago and he was being questioned. What the NIA has revealed so far through sources is that he may have been involved in planning suicide bomb attacks earlier as well. He may have been part of the entire circle that was planning multiple attacks in India, and he was in touch with Dr. Umar. Umar is the person, of course, who was driving the car involved in the blast in Delhi. And as Srishti was also saying just yesterday, the person who owned the car, whose name in his name the car was registered, was brought before the court just yesterday. He has been given to NIA's custody for 10 days. And on your screen visuals, viewers, right now are the viewers of Jasir Wani alias Bilal being brought before the NIA court at the Patiala House. Srishti, we've seen the kind of security that has been set up in Patiala House. We also saw the bomb threats that happened just this morning in Patiala House Court, in Saket Court, and different district courts. So security, of course, has been beefed up. Can you tell us anything more about the arrangements that have been put in Patiala House Court?
Well, yes, Anisha, since we know the accused was to be produced before the court today, the security deployment was something that we'd expected. However, we saw quite a chaotic situation here at Patiala House Court ahead of the production today because of the bomb threats, as you referred to. The bomb threats at various district courts across Delhi. Proper security measures were taken ahead of its production. There was a proper sanitization that was done after the bomb threat was received. As far as Patiala House Court is concerned, the bomb threat became more of a concerning point because this second accused arrested by NIA in the bomb blast case was to be produced today. We are thinking that it is possible that because of those bomb threats, his production was maybe delayed a bit, because yesterday the first accused was produced in the morning. Today we saw him be brought to court in the afternoon. So it's possible that it's because of the bomb threat situation that his production got delayed a bit. But regardless of that, he has been brought to Patiala House Court. The hearing of he's been produced now before the district judge, and the hearing is going on as we speak. NIA will be telling the court all the grounds on which it is seeking custodial interrogation and a police custody for the second accused that they have arrested in this case. The reason the second accused his arrest becomes extremely crucial is because if we try and analyze, Anisha, the allegations that NIA has put against him, and again, this is not a statement from NIA, but if we just try to analyze the allegations against this accused that have come from the NIA, they have said that not only did he conspire with the suicide bomber in conducting the Delhi bomb blast, he was also being asked by that the suicide bomber. He was being prepared to conduct a similar suicide bomb attack. Now, if we try and analyze that allegation, it shows that maybe there was a possibility of a similar attack, similar blast at a different location, maybe in a different state. Not just that, it's also an allegation against this accused that he was helping the suicide bomber in as far as the technicalities are concerned. He was giving him technical support, modifying drones and preparing rockets. So the preparation aspect of it, where he was being prepared to conduct a suicide attack, he was being asked to prepare rockets and modify drones, does in a way take us to consider the possibility of maybe another similar attack being planned either in Delhi or at any other location. So I think NIA is likely to very seriously probe that angle as well, and for that they will need time to question them in custody, because these days of custodial interrogation that they will have a chance to have a one-on-one interaction with these accused, a chance to confront them with the evidence that has been collected, a chance to also confront them with each other is extremely crucial of a case of this nature, because NIA has very clearly claimed that there was a larger conspiracy. A chain of events took place to conduct this operation, and especially if there's a possibility that multiple attacks were being planned, it is very crucial for NIA to determine what exactly was being planned and where. So that's why these arrests play a very important role, not just in the Delhi bomb blast probe, but also with regard to the safety and security situation of not just the national capital, but also the country. It's likely that that NIA would want to take these accused to different locations to determine exactly what was happening. The first accused yesterday, NIA had told court that they want to take him to Kashmir, subject to the safety conditions there. They had said that he assisted the suicide bomber in arranging a safe house. They saw him visit the safe house. There's CCTV footage which shows how deeply and seriously he's implicated, and he was involved in this entire conspiracy. NIA in this case, the agency is probing its leads not just in Delhi but also in multiple states, be it Jammu and Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana. All these states, the leads are being probed. It's an extremely important operation for the NIA as well. And these accused who have been arrested after multiple people were questioned, remember 73 witnesses, almost 73 witnesses were questioned by the NIA in this case, including some of those who were injured in the Delhi bomb blast. Several people were detained, and after that, these 2 arrests have taken place. So the agency is very clearly not taking this lightly at all. And therefore, these 2 arrests and the time that the agency
stay on with me. We're getting Mir Fareed live from Srinagar on this story. While the hearing is ongoing in Patiala House Court, let's go across to Mir Fareed about this investigation that is going on in Kashmir. Mir, Jasir Bilal, aka Danish, was arrested finally just yesterday from Srinagar. He was also detained for a couple of days before that. What we do know is from the NIA sources that he may have been involved in preparing for a Fidaiin attack himself, and that he also provided technical support as well as modifying drones, attempting to make rockets. What more do we know about the investigation that is ongoing in Kashmir right now?
Well, Shreya, let me first give you a backgrounder about Jasir Bilal. He's from Kazigund. Now, interestingly, he is said to be a neighbor of Dr. Adil, the person who was the first arrest as far as this whole module is concerned from his locker in GMC Anantnag. They also recovered an AK-47. Sources further add that he was picked up after there was initial questioning of the doctors, the main accused, and they named him. Not only him, but his brother Nabi was also taken into detention. The Jammu and Kashmir police teams interrogated them, questioned them, and from them, they finally found out, especially from Jasir, that he was in touch with the module, the doctor module, from the last, in fact, many months. For them, he was also someone who knew the drones, never have to fly them. Technically, he was very sound in drone technology, but more importantly, they wanted him to be their suicide bomber. They were scouting for a suicide bomber for these missions, and they found in him a suitable candidate. He was being brainwashed, trained. In fact, they were talking to him constantly, really preparing him for this role of a suicide bomber. In fact, our sources say that he was even taken to Faridabad, where in a rented accommodation he was kept to acclimatize him. And this is the information that he gave. So he became a co-conspirator as far as Jammu Kashmir police is concerned. And we also know that the NIA is handling officially this investigation. So this is a joint effort. The basic groundwork obviously being done by the Jammu and Kashmir police, NIA teams also in Kashmir. And his custody was then taken from JKP by the NIA yesterday. Now he's been produced in the court because there is ample evidence against him for being a co-conspirator in this particular case. Our sources say that he in an advanced stage, went back and said that he's not going to be a suicide bomber. And that really skittled the plans as far as these the main accused are concerned. He had said that he can't do it because he's from a poor background. He's to support his family. And then also it's against the tenets of Islam. So that is what we're gathering from our sources in the investigative agencies. But yes, a very important arrest as far as NIA is concerned. And as we've been saying, this is the complete plot is slowly, layer by layer, coming out, and new details, startling details are coming out. And in the coming days, you'll see more such raids and more detentions as far as various investigative agencies are concerned. Shreya?
You've just mentioned a very interesting aspect of the investigation that has happened so far. You just mentioned that this man Jasir has revealed during his questioning that he was being brainwashed into becoming a attacker, becoming a suicide bomber, but he refused to be a suicide bomber. But at the same time, this is the man who is responsible for modifying drones and providing logistics and technical support for these attacks. Have we been able to verify any information about possible more attacks? Because that is where the NIA's investigation seems to be indicating that there was a conspiracy in the works for more attacks in the country.
Well, that's right. You have to understand the Jaish modus operandi. Now, they do not indulge in the normal incidents of terror or militancy like shootout or targeted killings. They are known for big attacks, big terror plans. They've executed some in the past. And that's why the security agencies had been tracking Jaish activities ever since Operation Sindoor and what happened with the Maulana Masood Azhar's family in those strikes. They were killed, and there was an apprehension that there could be retaliation. While as of now, the security agencies are not linking it with that. But then Jaish was under the scanner radar since. Now, this module, obviously, as far as these attacks are concerned, they were very important because this was a white-collared module. This was new. This was something not under the scanner of the security agencies because they were doctors. No one would have suspected them. But on the other side, they were doctors as far as the face of it, but they were planning something very big and sinister. And you have to understand that 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate locally procured for almost 2 years in small quantities. And the plan was to carry out multiple strikes in New Delhi. Hindustan ka dil. That's what our security source in the security agencies tell us. And it was not just one blast. Now, this, whether it's a suicide blast or this was accidental, he was transporting, Dr. Umar was transporting that explosive laden car to some other location.
Stay on with me. This is a story that we will be following very, very closely because as the NIA probe in the Delhi blast case proceeds, the probe agencies are uncovering nefarious conspiracies to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. And as my colleague Mir Farid was just saying, after the arrest of a close aide of bomber Dr. Umar, Jasir Bilal Wani, this is what the probe agencies have uncovered, that there was a plot to carry out Hamas-style drone and rocket attacks. According to NIA sources, the attackers had taken the help of highly professional technical experts for triple-layer attack plan. In this plan, terrorists intended to attack either through drones or rockets or car bombs. So all three were part of their attack plans. However, what we are hearing is that Jasir did not agree to become a suicide bomber. When the drone and rocket attacks did not succeed, the terrorists used a car bomb. Now, agencies are probing the module's links and communication with Hamas and other terrorist organizations. And as multi-agency probe in the case continues, the agency's lens is now on terror funding angle of the Al-Falah University. The Enforcement Directorate carried out raids at several locations across the national capital, including the former Vice-Chancellor of the Al-Falah University.
Since 5 a.m., the officials of the Enforcement Directorate along with the security personnel are carrying out the searches and the questioning with Dr. Umar, the person who was eventually resigned later from Al-Falah University. But what it looks like, the terror funding investigation as far as funding the entire module who carried out this terror blast at Delhi's Red Fort. Now, the ED is carrying out the searches similarly at the Al-Falah Trust in Okhla area along with the university and several other people who are attached. While the NIA is cracking down the whole case after Jammu and Kashmir police and Delhi police, it is the Enforcement Directorate primarily which is investigating the funding module of that, whether there is a irregularity with the Al-Falah University or the finances that were involved as far as the whole case conspiracy of Delhi terror blast is concerned. That makes it very significant while the questioning is also being happening. At the same time, the searches were carried out at this residence at B97 Gulmohar Park in South Delhi, which is the residence of Dr. Umar, which is the former Vice Chancellor of Al-Falah University. These searches are very crucial, very critical. So while the NIA is cracking down and unearthing the whole conspiracy of the terror blast case, it is also important eventually to find out the whole root of for this entire terror funding operation in the conspiracy. In South Delhi with Manish Bidhuri, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
And in this investigation, a Maruti Brezza, which is allegedly one of the vehicles linked to the White Coat terror module behind the November 10 blasts, was found to be registered in the name of terror suspect Shaheen in September. The car was later traced to the Al-Falah University campus on November 13th. And India Today has accessed the images showing Shaheen, who's also being referred to as Lady Jihadi, purchasing this Brezza on September 25th, along with Dr. Muzammil. Investigators say that the Brezza was used to transport explosives for the terror module. Its discovery at the university campus has added a critical lead in piecing together the movements and logistics of the suspects involved in this attack. And fresh questions are being raised over whether bomber Umar was actively trying to radicalize others. Investigators are analyzing a video accessed by India Today that appears to show him using reverse psychology and classic indoctrination tactics to influence potential recruits. In this clip, Umar is heard trying to persuade would-be suicide bombers, even referencing his aide Jasir Wani, also known as Danish, who had backed out, saying such acts go against Islam. Officials believe that this video was designed to manipulate vulnerable youth and push them toward extremist ideology. And police sources say multiple videos have been recovered from Umar's seized digital devices, showing him rehearsing the arguments to justify a suicide attack. They note that several members of this module were unconvinced, with Danish explicitly refusing to participate. But investigators point out that Umar had shown suicidal tendencies for some time. One video shows Umar may have made the final decision to shift to a vehicle ramming attack at the Red Fort on his own, though officials stress that this still requires confirmation. And India Today is the first channel to bring you this chilling video of Dr. Umar Nabi, the man responsible for the recent Red Fort car blast that killed at least 14 people. In the video, he can be heard talking about how the concept of suicide bombing works and says that it is misunderstood. Dr. Umar, speaking in fluent English, says that what is labeled a suicide bombing is actually martyrdom. This video shows a calm, composed man justifying a heinous attack. And this video also makes it clear that the Delhi car blast had been carefully planned. India Today's inside scoop suggests that Umar made this video after his close aide Jasir refused to become the suicide bomber, and he wanted to convince Jasir and others to become suicide bombers. Let's listen into what Dr. Umar, who carried out, I beg your pardon, we will be bringing you the details of what the investigation has been. In the video, Bomber Umar consistently avoids eye contact with the camera, and his gaze often drifts away as if distracted or hesitant. Despite this, he maintains a calm and composed demeanor through he frequently looks down, giving an impression of introspection. He can be seen sniffing multiple times, suggesting nervousness or anxiety, and at several points he appears lost in thought. When he speaks, he uses English with a noticeable accent, adding a layer of calculated composure to his presentation, as if carefully choosing words to influence the viewer. These are the details we're bringing you, viewers, of that video that has come out. Because we will not be showing you this particular video, we will however tell you the kind of allegations that have come in, Umar's body language, the kind of words that he uses. There is a analysis being done of how he was trying to get more people to join in this entire jihadi terrorist network. He was trying to convince others to become suicide bombers. Interestingly, Danish, who has been arrested by the NIA and is currently before the Patiala House Court, refused to be a suicide bomber, calling it un-Islamic. But Umar has said that this is martyrdom. Let's look into this video, the body language of the bomber. The body language of the bomber as he speaks. This is Dr. Umar, who is the person in the car that was involved in the Red Fort blast. He avoids eye contact with the camera. His gaze drifts away but he is calm and composed. He keeps looking down, sniffs multiple times. He's lost in thought at some intervals, but he speaks English with an accent. This is the analysis that is being done of the body language of Dr. Umar. And it's time now.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
तेरा कुछ कुछ कहंदा नी कोका तेरा कुछ कुछ कहंदा लहंगा तेरा लुट पुट लहंदा नी लहंगा तेरा लुट पुट लहंदा मेहंदी जान कट लहंदी तू बण बण पैंदी होश ना रहंदी कोका तेरा कुछ कुछ कहंदा नी लहंगा तेरा लुट पुट लहंदा नी कोका तेरा कुछ कुछ कहंदा कोका
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. ED raids, Al-Flah, trust in Delhi and Faridabad over terror funding, NIA reveals. Terrorists planned a drone bomb attack in Delhi, JDU and BJP leaders to meet in Delhi on Bihar government formation.
पहली बॉल पर हिट विकेट, क्यों? तालमेल नहीं बिठा पाए, अपने सीट नहीं तय कर पाए। फ्रेंडली मैच खेला जाता है, यहाँ तो फ्रेंडली पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे थे, चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, जो दोनों में से एक ही जीतेंगे। खैर, जो प्रचंड बहुमत इस समय एनडीए को मिला है, तो वो 12 सीटों का वो अंतर नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन तालमेल था ही नहीं दूसरी वाली क्रिकेट की पिच पर।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 487, Mumbai 190, Kolkata 217, Bangalore 106, Chennai 174, Hyderabad 166.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
कभी वो दिन थे जब भारत ने चीन को सिर्फ अपना पड़ोसी नहीं, अपना भाई माना था। लेकिन 1962 को पता चला कि ये भाईचारे की भावना दोनों तरफ नहीं थी। ये हमला एक विश्वासघात था।
भारत माता की जय। चाली कंपनी में आपका कंपनी कमांडर मेजर शैतान सिंह भाटी बोल रहा हूँ। आज रात एक बहुत बड़ा तूफान हमारी तरफ आने वाला है।
This year, the Indian cinema has seen a surge of films dedicated to armed forces, reflecting a rising patriotic fervor and public appreciation for the military sacrifices. Joining this trend is 120 Bahadur. Farhan Akhtar, Ritesh Sidhwani and Rajneesh Ghai are leading figures in Indian cinema, known for their bold storytelling and creative vision. Thank you for your time here. Farhan, beginning with you, 120 Bahadur. Is it just fitting in this cinematic trend, or would you say that this is a story which must be told?
Well, I would like to believe that if the cinematic trend is telling good stories, then I hope it's fitting into that. But I don't know. I mean, it's not really about a trend. It never has been, with the kind of work that, we collectively at Excel have chosen to do, or I've chosen to do as an actor. It is an incredible event, the Battle of Rezangla. It's about selflessness at its optimum. It's about love for the country in a way that very rarely have we witnessed or we've seen. And it's a story that has largely been forgotten. So it was just very, very heartening to be involved in something that reintroduces this chapter of history to a generation today. So that's really how I see it. I see it as a story that's a really important story that needs to be told.
Ritesh, it's the first time that paid preview is opening 3 days before the launch. 18th is the day which has been chosen by you. Why 18th? The significance of the day.
I think it's the anniversary of the Battle of Rezangla, so that is why it is. It's, I think, the movie is coming into cinemas. We wanted that before anybody else, which is our fraternity or friends or family, why not give an opportunity on the anniversary day to letting the audience which goes to cinema experience the film before anyone else. So it's not us, it's anyone who can go out there and buy a ticket. Should go. Also Tuesday happens to be the day where the footfalls in cinemas are pretty high. So we thought, why not just open it up and let them come? And it's that kind of film which I think its word of mouth will definitely be good and positive.
Rajneesh, this is one of the 10 battles which is being seen as the defining battles of the world. In terms of history, its depiction and the entire effort at storytelling, what went behind it?
A lot, actually. I researched the film for 2 years. We wrote the film for 2 years. And we tried to make the film for 2 years. So that's 6 years of work put in there. A lot of research from the army, from the surviving members of the battle. So, you can imagine shooting a film of this scale and this nature, what it takes. We had a crew of 600 people every day in Ladakh going to work with equipment.
And they were there for 2 years?
No. We were shooting for about 4 months, out of which we were shooting for about 60 days. But it's all spread across all these months because there's a lot of equipment and a lot of action sequences, battle sequences to be shot. So there's a lot that goes into making a war film, so you can imagine.
Farhan, how do you portray such characters which have heavy historical and emotional legacy?
I mean, of course, firstly with a certain degree of responsibility and respect, but also as an actor, of course, it's crucial to draw from the person whatever's available in terms of material to be read. In this case, predominantly with Shaitan Singh Ji, there's no video footage of him at all. So I could only base it on what was available to be read online, or then there's a book written by Jay Samota, a very, very detailed book about his life. So you can draw from that and then just try and infuse what his character was into your performance. I've tried this before with Milkha Ji when we did Bhag Milkha Bhag, and now for this film. So it's really trying to embody the personality, embody the kind of person, as opposed to impersonation of the character, because to me, I don't feel that works.
So the art of storytelling and coming very close to the character that you're portraying, do you think that's far more challenging because through the books and the absence of any footage, people may have some memories, particularly those who would have written on him?
Yeah, they would, and his family would, for sure.
Yes.
So we did organize a screening for Narpat Ji and the family to come and see it. They came to the edit studio and watched it there, and he was very, very moved and very, very happy with what he saw.
What was his reaction, first reaction?
I was sitting right next to him, and I mean, he was just sitting there, and every time things would happen that obviously even he had heard about as a child but had never witnessed it. So it must have been a very interesting, surreal experience for him to see something on screen. So every time something would happen that I guess registered with him emotionally on some level as a memory that may have been evoked, he would just reach out and hold my hand and just keep my hand held for a while and then move his hand away again. And then he just woke up and gave me a really big hug, and that was that's all that needed to be said.
Yes, because I think that there was a lot of emotion in it. 3 months ago, Excel Entertainment unveiled the teaser, and now we are seeing the film. 3 months ago, when it was unveiled, what was the reaction that you got from the family then?
I think it was very, very positive, very encouraging. I think that time they had already seen a rough cut. And it's not only them, it's even the army, the Indian army, the ADGPI, because they had obviously read the script before they came on board to support the film. The other two surviving members as well, Ramchandraji, Nehalji, they all saw it. So it was very overwhelming to see their reaction, because finally, I think after 60 years, somebody was telling the story. So they knew it's finally coming to life. So I think, they were all just like completely emotional about it.
As directors, producers, you always want the audience to get the message that you wish to communicate, Rajneesh. We have seen Uri, there has also been Sher Shah, and now this. The response that was there on Uri for Sher Shah, do you have the sense in your head, or perhaps among your discussions that you've held, that what if we have been very responsible in the way it has been communicated? What if there are certain parts that can communicate, have a different kind of interpretation?
Well, I can't speak for other films, but my objective for this film is there are lots of underlying themes in this film. Themes of courage, themes of bravery, themes of camaraderie. Sacrifice. And, 120 soldiers against all odds. They could have retreated, but they decided to stay back. All of them had families. So imagine what must have gone through their heads. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm just trying to bring that emotion to the screen of these brave soldiers of Indian Army.
Okay, so you all have worked together, Farhan. There has been projects where you have done, you have conceptualized and then finally implemented it. Actually, does it work better when you have worked with an individual in the past? Great degree of understanding, a lot of unsaid words.
It would help. Eventually, like any other relationship, you start understanding the other person's silences a lot more. You don't have to say everything. Sometimes just a look is enough, or the absence of one. So that does help. But eventually, I think as creative people or as people in film, you want to work with enthusiastic people. I think that's what you really, really want. You don't want anyone on set, and I don't mean this only as a director or as an actor. Every single crew member has to bring a certain energy when they come onto the set. And that can only happen if, as the director predominantly, then supported by production, you make every single person realize that this film belongs to them too. That's when they'll bring their best work. That's when they'll bring ideas, they'll bring suggestions. And when that happens, I feel that kind of galvanizes and gives you a great energy to make a film.
Energy is something that you're emphasizing on. And do you think it becomes even more important because you're talking about a story of courage, sacrifice?
We can only draw from what we witness in this story and what we witness in this film. But to me, what they achieved there, what they stood for there, what they represent is a lot more than just soldiers at a front. To me, they represent people, how Indians can be. We can find it within themselves to be selfless, how they can find it within themselves to stand up and be courageous when it looks like the odds are completely against you. How when we take things like freedoms, rights, our culture, our boundaries on a map for granted, we just always feel they'll always be there. But there's always something out there that wants to impose something onto all these things. And we, as they are soldiers, we also have to be soldiers, and we have to also keep our country functioning the way that it has been for all these years.
Yes, and this has been the year of Operation Sindoor, Rajneesh. And the involvement of the entire country in each and every operational details. We saw strong women becoming the face of communication for this entire Operation Sindoor. Besides patriotism, what is it that you want this film to carry forward?
Well, when I was a kid, we were all scared for our fathers because my father was in the army and we had lost the war to China. So we were all scared as kids, if there's another war, what's going to happen to my father? And when I heard this story, I wanted to tell this story to the world because, after watching this film, I want people to feel that as long as there are men like this protecting this, land of ours, we shouldn't worry. You can go to sleep.
Yes, because being an army kid, it must have been very emotive, the entire journey. When you say that 2 years of research and 2 years of other work and then shoot, everything.
Very
It's
much
been a
so. In
6-year
fact,
labor of love.
Absolutely, very much so. Today is a very emotional day for me because we're finally showing the film to the army folks. And I grew up as an army brat. So for me, this is very, very important to, so today is my exam with all these army officers sitting there and dissecting my film. So.
I certainly hope you pass the exam in flying colors and you get endorsement for your friends as well. Ritesh, do these films mean good business or is it just a creative process?
I personally think filmmaking and doing movies is an art form where you shouldn't think about the business first. The first thing has to be the creative because the business will follow. Because it's the first thing I learned when we did Dil Chahta Hai, that it's inherently unpredictable. You can't predict anything. It's got that inherent quality that you may think you have the best script, you'll have the best actor, you'll have the best director, and you don't have a second chance. That one Friday is what it is. So I don't think it's the business of it which should be looked at. I think the hope is always that how do you get in a large number of people to believe in what you're believing in, right? And you to come and share that story with. So the effort is always to share it with the maximum number of people.
Okay, so from Dil Chahta Hai to now, what makes Farhan Akhtar your go-to person? I'll say go-to person because you all also have collaborations at other levels besides, of course, he being an actor and you being a producer.
I think we started this journey together. I think if the belief in telling the same stories, I think the sensibilities being similar, that's how Excel was born and Dil Chahta Hai was made. And then after that, I think what is great to know that he's a writer, right?
Yes.
His acting came in later. And the fact that I think very strong creatively, has a very strong idea. So it's a very great bouncing board. And that is why we've been successful with first-time directors. Right? If you've noticed, most of our body of work has been first-time filmmakers because I think what they realize is they can come in, there's an experience we have, so they get to borrow or share. I think with every new filmmaker, we also use that opportunity to learn something from them and make it a collaborative effort. So I think that's what I think becomes the go-to for others to come and knock on the doors of Excel.
I would like to add something here.
Yes.
They believe in meaningful cinema, and that means a lot to directors.
Meaningful cinema.
Yeah. There should be a message in every film, I believe. It could be hidden, could be in your face, but they believe in a very realistic kind of cinema, and that's why I'm sitting with them. Because
it's a popular medium, you're engaging with people, you have an ability to influence people. So I think at one point you are, I think more than entertaining, you're engaging with them, but you also have to be a little cautious about what is it that you're saying. So if you want to entertain them and engage them, but there has to be some amount of responsibility in that.
So, Farhan, when the script was being discussed, when you were involved in the process of writing and conceptualizing, when did you realize that the central character should be played by you?
It was made very easy for me because actually most of the work had been done by Rajiv and Rezi. They wrote the script, they wrote the screenplay, and so when he came and met me, it was already a screenplay that was complete. And he met me very, very clearly with the intention of wanting to cast me as Shaitan Singh Ji. So it took me next to no time to say yes, I want to do it because I was absolutely blown away by the events that unfold in the script and how moving it is. There's one which is the testosterone aspect of it. You know what I mean? You get to do action and you get all that stuff. But beyond that, what these guys stood for, what they represent, which we spoke about earlier, to me, it has a lot of heart and it's a very, very moving film. So I was immediately hooked and I was immediately on, and the first possible opportunity that one could get to get cracking and get it made, we took it. Yeah.
We often talk about actors coming of age, a phrase which is used loosely as well.
Sure.
But for Farhan Akhtar, what does that actually mean? In a year when we have seen one of the biggest hits in recent years in Sayyara.
Right. What does it mean, coming of age?
Yeah, what does it mean?
I guess coming of age on some level means finding your own voice, and being able to
But didn't you find it, I would say, Dil Chahta Hai?
Yeah, but are you saying that I'm coming of age?
No, I'm trying to understand what will it mean for somebody like you who's experienced, has had several successes, and in a year when you have a success a box office success in Sayyara?
No, I think firstly, I'm really happy that Sayyara did well. For reasons apart from the fact that I know most of the people associated with that film. Mohit Suri is a very good friend. We've known Ahan from the time that he was really, really young. I'm really happy for Aneet. She's an amazing actor, and I'm really glad that it's done well. But for me, the nicest part of that film actually was in a slew of movies where we are seeing a very strange kind of toxic masculinity play out. To see a guy who really has a sensitive side to him, who's willing to put career and ambition and this kind of focused dream of wanting to achieve something aside for somebody that he loves, and showing a sensitive side of a man and of a boy. I thought that was an amazing thing, and I feel that's what was so refreshing about that movie. That, you know, it's okay to be that kind of way, and it's okay to love unabashedly, and it's okay to sacrifice career for love. And I thought it was great. I loved it.
And this year also saw Kantara.
Yes, it did.
And we are seeing a number of regional cinema do phenomenally well. So the term that India was Bollywood cinema, that has expanded and exploded, many would say.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, the thing is, it's Indian cinema at the end of it all.
Indian cinema,
yeah.
yes,
It's at the end of it all. So I mean, it's great that any film does well, and especially films doing well theatrically is a great message for everybody in every industry. That there is an audience out there that is willing to go into a theatre and watch your film. If you give them something that is going to be worth their while to take the time from getting up from their sofas and go somewhere and see it. So it's very encouraging when films do well.
And what was the reaction of your father when he saw the trailer?
No, he loved it. I mean, he's seen the film. He's seen the film in an edit as well. He was very moved. He's not someone who, and sorry I'm spilling the beans here, Dad, but he's not somebody who cries very easily when he's watching a film.
Oh.
But he was very, very teary and very, very choked up at the end. So we really felt like we've managed to do something.
And sister Zoya?
Zoya has not seen the final film. She came in on an earlier thing. She'll watch it now on the 19th with the rest of the film industry.
That's phenomenal. What are you watching these days, on OTT?
On the streaming platform,
Yes.
actually, I've just, on the way here, I was just about to start Delhi Crime. So that's what, and I was about to start that, to watching it.
And anything else that you've seen recently?
Recently...
Would this be also coming on OTT eventually?
Yeah,
right?
eventually, yeah.
Eventually,
Right now,
yes.
it's only for theatrical. It'll eventually get onto a streaming platform, and as well as satellite broadcast. But that's the normal windowing which happens with
And
films.
120 Bahadur will be in multiple languages, subtitles and everything?
No, it's in Hindi language, but
Right.
with subtitles everywhere.
Subtitles everywhere.
Yes.
What are you watching these days?
Nothing. I've just been working on the film.
You didn't get time for anything else. Farhan?
Yeah, more or less the same. The last thing that I saw that I really liked was Homebound.
Homebound,
I
yes.
really, really enjoyed that.
Yes. So overall, after this, which project are you heading for?
So next year I start filming Dawn 3. So as a director, I'll be working on that. So that pretty much will take up about 6-7 months of my next year. Yeah.
Okay, so let's try and wrap up this conversation, and I'm going to go to what has happened, which certainly will be one of the most defining moment for all of you, which was a customized My stamp on the Rezangla War Memorial, which was released by Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh recently. How significant was that moment for all of you?
I mean, firstly, I'm just really grateful for his grace, you know, that he took time out, because it happened when we met him. It was a couple of days after the explosion that happened at Red Fort. So for him to still honor his commitment and meet us even for 10 minutes, I think was very, very wonderful. Just thank you to the Indian Postal Service, thank you to the Indian Army for supporting this idea that we had of wanting to commemorate the Battle of Rezangla through this My Stamp. So yeah, just wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's like this story is coming to the forefront after almost 60 years.
Yeah.
So it was a good way to, you know, have this recognition as well, and that stamp come out on this famous battle.
And will we be seeing more of this? These battles? Unknown battles, or should I say little known battles?
Well, if I have the support of these two gentlemen, then definitely.
So let's end this with something that really you hold on to about this battle and your role, Farhan.
Again, I'm sorry, I'm for the sake of repeating myself. I'm just blown away by the selflessness of the people there, of all associated with that battle, be it Shaitan Singh Ji, be it the 120 soldiers. It really is something that we all can learn from. That if there's a cause that's worth fighting for, then you have to go for it.
And your famous dialogue, you have to end with that.
With my famous dialogue?
From this movie.
So one of the dialogues that I say in it is just at the end, to inspire the last group that's left standing, I say, आज धरती लहू पुकार रही है, सींच दो उसे दुश्मन के खून से, अंगार बन के बरस जाओ दुश्मन पर, दिखा दो उन्हें, वो 1000 है तो क्या हुआ, भारत माँ की रक्षा के लिए उसका हर एक बेटा 100 के बराबर है.
Shukriya Farhan. Thank you Ritesh and thank you Rajneesh Ghai for this conversation.
Thank you.
Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. ED raids, Al-Flah, trust in Delhi and Faridabad over terror funding, NIA reveals. Terrorists planned a drone bomb attack in Delhi, JDU and BJP leaders to meet in Delhi on Bihar government formation.
वन 1.0 तो देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहूंगा कि मूवी शुरू भी नहीं हुई थी, सिर्फ एक ट्रेलर दिखाया गया था और ट्रेलर के बाद 88 घंटे में वो ट्रेलर खत्म हो गया था. तो आगे आने वाले हालात कैसे होंगे, ये इसके बारे में हम पूरी तैयारी करके बैठे हुए हैं. और अगर कोई ऐसा हमें मौका देता है पाकिस्तान, तो हम उसको भरपूर एक शिक्षा प्रदान करना चाहेंगे उसको कि कैसे एक जिम्मेवार नेशन को अपने पड़ोसियों से बिहेव करना चाहिए. सबसे पहले चीज ये है कि जो डिसीजन मेकिंग है या जो आपने निर्णय लेना है, उसके लिए समय बहुत कम है और निर्णय आपको हर लेवल पे लेना पड़ेगा. क्या आप यहां पे निर्णय ले और फिर नीचे पास करें? नहीं हो सकता. तो हर लेवल पे, हर स्तर पे लोगों को समय के हिसाब से तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी और एक्शन लेने पड़ेंगे, कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी. दूसरी चीज जो इंटीग्रेशन बोलते हैं, इंटीग्रेशन का ये मतलब है कि चाहे आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स, सीएपीएफ, साइबर, स्पेस, कोई भी हो, उसका इंटीग्रेशन हम जितना जल्दी करेंगे उतना हम इस लड़ाई को बड़े साजे ढंग से लड़ सकेंगे, क्योंकि आज की लड़ाई जो है वो मल्टी डोमेन है।
Watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome to India Today. I'm Anjali Istawal. Big breaking news coming in right now connected to the Red Fort blast case. It seems a co-conspirator and co-accused, Jasir Wani, has been sent to 10 days of NIA custody. Remember, today he was brought in front of the court and the NIA had demanded a custody for further investigation and interrogation, and now he's been sent for 10 days to NIA custody. Joining us with more details on this is India Today's Shrishti Oja, who is standing right there in front of the court. Shrishti, give us more details. What's happening?
Well, yes, as we know, the second crucial arrest by the NIA in the Delhi Red Fort bomb blast case, the accused was produced before Delhi's Patiala House Court some time back by the NIA before the district judge, where a hearing happened, a short hearing where the NIA, according to our sources, apprised the court of the allegations against this accused Jasir. And the court, the NIA detailed out the allegations and why they need to keep him in their custody and why custodial interrogation is very important. Now, as we know, it's an in-camera proceedings usually take place as far as NIA hearings are concerned. According to our sources, NIA has told court that they do need police custody of this second accused, the second arrest in this case, to unravel the larger conspiracy behind the Delhi bomb blast. Not just that, according to NIA, what they have told court is that the Delhi bomb blast that took place a few days back, the intention behind the blast was to hit right at the unity and integrity of the country, and also the goal was to instill fear in minds of the citizens. This is what the NIA has said, and NIA has constantly maintained that their investigation and that their probe is ongoing. They are trying to unravel different aspects of the case, since it's a long chain of conspiracy, and they want to inquire and find out each and every aspect of that chain of conspiracy involved in this case, which is why the investigation that the agency is carrying out is also across different states. states, and their intention is to find out each and every person who was involved in this case. The allegation against this accused who was produced before court today is that he not only provided technical support to the suicide bomber, but also modified several drones and was also attempting to prepare rockets. All of this was also told to the court by NIA, and the court has allowed 10 days of police custody to the NIA to question the second accused in this case. The next 10 days will be extremely crucial for the NIA, because remember, they have both the accused they have arrested in custody for 10 days. So they'll have these 10 days time to not only confront and question these accused, but also confront them with the evidence that they have found, the statements that they have recorded from several witnesses, and also confront them with each other if they wish to. Also, if NIA wants to take these accused to any location, for example, how in yesterday's case, the court was told by NIA that NIA needs to take the accused to Kashmir for further probe. So if they have to be taken to any other state or any other location, these 10 days, this is the time that the NIA will have to utilize, and after 10 days he'll be produced, both the accused will be produced again once their police custody ends, and the court will have to be apprised of the investigation that has been conducted till now by the National Investigation Agency. Back to you.
Right, Shrishti, thank you very much for all those details. So very crucial, as Shrishti is pointing out, these 10 days for the investigative agencies, and now they've got the custody. And now let's go across to Sakshi Batra of Business Today. Over to you, Sakshi.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Market Closing Show. This is our collab show between Business Today and India Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is the 3 p.m. closing action. We get you everything, all the updates right here. First up, let's take a look at what is hot in the corporate as well as the financial space. Global cues pull Indian markets down after 6 days of gains. Small and mid-cap as well as most sectoral indices are in the red. Metal, IT and FMCG stocks also drag. Morgan Stanley has some good news though, says Sensex will hit 107,000 by December 2026. That's a rise of 60% in a year. Meltdown in cryptocurrencies as Bitcoin crashes below the $90,000 level in the trade for the first time in the last 7 months. It was down by a whopping 3% in trade today, 13% down this week alone. Gold is also down for the 4th straight session, and there's also nervousness on the Wall Street, with analysts now fearing a drop of up to 10% on the US stock exchanges. Twin warnings by the chief of National Stock Exchange, Ashish Chauhan, warns the rules for foreign portfolio investors may be too tough and intrusive and could be keeping them away. Also says the derivatives market needs now more regulator encouragement, and it is not the largest in the world. Yet another blockbuster listing on the bourses. PhysicsWallah gives listing gains of nearly 50% on debut day. Promoter Alak Pandey assures investors his company will not go the way the other edtech majors have. Max Healthcare announces big expansion plans for FY26. Will commission 4 new facilities this fiscal year. Will also expand bed capacity by 30% this year to 6,500 beds by the end of the fiscal year at Mumbai, Saket, Lucknow, as well as a greenfield capacity in Gurgaon by the end of this fiscal year. Let's straight away look at the big breaking this afternoon, viewers. Market representatives have sought a lower STT tax on the cash market. Trades are compared to the derivatives as well. Now remember, in a meeting earlier today with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, market players have put several demands, including increasing household allocation to equities from 5% to 8% and levying buyback tax only on profit, not the total payout. For more on this, we are now joined by Business Today's Karishma Sudani, who's been tracking all these updates there. Karishma, what are sources really telling you? Their pre-budget consultations already underway, and this time there are proposals for some relief for the investors in the stock markets.
Well, Sakshi, it's procedural that the pre-budget consultations usually happen about 2 months before budget, and today was the 4th meeting, and a group of journalists who have been covering this for years, we know how important it is when representatives of capital markets meet finance minister, and like you have already mentioned, that the representatives have sought a lower security transaction tax on cash market trades compared to that of derivatives. One of the key proposals that has been submitted by them is to align the short-term dividend tax for domestic investors and for NRIs at a similar, it is to align at a similar rate to similar range. Right now, the difference is that of close to double. NRIs pay 20% tax on short-term dividends, while domestic investors pay up to close to 42%. There was also a discussion on increasing household allocation to equities from that of 5% to 8%. And as for years they've been asking, the representatives also proposed that buyback tax be levied only on the profit component and not the total payout. What happens is now these proposals, which have been given by the representatives to the finance ministry, are then consulted within the ministry, and closer to the budget, announcements are, of course, finalized.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Karishma, for all of those details. Of course, like you see, the proposals are going through from various segments and sectors, and from the capital markets, the proposal is to reduce the STT as well as to, of course, bring parity when it comes to both NRI and domestic investors when it comes to the kind of taxes they pay on short-term dividends as well. Let's actually now welcome our guest on board. Sneha Podar, Vice President, Research Analyst at Motilal Oswal Financial Services, is now joining in on the program with us. Sneha, there seems to be some kind of a proposal going from the lobby of capital markets, and we are hearing that this time around they are pushing for the budget to really give some tax relief to the capital market investors, even by way of STT or by reducing the dividend taxes there. Remember, all through this entire year of 2025, we've had so many tax reforms, both on direct and indirect side, but I think it was the capital markets that was left untouched, and only in the past we've seen taxes just growing there. Do you see some relief coming in for the capital markets investors in the upcoming budget?
Okay. Good afternoon, Sakshi. So, hearing at the proposals which are being put forward, so if it actually comes through, this will be really positive for the market, which is already gearing up. But with these, if any of these proposals are taken up, definitely it will push up the liquidity in the market, especially from the retail investors. So, this will be sentimentally positive as well, and moreover, the retail participation per se will increase a lot. So hopefully let's keep the fingers crossed. I mean, it's too early to anticipate whether any of these proposals are taken up, because every year the proposals are put forward, but it's only one of the years when it's finally get heard. So hopefully this year we get to hear the good news.
Absolutely. You know what, we'll also focus a bit on the markets. After 6 days of gains, we are seeing some profit taking again in trade today, Sneha. At the same time, what we are also given to understand is that global brokerage houses are now penciling in higher targets for the stock market exchanges like the Sensex. We have Morgan Stanley now penciling in 107,000 for the next year as well, giving us hope that beyond the near-term volatility that we've been facing in, we may be able to see much higher levels for the stock markets back home in India. Do you see a possibility there?
Yes, it's quite possible, Sakshi. So basically, even we are quite bullish on the market, because what we feel is that on the domestic front, everything is pointing towards the recovery. Government has done his homework. He has taken a lot of steps in order to revive the consumer demand, and moreover, the earnings have the Q2 numbers, especially if we see, it has been quite healthy and slightly ahead of the estimates. So the recovery is expected from H2 onwards. And if the consumer demand does get revived, which seems to looking at the initial festive demand, so the consumer demand is expected to pick up, and if the government again initiates the investment towards the capex, then at least on the domestic front, there seems to be no reason to held back onto this positive momentum. The only concern which I find is the US-India trade deal, which is also likely to close down soon. So once it happens, I mean, I believe unless until the consumer demand doesn't pick up or the capex doesn't revive, that might derail the journey. But otherwise, there's no reason as to believe why we should not move ahead, because next year FY27, even we are expecting double-digit kind of earnings growth, and market ultimately follows the earning trend. So looking at the 14-15% kind of earnings expectations, similar kind of trend can be expected on the market front.
Okay. One of the other key aspects that's actually keeping the markets in a consolidation mode is the heavy sell-off that we've actually seen from FPIs and FIIs thus far. And on the same now, NSE MD and CEO has actually raised a major concern over foreign portfolio investors selling in the Indian markets due to very intrusive norms, is what Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan has said, which he also believes are forcing them to stay away. He has also raised concerns over the tight norms for derivatives, saying India should focus on measuring the market in premium terms rather than notional volumes as well. Let's listen into what he had to say.
We think we are the largest market in derivatives. We are by far not. America, on premium terms, in stock options alone, does around 5 times more than India every month. Tesla alone does sometimes more than entire India. So we have just made up in our mind, and then we are going only for those kind of statistics, which is creating wrong policy making. So I just wanted the policy makers, all three are here, so hopefully we will have some understanding of how actually where we stand, whether it is still large or not, how to remove it, how to reduce it, how to make it more safe, secure, less people, less knowledgeable people should not come. All those things are over and above that. But once we have right statistics to look at, then we will have a what I call a right policy coming out. So that was one part. The other part is that FPI regulations have become very tough over last several years. And the amount of information we ask for is very, very sort of intrusive. And many of them do not want to actually give that information. And so they are staying away.
All right, Sneha, coming to you on that, how would you really look at these concerns that have been raised by Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan? Of course, we have seen already massive outflows of about 2 lakh crore rupees from the FIIs already in the Indian markets. Of course, one of the worst sell-offs that we have seen, record sell-off in a lot of parameters as well. And now he's penciled 2 key reasons why he sees this is happening. One, he's saying that there are very intrusive norms that are forcing FIIs to stay away as well. And these tight norms for derivatives also, he's saying that there should be a focus on measuring the market premium in premium terms rather than notional volumes at this point in time. He's raised a very particular question that, India is really not the largest derivatives market as of now. How would you look at this? And do you think these are the key reasons which need attention if we want to get the FIIs back into the Indian markets?
Okay, so Sakshi, these norms have not been just recently implemented. It has been there in the market for quite many years, but still FIs, they have been participating in the market. So this is over last only 1 year that we've seen such a sharp FI outflow, and the primary reason for this is not the stringent norms, but this is largely because the major queues on the domestic domestic front were also not very lucrative for FIs to stay invested compared to the US and the other emerging markets. Like our markets had become actually quite expensive when we compare to the global markets. So we have to keep that in mind. Definitely, if we ease out the overall norms, that will attract more new FIs. But at least from the existing FI point of view, this is not the only reason. The overall the domestic and the global cues were responsible for the FIs pulling out. And in terms of derivatives, obviously, with the stringent norms that we have in case of derivatives, and more stringent, the government was is trying to make it. So obviously that could that in future, if implemented, can have a repercussion on the FI flows. But till the time it's not really put in action, it will be really difficult to say. But so far the FIs, they have again started turning to be buyers, not completely, but then the participation is coming back, because India again is has started looking attractive compared to the other global markets. On the domestic front, as I mentioned, many positives are visible. And if the trade deal goes through, then obviously and with the global broking houses putting out the buy call on India, so obviously the FIs will again return back to India.
Okay, so that's as far as the FI space is concerned. Now, viewers, there's also another aspect that everybody is watching out for, especially all the investors. The buzz in the primary market space. The new debut stock today has been PhysicsWallah. PhysicsWallah has truly defied the market expectations with a 33% premium listing, far stronger than the grey market premium had indicated. Now, the spotlight quickly has also shifted to a bigger question. Can it steer clear of the missteps that actually dragged down India's earlier edtech giants like Byju's, for instance? And here's what the co-founder of PhysicsWallah had to say when asked about comparisons with the past industry failures.
कैपिटल मार्केट के अंदर एक बहुत कॉमन क्वेश्चन हमको फेस हुआ कि यार इस सेक्टर ने बहुत फेलियर्स देखे हैं, आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? वंस इन फॉर ऑल इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर मैं सेटल करना चाहता हूँ बाय सेइंग लड़का अच्छा है, मोहल्ला ख़राब है। लड़का अच्छा है, मोहल्ला ख़राब है, लेकिन बट अब इस लड़के का मोहल्ला बदल गया है। Now I am in top 500 companies of which is a public listed companies. अब मेरा कंपैरिजन कंज्यूमर इंटरनेट से होना चाहिए। अब मेरे टैम का कंपैरिजन, मेरी ग्रोथ का कंपैरिजन, मेरी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी का कंपैरिजन कंज्यूमर इंटरनेट कंपनी से होना चाहिए।
Right there, you had it very confident management there, talking about how he's looking forward to the competition among the largest listed companies in this space and worldwide as well. 155 currently for PhysicsWallah, viewers, 43% higher on the debut day today. We had actually seen the stock shoot up about over 160 odd levels in the morning as well, and now it's again inching up towards those levels too. How would you look at PhysicsWallah and this stellar listing that we have seen on the stock as far as day one is concerned, despite all the talk about whether valuations, and like the co-founder also talked about, whether edtech companies will be able to stay on course?
Okay, so as rightly mentioned, so far edtech companies, we haven't really seen any good offering, but this clearly stands out because given its success that we've seen over the last few years, especially 60% kind of CAGR which we had observed in last 2 years in the number of paid users, that really talks about its success. So the business model which they're offering and the way they are offering really stands apart, and the kind of the valuation with which they have brought to the table. So even that leaves something for the investors. So I believe probably there's a new beginning for this sector with PhysicsWallah, and probably from here onwards we might see a few more good listings which may happen over here. But So this is the kind of business model which they have formed that really speaks about it. The way they are expanding and the way the number of users are getting I mean the way the entire user base is expanding, that really speaks about the company.
Okay. Sneha, we'll also talk about in the same breath the other tech companies that have got listed in this week. And one of them is Grow. And we've seen a substantial move on that. It's nearly doubled investors' money in just about 5 sessions of a move right after getting a substantial listing gain as well. How would you look at Grow, which has already seen a market cap crossing 1 lakh crore rupees as well? In fact, the market cap in comparison to most of the other brokerage firms listed on the exchanges, barring yours, of course, Motilal Oswal has a bigger market cap. But when we look at others, they are much smaller. And when we combine a lot of them, they would still be able to just close in on Grow as well. How would you look at that? In fact, it's closing in on BSE market cap as well. How would you look at this?
Okay, their business model is obviously, quite different from the full-fledged broking houses, and the kind of success that they have recorded in just a small span of time that really, speaks about their entire this thing. Post this sharp run-up, I mean, the valuation is looking quite expensive. Even at the time of listing, we were a little skeptical with regards to the valuation, and now the kind of run up that we've already seen. So my suggestion would be one should actually start looking at booking some profit and let the valuations settle down a little, and then probably it can be evaluated again. Looking at the other broking houses, obviously because of the various various discussions which are going on with regards to the derivatives, stricter rules and all. So the other broking houses have not really participated, Angel One and all. But looking at Grow, even the momentum has built up in those stocks. But still, the Grow valuation is way ahead of the peers. Valuation-wise, obviously, the comfort is not there.
Absolutely. And right now, it's also the time to look at the fag end earnings that are coming in, viewers, on the stock markets. We're almost wrapping up Q2 earnings season, and just wrapping up on a high note, I would say so, because Max Healthcare has delivered strong Q2 profit. That's on higher outpatient and international patient revenue as well. In fact, earlier I spoke to Abhay Soy, the CMD of the company, on whether there has been also an uptick in pollution-linked occupancies in Max Healthcare hospitals, and what will be the key growth drivers for the company going forward. Let's listen into what he had to say.
Well, it's difficult to sort of look at, so we haven't had any significant pollution-linked occupancies. Actually, this year we have not had the seasonal flus as well. As you're aware, monsoons kind of graduated into winter straight away. So, there wasn't the kind of climate which is there usually for mosquitoes, etc. So I think it was one of the positives is that perhaps the seasonal surge in occupancy wasn't there because of diseases wasn't there. I think so. That's one. Having said that, we are going to the drivers going forward will be the, I won't say occupancies, but occupied bed days, because, although occupancy levels are 77%, we will be rolling out significant amount of capacities in the coming quarter itself. Just a few weeks ago, we rolled out 168 beds in Mohali in Punjab. Over the next couple of days, we will be rolling out another 270 beds in Mumbai at Max Nanavati, as well as within 30 days, we will be loading out about 400 beds in Max Saket, which is Max Smart at Saket. So that's a significant capacity expansion. Before the end of the year, an additional 150 beds in Lucknow, as well as the greenfield capacity at the end of the year of 500 beds at Gurgaon. So you're seeing another 1,500 beds come through. So I think more than sort of occupancy levels, the occupied bed days would be the thing to look out for.
All right, so that was the chairperson of Max Healthcare talking big about the capacity addition in terms of beds when we see by the end of the fiscal year as well. And before we go back to Sneha, I want to just help all of our viewers also understand when it comes to Japan, one of the largest and most active bond markets in the world, that of Japan has actually tumbled to its lowest in several years today. Worries have deepened over fear that a big economic bailout package announced by Prime Minister Sane Takaishi could damage the nation's public finances. Yields on 40-year bonds have also jumped 8 points to 3.68%, their highest level since the securities were listed in 2007, while a 20 and 30-year debt each has risen to at least 4 basis points. The 30-year yield is just a few basis points away from record high. The bailout is expected to exceed $90 billion, and the yields also assume importance as they were near zero till a couple of years ago, and a large number of borrowers are now faced with higher interest payments, which could partly precipitate global economic pain as well. So that's as far as the Japan bonds are concerned. Let's come back to Sneha and try and understand what would this mean for the larger audiences. Indian bond market still is at a nascent stage at this point in time. It's not as developed as some of these developed countries outside. How would you really look at the impact that this could probably have globally, Sneha?
See, globally, this could create negative sentiments because Japan is one of the major economies. So at least in the near term, this could have some repercussion. Already, we are seeing some sort of profit booking across the markets, which is some is led by the obviously the U.S. government shutdown and post which the key datas which got delayed and they are most likely to have an impact on the next year Fed cut as well. So apart from those data points, obviously this will further add to the negative sentiment, and this might lead to the overall global markets into a consolidation mode. Anyways, we have seen strong momentum over the last couple of months, so we might take a pause before some good news does set in.
All right, viewers, let's focus on the markets closing, Sneha, and we'll come back to you right after the closing bell. 126 points of a loss, so we've slipped below the 25,900 odd mark. You can see we are at the low point of the day. By the end of this session, we've had a very, very choppy session. We tried to pull up again, but we have slipped to the low point yet again. Look at the Nifty Bank, that's also slipped lower in trade, and you can actually see 58,856 odd levels. Remember, this is all after Nifty Bank, and even the mid and the small cap indices have been buoyant all through last 5-6 sessions. IT stocks have also slipped to the day's low, over 1% losses for this one. Look at the mid caps, that's down by nearly 0.6% as well. A very, very choppy session that has unfolded even for this. Remember, the mid cap 100 index had also hit record high levels in yesterday's trading action, but right after that we have seen some pull down. You can also see small caps that have dropped about 1% lower in trade. Pharma stocks have also dragged. In fact, all the sectors have slipped in trade today. Let's actually pull up in front of you all the top gainers as far as the Nifty is concerned, and then we will also focus on the top laggards in trade as well. So let's pull up some of those stocks there. Bharti Airtel is the top mover, 1.6% higher. Axis Bank and Shriram Finance from the banking and NBFC space also near about 1% higher in trade. Asian Paints that continues to soar higher post its earnings. Titan and Maruti Suzuki, consumption-oriented basket, seeing some uptick, just about minor gains of about 0.25% odd in the trade today. Reliance Industries flat with a positive bias at 15.19 in trade today. Dr. Reddy's and Power Grid among the other gainers. Let's look at the laggards now and see where the pressure is coming in from. Tata Consumer Products, so from the FMCG space, that's dragging. You can see Tech Mahindra and Jio Finance also down by 2% odd in the trade today. We can also look at Infosys from the IT pack, Cipla, Apollo Hospitals also from the pharma and healthcare pack, seeing some cuts in today's trading session as well. Wipro, so you can see IT, pharma, a lot of those names, and even those big Bajaj twins from the NBFC pack that have cut down in trade. You can see 25,910 as the last level on which the Nifty has shut shop, about 103 points lower in trade, and therefore stalling those 6 days of a winning streak that we have been looking at and enjoying in the past 6 sessions for the markets. Will we rebound from here tomorrow is the key question there. Coming back to Sneha. Sneha, quickly, if you could help us understand your take on the markets rebounding for the rest of the week, or do you see still some selling pressure?
Okay, the selling pressure might continue for some time because on Thursday, the non-farm payroll data is awaited, which is the key data point going up, ahead to a Fed meeting in the month of December. So anyways, the sentiments have turned negative with regards to, as such, no cut is expected in the December month. And moreover, the data which we get from the non-farm payroll on this Thursday, that would further, confirm this thing. So till that is out, probably we might continue in the consolidation mode.
Absolutely. So we end the weekly expiry session for the NSE contracts lower. But let's see some questions that are coming in from our viewers for Sneha. Ananya from Hyderabad asks you, Sneha, are prices of gold and silver expected to fall further in the wedding season that is underway? 3 or 4 consecutive sessions when we've seen gold and silver prices ebbing lower. What's your take, Sneha?
See, I'm no expert on the commodities, but sure. With regards to the silver in general, there's a lot of industrial demand which is coming in. So though we are seeing some sort of profit booking, but then the trend for silver should be on the positive side, especially keeping in mind the kind of industrial demand which is kicking in, and with US actually declaring silver as one of the critical minerals. With regards to gold, it really depends upon the central banks. So the more buying which is done by the the central banks across the country, so that will boost the gold prices. And if the buying actually starts reducing, then that could pull down the prices.
Okay. All right. Sahana Dubey from Bengaluru says, is it a good time to enter IT stocks, or should I wait for the US trade deal?
It's a very good time to actually enter the IT stocks, because once the trade deal concludes, then probably we might not be able to actually enter into this stock. So probably through 1 or 2 stocks. And what we really like is HCL Tech in the large cap and Coforge or Persistent in the mid cap, where one can create the positions.
All right. Thanks a lot, then, Sneha, for being with us on the program and helping us with all of those insights on the markets. Viewers, that's a wrap on the Business Today show. In case you too have any questions about your investments in mutual funds, your SIPs, stocks or gold-related queries, then please do send them to us on the number that's flashing on your screens. And tune in on the 9 a.m. show for the market trading action and trading setup opening action with Abba Bakaya tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
हमारे क़त्ल को मीठी ज़ुबान है काफ़ी, अजीब शख्स है, खंजर तलाश करता है। 21, 22, 23 नवंबर को सज रही है साहित्य के सितारों की महफिल साहित्य आज तक। दिल्ली के मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में आज ही अपना टिकट बुक करवाएं aajtak.in/साहित्य पर। आइएगा ज़रूर, आपका इंतज़ार रहेगा।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. ED raids, Al-Flah, trust in Delhi and Faridabad over terror funding, NIA reveals. Terrorists planned a drone bomb attack in Delhi, JDU and BJP leaders to meet in Delhi on Bihar government formation.
कत्ल को मीठी जुबान है काफी, अजीब शख्स है, खंजर तलाश करता है। 21, 22, 23 नवंबर को सज रही है साहित्य के सितारों की महफिल साहित्य आज तक। दिल्ली के मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में आज ही अपना टिकट बुक करवाएं aajtak.in/साहित्य पर। आइएगा जरूर, आपका इंतजार रहेगा।
India Today, making sense of India. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit.
Have the time with the most respected, one of the most respected medical scientists in the world. Dr. Souma Swaminathan is here with us. She's a former chief scientist of the World Health Organization, former director general of the Indian Council of Medical Research as well, and a pediatrician who has spent 4 decades of work on child health, infectious diseases, health systems. Really couldn't think of a better person than you, ma'am, to sort of understand both what's happening in clinics and also in policy rooms. So let me begin by asking you this. For several years, you have been speaking about the issue of air pollution. We have been constantly covering it as well. Why do you think air pollution does not become an urgent health issue, say like COVID or TB? Why is it, now that we know that air pollution will kill more people than the pandemic ever did, than COVID-19 ever did, or even more than tobacco claims to be, taking lives off? Why is it that we don't see it as an urgent health problem?
No, thank you. That's a very important question. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. One is, of course, that air pollution is something which is sort of invisible, though some days you can definitely see the smog. But even in cities where the air looks like it's okay, it's actually not okay. And you only know that when you measure and you look at the AQI and you look at the PM 2.5 and PM 10. So for most people, it may not strike them as a huge urgent problem. Second is it's slow. So you do have severe health effects from air pollution, but they don't happen overnight, unlike COVID, where you get sick right away, or you see people around you getting sick. And of course, a pandemic is something that creates so much of panic and fear. Whereas here, it is slow, it is invisible, it is acting on our bodies all the time, but it takes years sometimes to see the impact. Therefore, you don't necessarily make a connection between your exposure to air pollution and the health problems that you're facing today. So I think that's one reason. The second is that COVID, for example, everybody knew that it was a pandemic, it was caused by a virus, that the health department was in charge and had to act and was acting and so on, and everybody else was supporting. Here, the actions have to happen across many different sectors: industry, agriculture, transport, construction, solid waste management, indoor cooking fuel. And therefore, it's almost like a diffuse responsibility, and therefore it sort of gets diluted.
But talking about diffused responsibility, some people still think that pollution is a Delhi problem. Well, now we have decades of data really telling us very clearly that this is a North India problem. It's an Indian metro problem as well. So much so that 10 out of the 15 most polluted cities in the world are Indian cities. Do you think that narrative also needs to be specified, needs to be taken to the politicians?
You're very right. I would say that air quality or air pollution is a national problem. The reason is there's a lot of data now. Of course, we have many more monitors than we used to have in the past. And if any day you pick up the newspaper and look at the AQI from the different cities around, like today's newspaper, for example, I saw that almost all cities that were reporting were in the red. I've personally been in at least Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai in the last 2 weeks. And nowhere was the air quality anything that we could call good. So it's a national problem. It's a rural and an urban problem. The NCR region, for many reasons, gets a lot of attention and focus, particularly in these winter months, because there are also climatic variables which make the air circulation very slow and so on. But that whole Indo-Gangetic plain is impacted. And we have less monitors in rural areas. And so we focus on cities. In fact, our National Clean Air Program focuses on cities. And so we tend to neglect the rural areas. But I would say that 95% of the country does not have air quality according to whether, our own national standards, which is 40 micrograms per cubic meter, let alone the WHO standards, which is that it should be less than PM 2.5 should be less than 5 microgram per meter cube. So we're still far away from that. We need to have a stepwise approach, of course. We can't go from where we are to 5, but we can go to the WHO intermediate target, which is less than 35 micrograms per meter cube. But every millimeter difference we make will have an impact on our health. So it's really important not to get disheartened and say that things are so bad we can't do anything. No, we can do, and we can bring it down. And every little bit we do will show a good impact on our health.
Right. 95% of the country is not breathing good air. I think that's quite a figure that all of us should wake up to. But put on your sort of pediatrician hat for a minute, ma'am, and help us understand this. We've constantly been headlining stories trying to get the awareness of parents as well, highlighting that a child in Delhi smokes about 15 to 10 cigarettes a day without even knowing, without just breathing. Now, if every parent could understand one science-backed truth about air pollution from you today, what would you tell them?
Well, one has to do everything to protect yourself, and particularly small children, because they're smaller, they breathe faster, they are shorter, they are closer to the ground, so they actually inhale more. Plus, their organs are developing, their heart, their lung, their brain, all of their organs are developing. So it's actually very harmful for young children to be exposed to the same levels of air pollution as we are, because it's going to impact their future cognitive development. Now, this is very scary. So what can we do to protect ourselves and our children? Well, avoid the exposure as much as possible. Now, this is easier said than done. But in the most polluted parts of the day, which is generally the colder parts of the day, keep the child indoors, keep the doors and windows closed. Certainly don't go out and exercise or play during those periods, because the faster you breathe, the more pollutants you're going to be taking in. Again, an N95 mask will be able to filter out these particles, but for younger children, it's difficult to get them to keep N95 masks on, but perhaps if they are in a very outside and they can wear an N95 mask when they're moving around outside, that would be a good one. Air purifiers, again, expensive. Not everyone can afford, but I wish that schools would invest in air purifiers, that, wherever one can put those in, because that certainly does help. Of course, you have to keep changing the filters and so on. And then watch out for any signs or symptoms of your child, getting breathless, getting a cough and cold, and obviously get medical attention early on.
But ultimately, in Delhi are now... Sorry, the doctors in...
I know doctors are saying go, doctors are often telling parents move away, but again, that's not practical. Yeah. So I think the problem is that individual protective action can be taken by some, maybe not all. It can help to some extent, but ultimately the air is common to all of us. It's a public good. And so we have to clean the air. That's going to benefit everyone, rich or poor. The other solutions are will only impact a few.
Right. Ma'am, but I want to get down on the question of accountability here. This is a public health crisis, perhaps the biggest we have seen in India in far too long. Who do you think should be held accountable here for this health fallout of pollution? Environment Ministry, Health Ministry, local governments, like where does the buck stop really?
So this is a classical case where I think it is a collective responsibility. Now, of course, one says that. Then next step is, okay, somebody's got to take charge, to coordinate, to have a plan, to have metrics, to have indicators, to have very specific actions, and to follow those through. So I am looking at it something like how we tackled COVID. We had an empowered committee of secretaries. How did we do Swachh Bharat mission? How are we doing the Jal Jeevan mission? These are massive national programs where, we've set very ambitious targets. We've got and we've achieved most of them. So I feel that it is possible to do, but because it's a topic where you have to have action across, you need financing, you need good governance, and there needs to be an empowered group of people that's actually at the top monitoring what is happening. And now I think that we have enough data and we have enough airshed analysis and we have enough science-backed solutions. So we are not short of solutions or anything, but we need very strict enforcement and implementation.
A select committee, that sounds like a good idea. We really hope the government sort of takes that up as well. Ma'am, I also want to understand from you a little bit of what the future looks like here. If pollution levels remain the same, what do you think will be India's disease profile looking like in the next 10 years? Are we heading into a silent sort of chronic disease epidemic of sorts, very, very unaware, very, very complacent in handling in air pollution?
So over the years, as we've seen the risk factors for health, there's this analysis that's done every couple of years. Air pollution has been steadily climbing up as a major risk factor for health, and other things like water and sanitation and all those, many of the infectious diseases, those have, we've done well on them and they've gone down the list. So the number one is dietary risks, the food, the nutrition that we get. That's the number one risk factor for health in India today. The number two risk factor is air pollution. And this is contributed to by many sectors, but also by indoor household air pollution, that is by burning of solid mass. We know that many people are still using biomass for cooking and for heating, and also waste burning happening all over the country. Big source of pollution, which is often neglected. So it is the number two cause of, and if you look at cancer deaths today, lung cancer, smoking has gone down, but pollution has increased as a cause for lung cancer among non-smokers. If you look at COPD, chronic lung disease, heart attacks, even dementia, diabetes, there's more and more data linking air pollution to all of these chronic diseases. And we know India has a young population. We talk about our demographic dividend and the fact that this is a huge economic asset for us. Well, don't address air pollution. We're going to have an unhealthy population and we're going to lose that demographic dividend. So I think this is something which has huge economic and public health importance. And if we address it, we will see the gains very, very quickly.
But what is the best way to address it then? You talked about a select committee. Is there one policy implementation that you would like India to get in as well? If you had the power, say, to implement one policy that would really cut down India's pollution burden and, dramatically so, what would you say?
You see, I would say that we have to implement the policies we have. We do have an act, a Clean Air Act, which specifies certain emission norms. All industries are supposed to, have the real-time monitoring of their emission norms, and the pollution control boards actually do have access to such data. So that's a big source, we know. But so is construction. Again, we have norms for what the construction industry is supposed to do to reduce the dust. Similarly, we know that transport, the older the vehicle, the more the emissions. We have the standards for the BS6 and so on, but we also need investment in more public transport, particularly with clean energy, with electric buses and so on. So, other cities and other countries have done it. We can really just take the lessons from there, of course, adapt it and contextualize it. But like I said, we've got to get very serious about acting. Beijing did that. You know, Beijing was the worst city in the world. You couldn't look out of your window and see anything. It was that thick a smog. London has done it before. Mexico City has done it. Los Angeles has done it. So, and there are cities in India that have made a very good start towards it. So I think that we have the solutions, but the implementation is key, and there we need everyone to come together. You see, by everyone, I mean all political parties must come together. Citizens and governments must come together. Center and state governments must come together. And sometimes you have to also work with other countries, because the Indo-Gangetic plain, we have Nepal, we have Bangladesh, we have Bhutan, we have Pakistan on this side. So there are common elements, you know, that need to be addressed if we need, because air doesn't stop at any boundaries, national or state. But we can start with a national plan, and then we do have also a plan that was developed a few years ago, which was for the countries of the Indo-Gangetic, you know, with the bordering region. So there is a plan for that as well. And there are goals that have been set for 2035. So there are many things which have already started. I think the thing is really to come together now and agree to work together to address this.
Agree to work together to address this in a country where Delhi says it's Haryana's problem, Haryana says it's Punjab's problem. At the end of the day, it is everybody's problem and only expanding by the day. We really hope your words reach them, ma'am. My last question, and this is a bit of a big picture question here. You know, you've spent your entire life turning evidence into action. If India could sort of make just one mindset shift on air pollution, because you and I both know we don't see it as a problem as big as it is. People think we are calling doomsday, but it's not an exaggeration. This will happen to our kids. Their lungs, their cognitive skills, their IQ, their overall development is going to falter off generation altogether. So what do you suggest that one mindset shift on air pollution should be?
Well, I think it's, as you said, recognizing that even though it may be invisible and silent and sort of chronic and not an acute thing, it is having a huge impact on all of our lives and our health, especially the next generation, the younger generation. And secondly, that we can all do something actually about it. You know, we can reduce the use of cars, we can do carpooling, we can take public transport, we can walk and cycle when possible. We should not burn anything. If we see anyone who's burning because they have to and they have no other choice, let's find a solution for them. I know in Delhi, for example, you know, many housing societies are given heaters so that the watchmen who are sitting in the cold don't have to burn things to keep themselves warm. But there's a lot of waste burning that goes on, you know, which, again, we should not be burning. So people, the mindset is when you burn, you know, you're getting rid of the old, and, you know, there's often traditionally thought of as a good way of getting rid of waste. Well, it's a very harmful way of getting rid of waste. So I think let's examine also like we say, Jan Bhagidari is needed for many of these big movements. But then we need these set of 4 or 5 actions that individuals need to do, apart from, of course, protecting yourself. But then there's a whole lot of actions, you know, that need to be done actually by the government departments as well. So if all of that happens together, then I think we can really start seeing a very big difference.
All right. So partnership within the states, partnership with state and center, and partnership of public and private as well. I think all of us need to work together on this air pollution crisis, because it indeed is one. It's a matter of recognizing it at an urgent level. Thank you so much, Dr. Umar Swaminathan, for joining us here on India Today.
Thank you.
Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bihar speeds up government formation, discussions on cabinet allocation in Delhi, wanted Naxal Hidma, and 5 others killed in Sukma encounter. Violence erupted in Bangladesh. 2 people killed in violent clashes. Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 27 and minimum 11 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata maximum 29 and minimum 18 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 26 and minimum 14 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome to India Today. I'm Anjali Istwal. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. Unseen video of bomber Umar on India Today makes big Fidai attack revelation. Spine-chilling message before the blast. Umar explains the idea of suicide bombing.
One of the very misunderstood concept is concept of what has been labeled as suicide bombing. It is martyrdom operations.
Most sinister reveal in Delhi attack plot. Jaish module was planning air attacks. Delhi module plotted Hamas-style terror drone plot. Jaish hoax email in Delhi's Saket and Rohini courts. Security beefed up across Delhi courts. 2 CRPF schools also get bomb hoax mails. Top Naxal commander Madhvi Hidma killed in encounter in Andhra. Big step towards Naxal Mukt Bharat. Man behind 26 deadly attacks killed. Prime Minister Modi's big urban Naxal attack on Congress. Calls Congress Muslim League Maoiwadi Congress. Says Congress shielded Naxals, rejected Samvidhan. Congress top brass keeps Chief Minister Siddaramaiah hanging. Sources say Kharge-Siddaramaiah meet in Delhi inconclusive. Kharge sought time to discuss the rejig with Rahul. And we begin this bulletin with big news coming in as far as the swearing-in ceremony of the new NDA government in Bihar is concerned. Well, it will be held on 20th November. This is confirmed, and also according to the reliable sources, the event will take place at Gandhi Maidan from 10 in the morning. The swearing-in ceremony is scheduled between 11 to 12 p.m. Now, it is, of course, going to happen in Patna, and what is important is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in Patna tomorrow evening to attend the swearing ceremony of the new NDA government. And apart from him, other senior BJP leaders will also reach Patna by tomorrow evening. So we have details coming in as far as the swearing ceremony is concerned. Well, it is set for 20th and it will be held between 11 in the morning till 12 noon. Importantly, Union Minister of Home Amit Shah will be there, but along with him will be other senior members and leaders of the BJP as well. Joining us right now is India Today's Rohit Singh. Rohit, do tell us what are the details that are trickling in as far as the swearing-in ceremony is concerned.
Well, Anjali, with very fast speed, things are moving as far as the government formation is concerned. And on 20th of November, what we are learning is that the swearing-in ceremony of Nitish Kumar will be taking place between 11 and 12 in the morning. And for that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, all the top central ministers and also the chief ministers of all the BJP ruled states will be in attendance at the historic Gandhi Maidan in Patna for the swearing-in ceremony. And what we are learning is that tomorrow evening itself, Amit Shah will be landing in Patna to participate in the swearing-in ceremony. And before that, important meetings that have been lined up for tomorrow. First of all, 10 o'clock in the morning, there will be a meeting of the BJP Legislative Party where the leader of the BJP Legislative Party will be elected, and thereafter it will be the meeting of the JDU Legislative Party. From there also a leader of the JDU Legislative Party will be elected, followed by which there will be a joint meeting of the NDA Legislative Party in which Nitish Kumar is all set to be elected as the leader of the NDA Legislative Party, following which Nitish Kumar will be meeting the governor, Arif Mohammad Khan, and will be tendering his resignation. And at the same time, he will also take claim to form the government in Bihar. And after this entire process is over on 20th, Nitish Kumar will be taking oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for a record 10th time. Back to you.
Right. Also, what do we know about the government formation in terms of the ratios of the different parties is concerned? Do we have some sort of a consensus on this? What are we hearing?
Well, no major glitches as far as the government formation is concerned. What we are learning is that both the BJP and JDU are keen on getting the post of the speaker. But I think that this issue will be resolved amicably, and very likely this post will be going to the BJP. And Prem Kumar, who is a senior party leader and also almost one of the most senior MLAs of the party, he will be the next speaker of the Bihar Assembly in all likelihood. And as far as the government formation is concerned, what the formula that has been reached is that for every 6 MLAs, 1 ministerial berth will be given to every party. Based on that, we can expect that there will be at least 14 to 15 ministers from the BJP quota, 13 to 14 from the JDU, 2 from Chirag Paswan's party, and 1 each from Manji and Upendra Kushwaha's party.
Right.
Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Rohit, for all those details. And now there is some more information coming in. Now, sources are saying, as far as the government formation in Bihar is concerned, there are talks that are on for the home portfolio, which the JDU isn't ready to part ways with. Now, sources say that the JDU is keen on holding on to this home portfolio. As far as the Speaker's chair is concerned, there might be no disagreement. Now, for more on this, I'm joined by India Today's Maria Shakil. We will soon be going to Maria. She will be giving us more information on this. But let us meanwhile bring you up to date about what we are hearing about the government formation. So it seems that the key point in this is the home portfolio. Who will get this home portfolio? Remember, there have been meetings that have been happening between the allies, the partners. We saw that the JDU leader, Sanjay Jha and Lalan Singh, they both met with the Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi at his residence. And also present in that meeting was BJP President JP Nadda. So clearly, there are talks going on. Government formation is an important part where all the allies need to agree as to who gets what. And this discussion between Home Minister and the 2 senior JDU leaders lasted for 3 hours. So for 3 hours, they talked about who gets what position. Remember, each portfolio, although important and key to running of the government, there are some that are considered plum by many. They are more powerful, they give you a lot more say in the government, and that is what each party eyes. And while the numbers of the ministers in the government may be something that each party has agreed to, who gets the home ministry, that is what is now being looked at. The BJP and the JDU both are eyeing the home ministry. This is what we are getting to hear from our sources. So what is going to happen? Are the two allies going to sit down, have a talk about it, figure it out somehow? Because JDU right now is not in the mood to let go of the Home Ministry. Remember, it is one of the most powerful portfolios in a government, and it is not easy for any party to give up that. The Chief Minister also works very closely, and if BJP, the one which is eyeing the portfolio of Home Ministry, if it wants that, it will have to convince Nitish Kumar to let go of it. Joining us from the newsroom is India Today's Maria Shakil. Maria, we all know there were discussions that happened for hours and hours at the Home Minister's house. We are talking about the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, where the two senior JDU leaders were present. So it seems, as per your sources, it is the home portfolio which is the sticking point right now.
And the sense in all the sides, both the sides, is that too will be sorted out in the next few hours. Remember, Lalan Singh and JDU working president Sanjay Jha, both of them are in Delhi for holding talks with regards to the portfolio distribution. What sources are indicating to us is that it is not the Speaker's chair which is a point of contention at this point. It is the home portfolio which the BJP is demanding, which seems to be the point of contention. Remember, one of the reasons for Nitish Kumar's return to power is his law and order track record. He's seen as a leader who has ensured that those 15 years before...
Right, Maria, we will be coming back to you for more information. So it seems we are getting some inside information as far as government formation is concerned. And it is that the portfolio of Home Ministry is what both the parties, the main allies, are eyeing, and that is the Home Ministry. And will JDU be ready to give it up? It seems unlikely. BJP is demanding that portfolio. Both the parties, their top leadership, are continuing to talk about it. There was an important meeting today at the residence of Amit Shah. And concerning this, we have some more information coming in. It seems that Keshav Prasad Maurya, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti and Arjun Ram Meghwal have been appointed as BJP observers for Bihar. Now, this important meeting of these people will be held tomorrow at 10 in the morning in Patna. Joining us once again is Maria Shakil. Maria, do tell us how the observers will be keeping an eye on the entire ongoings of Bihar politics, and also you were telling us about government formation as well.
Yes, that's right. So what sources are telling us is that it is the point of disagreement is regarding the home portfolio. It's not about the Speaker's chair, because the Speaker's chair, remember, had gone to the BJP even the last time around. So there's not much of a disagreement with regards to the Speaker's chair. It is the home portfolio which Nitish Kumar has held throughout the tenure of his chief ministership. That is becoming the point of contention. An important issue to highlight here certainly will be as to why this is the disagreement, because Nitish Kumar is set to be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 10th time on Thursday. And the sense within the BJP certainly is that, yes, they are giving the Chief Minister's chair. They have agreed for the Chief Minister's chair to be given to Nitish Kumar. But what about an equally powerful home portfolio? That is where the talks are going on, and the sense is that too will be sorted out in the next few hours. Remember, the entire process of government formation, so far, the talks have been very, very cordial and they have managed to even convince Chirag Paswan. The Chirag Paswan had been insisting that his party, the LJP, should be accommodated with the Deputy Chief Minister's chair. At the moment, the sense is that he may not get it, but again, I'm saying, when talks of this nature happen, it continues till the time the final list is sent to the governor's house. So till that time, that means till Thursday morning, the talks will continue, and both the sides will continue to bargain very, very hard.
Right, absolutely. But Maria, also if you could tell us a little bit more about the names that have been selected or rather appointed as BJP observers for Bihar.
Yes, so as far as the list of the observers are concerned, there are 3 observers who will be going for the legislature party meeting of the BJP, which is scheduled to be held tomorrow, which includes the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Keshav Maurya, Senior Minister, and in fact the Law Minister, Arjun Ram Meghwal, who is a Union Law Minister, and former Minister Niranjan Jyoti will be all part of the observers who will be travelling from Delhi to Patna for the legislature party meeting. 89 MLAs of BJP will be endorsing the candidature of Nitish Kumar as their head of the NDA legislature party, which will be, of course, held after the respective parties hold their legislature party meeting. So the process of government formation has begun. There are talks which are happening in Delhi and in Patna, and it's only a matter of time now that we'll be seeing a final list, which in all probability will be clear by Thursday morning or perhaps late tomorrow evening.
Right. Thank you, Maria, but do stay on with us. We'll be coming back to you for more breaking news. Now we have news coming in from Maharashtra. Political tensions are flaring up between the BJP and the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena, following reports that several Shiv Sena ministers, though not all, were absent from the cabinet meeting. Now this is sparking rumours of a boycott. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, although was present, and following the session, the Shiv Sena ministers met with Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to express anger over the BJP allegedly poaching their local leaders in Dombivli ahead of the local body polls.
शिवसेना के एकनाथ शिंदे जी की तरफ के एक पदाधिकारी बीजेपी में, क्योंकि ये जो चुनाव है लोकल पंचायत का, ये चुनाव में यहाँ टिकट नहीं मिलते वहाँ चले जाते हैं, वहाँ टिकट नहीं मिलते वहाँ चले जाते हैं। 8-8 साल हो गए चुनाव नहीं हुए हैं, करके थोड़ा इधर उधर हो रहा है। लेकिन उस वजह से आज के बैठक की कोई नाराजी नहीं है, आज की बैठक की नाराजी उस वजह से नहीं है।
Okay, so you just heard what the issue really is, but clearly the politicians there trying to downplay it, but sources are indicating that the Chief Minister, that is Devendra Fadnavis, has responded sharply to this entire issue, reminding the Shiv Sena leaders and the ministers that the Shiv Sena initiated similar political inroads in Ulhasnagar and warned that both allies should cease poaching activities immediately. Now, this is in regard to the accusation that local leaders are being poached in Dombivli. Joining us now is India Today's Ritvik Bhalekar. Ritvik, do tell us what is the grouse that is being expressed by the Shiv Sena leaders?
Amid the preparations for the upcoming local body polls, the allies of Mahayuti Alliance, Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde faction and BJP, the political tensions flared up between both the party ministers today when they didn't turn up for the scheduled cabinet meeting in Mantralaya, the administrative headquarters. They had a pre-cabinet meet with Deputy CM Eknath Shinde, and all the ministers informed Deputy CM Eknath Shinde that to poaching of the local leaders in their districts, they are not happy with BJP president, and they are also not allotted funds required, and it has been not given to them since several months. So due to this, they chose not to attend the cabinet meeting today, and since then we are watching here in Mantralaya that ministers are coming to Deputy CM Eknath Shinde, trying to convince him, and even CM Devendra Fadnavis, when met after the cabinet meeting to the Shiv Sena ministers, he stated that the whole poaching thing started in Ulhasnagar, adjoining the Bastion, Thane district of Eknath Shinde, and then BJP did the same thing. So both the parties should follow the discipline, and they are not embroiled in such petty issues.
Right, quite shocking there that the two allies are now seem to be fighting about an issue of poaching of their own leaders, and it is at the local level. Remember, the local polls are coming. The Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde today, when he went for the meeting, a cabinet meeting that was called, it seems he was present, but the other ministers from the Shiv Sena were absent. And that led to a little bit of a tension when Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis expressed anger over BJP allegedly poaching their local leaders in Dombivali. The leaders of Shiv Sena expressed their anger to the Chief Minister. And they said that there are leaders, that are local leaders that are being poached. And sources are indicating that the Chief Minister responded sharply to this complaint from the Shiv Sena, reminding them that Shiv Sena initiated similar political inroads in Ulhasnagar area and warned both the allies should try and amicably resolve this. Okay, it seems now Aditya Thackeray is reacting to this entire internal quibbling that we are seeing between the two parties, the two allies, BJP and Shiv Sena. He has reacted and is mocking the Mahayuti over this boycott reports. So it seems that the Shiv Sena ministers are boycotting the cabinet meeting, and Aditya Thackeray has taken this opportunity to say that Shiv Sena is upset with BJP, obviously because of the poaching that the Shiv Sena claims is happening at the local body poll levels. Now, Thackeray has made a jibe at the Shiv Sena and saying, "Chor machaye shor." He has said that there may be internal issues, but boycotting a cabinet meeting is unacceptable. It is very selfish, and cabinet meet is to discuss people's issues and issues of Maharashtra. So let's listen into exactly what. So Aditya Thackeray is raising this issue and saying that a cabinet meeting, which is a very important part of the government and running of the government, is where the people's issues are raised, and it seems that Shiv Sena is boycotting it, and he's raising issues as to how the government is being run in Maharashtra when cabinet ministers seem to be boycotting it. We have another big breaking news coming in. This is regarding the India-US trade deal. We have been reporting on this for a very long time, and all eyes have been on this trade deal. But now there seems to be indication that it may be finalized soon. And why are we saying this? The Union Minister, Piyush Goyal, has dropped a big hint. He said, "You'll hear the good news on India-US trade deal once it's fair, equitable and balanced." Remember, India has been clearly stating that they are not going to bow down to any pressure. Piyush Goyal said that India will also protect the interests of the farmers and the fishermen in the agreement when it will be inked. India and the US are negotiating the proposed bilateral trade agreement since March. So far, 6 rounds of negotiations have been completed. Let's listen to what the minister is saying.
I said whenever the deal is fair, equitable and balanced, you will hear the good news.
Sir, tell us about the impact of tariff you have told about there is a less...
India's exports continue to grow and will continue to grow in the future.
Sir,
I said whenever the deal is fair, equitable and balanced, you will hear the good news.
Sir, tell us about the impact of tariff you have told about there is a less...
India's exports continue to grow and will continue to grow in the future.
Joining us live now is India Today Global's editor Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, do tell us, decoding what exactly Piyush Goyal is saying, because he does seem to be hinting to the deal, but a timeline cannot be construed out of it.
Absolutely, Anjali, and you must have noticed the operative word
three key words here: fair, equitable, and balanced. And that is the prerequisite for India to sign this bilateral trade agreement, because there were conflicting reports coming both from Washington DC as well as certain sections in India as well, expressing the hope that soon this bilateral trade agreement will sail through. So Minister of Commerce, Mr. Piyush Goyal, has specified, he has clarified that India remain engaged with the United States as far as the negotiation of the bilateral trade agreement is concerned, but it has to be fair, it has to be balanced, it has to be equitable, and these are the key words, because President Donald Trump is asking for the reciprocity, but the WTO compliance, because India is also an issue, and India remain a signatory of the WTO. India also remain committed in protecting the interest of the farmers, the agriculture practitioners, the fishermen, and the small and marginalized sections of our industry. Because the large number of population remain, dependent on their livelihood on these trades, and therefore India wants a fair, balanced, and equitable solution and treatment as far as the bilateral trade agreement is concerned, and no timeline can be specified. And that's why Mr. Piyush Goyal has specifically said that whenever we have this kind of arrangement, these prerequisite conditions of the bilateral trade agreement are met, then we will have good news as far as the trade agreement is concerned.
Right. Thank you, Pranay. So the key point is that India is ensuring that the trade agreement is fair to its farmer and fishermen. And now we're going to quickly take a break, and on the other side we bring you more news on the pollution and the politics and the protest that is happening in Delhi as far as this toxic air is concerned.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
सब कुछ आसान हो सकता है, ऐसा लगता है। कुछ लोगों से मिलना कितना अच्छा लगता है। तो एक बार फिर से मुलाकात का मौका है आपके पसंदीदा साहित्य के सितारों से। सज रहा है साहित्य का महामंच मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर को। तो अपने टिकट्स के लिए लॉग इन करिए aajtak.in/साहित्य पर और जुड़िए साहित्य के इस महामंच से। तो जरूर मुलाकात होगी आपसे एक बार फिर से।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bihar speeds up government formation, discussions on cabinet allocation in Delhi, wanted Naxal Hidma, and 5 others killed in Sukma encounter. Violence erupted in Bangladesh. 2 people killed in violent clashes.
आसान हो सकता है, ऐसा लगता है। कुछ लोगों से मिलना कितना अच्छा लगता है। तो एक बार फिर से मुलाकात का मौका है आपके पसंदीदा साहित्य के सितारों से। सज रहा है साहित्य का महामंच मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम में 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर को। तो अपने टिकट्स के लिए लॉग इन करिए aajtak.in/साहित्य पर और जुड़िए साहित्य के इस महामंच से। तो जरूर मुलाकात होगी आपसे एक बार फिर से।
के सशक्तिकरण, इनको इसमें कोई विश्वास नहीं है, किसी पार्टी को नहीं है। ये टिकट भी देते हैं तो आधा से ज्यादा टिकट किसी नेता की बीवी, किसी नेता की बेटी, किसी नेता की बहू, यही चल रहा है। मतलब जीतन राम मांझी ने तो हद ही कर दी, एक जगह बहू, एक जगह समधन, एक जगह बेटी। लेकिन वोट में चाहिए आपको कि महिलाओं की लंबी लंबी कतार आए। महिलाओं की हम पहली पसंद है, लेकिन जब बात आती है उनके एम्पावरमेंट की, तब टिकट देने को तैयार है।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 487, Mumbai 190, Kolkata 217, Bangalore 106, Chennai 174, Hyderabad 166.
You are watching India Today.
And we have news coming in from the national capital, Delhi, as Delhiites are once again raising their voice against the toxic air that they have to breathe. On your screens, we are bringing you visuals from a protest that's happening at Jantar Mantar in the centre. The citizens of Delhi have reached there to express their anger, and on the other side, the sides of the screen, we are showing you the kind of pollution that Delhiites have to face every day. From two key locations in Delhi, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and Akshardham. So Delhiites have hit the streets once again to express their anger. Families, kids, they're all there, as you can see, with placards raising their slogan. This is an air emergency, and the Delhi people are on the roads to protest against it.
Once again on the streets of Delhi, citizens have come together to raise the issue of air pollution. Remember, there is a sense of fatigue and frustration. The air quality index continues to be very poor to severe in the national capital, and not just in the national capital, but also the national capital region. You can in fact see these people who've come together in Delhi's Jantar Mantar area once again to throw the spotlight and put the focus on the issue of air pollution. We have a young child as well over here who is raising this issue, a young child along with the parent putting the spotlight on this matter. Ma, who polluted the air? Why isn't anyone helping us? That's what the placard of this child really reads at this point in time. Citizens have been talking about the fact that the government is not giving them a hearing, in the sense that there is a sense of indifference, also lack of acknowledgement that the air continues to be very bad in Delhi and the national capital region, and that there is very little conversation about this entire matter. That's the grievance of all of these people who are raising these slogans once again and spotlighting the problem, the issue of very bad air in Delhi and the national capital region. With video journalist Amit Badwar, Sneha Mordani in Delhi for India Today Television. People living in Delhi are once again on the streets of the national capital. Bhavreen, we had a protest at India Gate. Many of you were detained. You're back here in Jantar Mantar once again. What has changed?
The change is that someone who cares just announces, and at least some people are coming. Unlike many years when we were, trying to mobilize, there was a different, system of doing it. That shows the desperation of citizens, parents, children. Everyone can't be everywhere. So obviously, considering we are 23 million people in the city and you have a handful of people is itself a failure. But
now, as Delhi is engulfed in very poor AQI, the cost of breathing is getting increasingly expensive. The wellness industry too is widening its course. Take a look at some of the top voices in this exclusive report filed by India Today, Sneha Murdani.
Pollution is a great leveler. Bad air affects everyone. Only one difference. Those who can afford it are now buying clean air. And it is a privilege, this privilege, that is driving the smog economy in India. From wellness retreats to real estate premiums, pollution has found a way to monetize itself. Travel choices are no longer based solely on cost, convenience or Instagram appeal. Increasingly, travelers are weighing the cost of poor air quality. A growing number of people are choosing destinations with cleaner air, seeking what many call air detox holidays.
This is a concern because many cities, unfortunately, the quality of air is poor. And then it gets aggravated during certain seasons in the year where in a few places the quality of air becomes a crisis. We have many of our guests, especially from NCR, Punjab, UP, and even some of the larger metros in south of India, who are traveling to us because they want to improve their respiratory health. So yes, there is a concern today amongst the people staying in the larger cities about their respiratory health, because they are able to kind of link it back to whether they are breathing fully, whether they are getting breathless, which was not earlier the case, because of the pollutants in the air. So these are all causes of concern which people are looking at addressing when they're coming, for a program to us.
All of us living around the NCR have felt that exhaustion, the heaviness in the air, the tiredness that doesn't go away. People today are not just looking for the break, they are looking for the relief. At Nad, when guests arrive and take their first breath, there's this visible sense of calm. They often say, this is what breathing should feel like.
Protection from air pollution is a real estate variable now. Developers across India are adding air quality ratings to their listings alongside the usual energy efficiency scores. In cities like Delhi, Mumbai and Bengaluru, luxury homes now advertise built-in air purifiers, anti-smog ventilation and rooftop gardens designed to filter toxins, turning clean air into a premium amenity.
We have got 4,000 clients in Delhi NCR, and the rest of them are in cities like Mumbai, Calcutta, Hyderabad. So people have started adopting it. So we don't have a typical sales or marketing, anything like that. People actually use it, experience it, recommend it to their family, friends, and that's how they adopt it. So this is more of a service program where we give them a commitment to maintain their value within the limits.
And then there are those offering solutions to create air bubbles at a premium. We've had air purifiers and masks, and now these products are redesigning themselves. Masks are charcoal filter fitted, purifiers are AI driven. Then there is emerging tech and innovation, wearable air purifiers. The smog economy has arrived quietly but powerfully. It's changing how we think about health, comfort and consumption. Once seen only as an environmental threat, air pollution has now morphed into a market force, dictating where people live, how they travel and what they buy in the pursuit of cleaner air. As pollution worsens, it fuels new markets for mass purifiers and clean air solutions, turning a public health crisis into a profit opportunity and reminding us that we are now paying to breathe what should really have been free.
And we have now news from Bihar. The entire Lalu Yadav family saga is now just blowing up. It seems Rohini Acharya now has taken to calling up journalists, and she has had a meltdown on the entire kidney issue. Remember, she donated her kidney to her father, and there are many who have been saying certain things about it, and she has now seen on a video shouting at a journalist and raising the issue about how you can talk about my donation.
आप अपनी बेटियों को बोलिएगा, आप अपनी बहन को बोलिएगा, आप अपनी माँ को बोलिएगा, आप अपनी बहू को बोलिएगा। आप इस बेटी का जिम्मा नहीं लिए हैं। इस बेटी का जिम्मा लालू यादव, राबड़ी देवी लिया है। तो गंभीर तो है ही। और कितना बार हम अपने मायके में आके बैठते हैं, जाके हिसाब किताब कर लीजिएगा। आपकी तरह घटिया आदमी नहीं है, समझे? अच्छा ठीक। हम अपने पति के घर में बैठते हैं, माँ बाप जब जब बुलाया है तब गए। इस बार भी आपका बॉस लीडर तेजस्वी यादव बुलाया था, तब हम गए थे। जा करके रजिस्टर मेंटेन में कर लीजिएगा सुधार। कितना दिन रोहिणी आचार्य कितना साल तक बैठती है। अच्छा, एक और बात, शादीशुदा औरत लोग का क्या काम है, ये तो आप बहुत अच्छा से बता दिए। मायके में नहीं बैठना चाहिए। आप ये क्यों नहीं पूछे कि शादीशुदा औरत का हिम्मत कैसे हुआ अपने बाप को किडनी देने का? बताइए। बेटा का है नहीं दिया, बेटा का है नहीं दिया, आप बताइए इसका जवाब। ये रोहिणी आचार्य पूछ रही है। नहीं, मावट तलैवर तिरु रूबी। नहीं, आप क्रोध में है ना? क्रोध में हम नहीं है, क्रोध में हम नहीं है। हम सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। आप जो बोल रहे हैं ना कि बेटियों को मायके में शादी में आना चाहिए, पर्व त्योहार में आना चाहिए, फिर चल जाना चाहिए, तो ये तो आप नहीं बोले कि शादीशुदा महिला लोग को, शादीशुदा बहन बेटी को अपने बाप को किडनी नहीं देना चाहिए। ये तो आप नहीं बोले। नहीं, मैं किडनी का ये बोला कि लालू यादव को किडनी देने के लिए मैं भी अपना किडनी दे दूंगा। आइए दीजिए। जब देने का बात आया तो बेटा भाग गया और आप आए किडनी देने के लिए। नहीं, ये जानकारी मैं जानता हूँ कि कोई भागेगा नहीं। लालू जी को किडनी देने के लिए करोड़ों लोग हैं। ये तो आइए ना, नहीं, आइए ना। लालू यादव जी की तरह बहुत करोड़ों लोग बेचारा किडनी के लिए मर रहा है। आइए आप लोग दीजिए एक निकाल के, लालू जी के नाम पे दान कीजिए, लालू जी के नाम पे दान कीजिए आप लोग किडनी। आइए, हिम्मत है। एक बोतल खून देने का हिम्मत नहीं है यहाँ पे बकवास करने के लिए। अब आप तो गुस्सा में है, इसलिए गुस्सा आएंगे। अभी अब आपको खींच करके लाएंगे। आप मीडिया के सामने आइए, हमसे बात कीजिए। हिम्मत है हमसे बहस करने का, आइए बात कीजिए।
So that was Rohini Acharya there shouting at a journalist. Joining us now is India Today's Rohit Singh. Rohit, from that video we can clearly make out that she's upset and she's raising the issue of the kidney donation and the kind of coverage I believe that might be happening there about it. What is the issue? Why is this journalist at the target of Rohini Acharya?
Well, see, the backgrounder to this entire conversation, it is dates back to yesterday when this freelance journalist from Patna, he was sitting on a national channel and was debating on this issue of the controversy that is going on in Lalu's family. And while this freelance journalist was in a debate in this national channel, he was speaking against Rohini Acharya, and he was in fact advising her that daughter should not be sitting in the house of the parents for too long, and this is what that video went viral, where this journalist was advising that a married girl should not be sitting in her parents' house for a long time. She should be staying with her husband and children. And when that video went viral today, Rohini Acharya in fact called this freelance journalist from Patna on his phone, And then what you see is that happened that she was venting her anger on this journalist, asking her why did he say that a married girl should not be sitting in the house of her parents, and why only married girls should be giving kidney to her parents or not. So this is basically the backgrounder to this entire conversation that has taken place between Rohini Achar and this freelance journalist.
Right. Thank you, Rohit, for all those details. So clearly the Lalu family saga is spilling onto every public platform now. And moving on, India today has spoken to space hero Shuk's astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla. In an exclusive, he tells us Gaganyaan training is now in full gear, with the space probe powering up, drills and ISS lessons fueling every upgrade. His orbit wisdom is sharpening India's homegrown prep as Team Gaganyaan tightens every bolt ahead of the liftoff.
Gaganyaan mission is an ongoing program. We have been actively training for it. It is a developmental program, so it is training plus development that is happening simultaneously. So the change that has happened जो हुआ है कि मेरी ट्रेनिंग मेरे मिशन के बाद वापस मैं जब से आया हूँ तब से जो भी एक्सपीरियंस हमने गेन किया है वो यूज़ करके उसको एक टेम्पलेट बना के वी आर कंपेयरिंग कि हम जो चीज़ें कर रहे हैं और जो चीज़ें हो रही हैं उनमें कितनी डिसिमिलरिटी है. तो to identify the gaps, because these missions are so complex that you want to be really sure when you send something up. So that is the activity that is happening very intensely. All the systems are being discussed and revised, and philosophy is being checked. Everything is being, so that kind of debrief is happening right now.
Shuks, ever since your return from space, have you been in a cockpit of a fighter jet?
Very soon I will be. I'm planned to go for my regular currency flying in the month of December, hopefully. So I would be getting into the cockpit very soon, and I'm looking forward to it.
Is this a posting or is this regular training?
So as a part of your astronaut training, you are supposed to maintain your flying training currency and regularly do flying. So since I was out for about a year, I did not do that, and now since I'm back, so we are back into that regular training pattern.
And now news from the Oscars. The Oscars have finally fallen in love with Tom Cruise. The actor has been honored with the prestigious Academy Honorary Award at the Governor's Award for a man who completes most missions with clockwork precision. Tom Cruise has just checked off the one Mission Impossible that had eluded him for years. Take a look at this special report by my colleague Pranjali Sethi.
The man who raced jets, chased villains, dangled off skyscrapers, and rewrote the definition of a Hollywood superstar, has finally received the honor as big as his legacy. Yes, the Oscars have finally fallen in love with Tom Cruise. For a man who completes most missions with clockwork precision, Tom Cruise has just checked off the one Mission Impossible that had eluded him for years.
Tom, it's my honor to present you with this Governor Award.
The actor has been honored with the prestigious Academy Honorary Award at the Governor's Awards on November 16th. The award was handed to him by filmmaker Alejandro G. Inarritu, who is currently directing Cruise in an upcoming untitled project scheduled for a release in October 2026. And it's no surprise that the larger-than-life movie star had a blockbuster acceptance speech. During his acceptance, Cruise delivered a heartfelt address celebrating the global connection that films foster and acknowledging the many people involved in bringing stories to the screen.
So cinema, it takes me around the world. And it helps me to appreciate and respect differences. It shows me also our shared humanity, how alike we are in so many ways. And no matter where we come from, in that theater, we laugh together, we feel together, we hope together, we dream together. And that is the power of this art form. And that is why it matters. That is why it matters to me. So Making films is not what I do, it is who I am.
Over his decades-long career, Cruise has earned 4 Oscar nominations. For Born on 4th of July, Jerry Maguire, Magnolia, and as a producer of Top Gun Maverick. And even today, Cruise remains one of the rare stars who can pull arena-sized crowds to theaters. The most recent Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning grossed $500 million worldwide, while Dead Reckoning Part 1 grossed $550 million in 2023. Meanwhile, the Governor's Award this year also saw a star-studded turnout with Jennifer Lawrence, Michael B. Jordan, Sydney Sweeney, Leonardo DiCaprio, Dwayne Johnson, Emma Stone, and many others gracing the red carpet as awards season kicks into high gear. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a short break now. On the other side, we bring you news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bihar speeds up government formation, discussions on cabinet allocation in Delhi, wanted Naxal Hidma, and 5 others killed in Sukma encounter. Violence erupted in Bangladesh. 2 people killed in violent clashes.
An undated and self-recorded chilling video of Dr. Umar Muhammad alias Umar Nabi emerged. In a clip, Umar is heard trying to persuade would-be suicide bombers using reverse psychology and classic indoctrination tactics to influence potential recruits. Speaking in English articulately and with an accent, Umar is heard glorifying suicide bombing. Tamil Nadu's revenue staff and BLO officials refused SIR duties, alleging impossible deadlines, round-the-clock data entry and no additional manpower. This boycott has paralyzed field-level work and triggered a major administrative standoff. Employees claim they are being made to work under heavy pressure and SIR rollout needs more time, more training and more funds. The Tamil Nadu government issued a blunt warning to all its staff alleging failed to report for SIR duty on Tuesday, and it is saying that their pay will be withheld. Most wanted Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma has been eliminated in a gunfight. Hidma was killed in an encounter with special police forces in the Mare Dumili forests of Andhra Pradesh's Alluri Sitarama Raju district. For over a decade, Hidma led some of the deadliest attacks on security personnel. Hidma was killed by security forces 12 days before the November 30th deadline set by Union Home Minister Amit Shah to eliminate the most wanted Naxalite. According to sources, Mallikarjun Kharge has said that the decision to reshuffle or not reshuffle the Karnataka cabinet will be made after a discussion with Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has now said all 142 MLAs are eligible to be ministers. He added that he'll follow whatever the party high command decides and is waiting for their nod to a reshuffle as the government completes 2.5 years.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 27 and minimum 11 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata maximum 29 and minimum 18 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 26 and minimum 14 degrees.
So sorry.
चलत वोटर मोहलिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा चलत वोटर मोहलिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
विपक्ष को ठेंगा दिखाई दिया रे दिखाया अपना जलवा विपक्ष को ठेंगा दिखाई दिया रे दिखाया अपना जलवा
फिर से बन गई डबल इंजनवा फिर से बन गई डबल इंजनवा विपक्ष का सब रस ले लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा विपक्ष का सब रस ले लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा महिला वोटर ने किया कमालवा
महिला वोटर ने किया कमालवा कुर्सी को फिर से पा लिए रे पटना वाले नितसवा
कुर्सी को फिर से पा लिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
अब ना जरूरत है पार्टी पलटनवा अब ना जरूरत है पार्टी पलटनवा इंडिया नहीं हम एनडीए के हैं संगवा स्थिर सी सरकार बनाई लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा सत्ता के सब रस ले लिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
So sorry.
चलत वोटर मोहलियों रे पटना वाला नितसवा चलत वोटर मोहलियों रे पटना वाला नितसवा
विपक्ष को ठेंगा दिखाई दिया रे दिखाया अपना जलवा विपक्ष को ठेंगा दिखाई दिया रे दिखाया अपना जलवा
फिर से बन गई डबल इंजनवा फिर से बन गई डबल इंजनवा विपक्ष का सब रस ले लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा विपक्ष का सब रस ले लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा महिला वोटर ने किया कमालवा
महिला वोटर ने किया कमालवा कुर्सी को फिर से पा लिए रे पटना वाले नितसवा
कुर्सी को फिर से पा लिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
अब ना जरूरत है पार्टी पलटनवा अब ना जरूरत है पार्टी पलटनवा इंडिया नहीं हम एनडीए के हैं संगवा स्थिर सी सरकार बनाई लियो रे पटना वाला नितसवा सत्ता के सब रस ले लिया रे पटना वाला नितसवा
Presented by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
Good evening. You're watching News Track with me, Maria Shakil. We continue to keep focus on Red Fort blast and the details of investigation which is emerging. But first, take a look at the top 10 headlines at 5. Chilling terror confession by Delhi blast bomber Umar Nabi. That has stunned the nation. In the video, the Red Fort bomber talks about the misunderstood concept of suicide bombing and explains that what is often labeled as a suicide bombing is actually considered a martyrdom operation in Islam. As the probe in the Delhi blast picks up pace, NIA sources tell India Today that the attackers had taken the help of highly professional technical experts for a triple-layer attack plan. The terrorists intended to attack either through drones or rockets or car bombs. When the drone and rocket attempts did not succeed, they proceeded with a car bomb. The Maruti Brezza linked to the White Coat terror module behind the November 10th blast was registered to terror suspect Shaheen in September. The car was later traced to the Al-Falah University campus on November 13th. Speaking at the SCO Heads of Government Summit in Moscow, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar reiterated that India has zero tolerance for terrorism and stressed that there can be no whitewashing of terrorism. His statement comes a week after the Delhi blast. And crackdown on Red Terror continues. Most wanted Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma has been killed in a gunfight with special police forces in the Mili forests. This comes after the Home Minister had earlier given security forces a deadline of November 30th to eliminate Hidma as part of the anti-Maoist operation. And ahead of the November 20th swearing-in ceremony in Patna, the BJP is set to hold a crucial legislature party meeting tomorrow. The party has appointed Keshav Maurya, Arjun Meghwal as observers for this meeting, which is scheduled to take place at 10 a.m. Amit Shah is expected to reach Patna tomorrow. As the NDA government takes shape in Bihar, sources tell India Today that the lies are not on the same page as far as the Home Ministry portfolio is concerned. The JDU does not want to let go of that post. There is, however, no disagreement whatsoever over the Speaker's post, which is currently being held by the BJP. And the buzz of a cabinet reshuffle in Karnataka is intensifying. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Delhi, and sources say Mallikarjun Kharge has stated that the decision to reshuffle or not reshuffle the cabinet will be taken after discussions with Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal. And as the SIR showdown in Kerala escalates, the Vijayan government has approached the Supreme Court seeking a stay on the SIR proceedings in the state.
More news coming in. Heavy rush has been reported at Sabrimala as the temple opens for the Mandala pilgrimage season. More than 136,000 people have visited the temple since it opened on November 16th for the Mandala Makara Vilakku festival till yesterday. On the first day alone, about 55,000 people came for the darshan. The opposition, meanwhile, has slammed the Kerala government and there was some word for crowd mismanagement. And amidst the tariff war, India and US are set to finalize a trade deal soon, is an indication which is coming in now. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has dropped a big hint, saying you will hear some good news soon. He also asserted that India will protect the interests of the farmers and fishermen in this agreement. Bangladesh's interim government has warned print, electronic and online media outlets to refrain from reporting statements issued by convicted and fugitive deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. The UNIS government has cited national security and public order as concerns. Our top story this hour is the ongoing investigation in the Delhi terror blast. And as the NIA probes deeper, investigators say they have uncovered what they describe as a broader plot to bleed India by 1,000 cuts. The arrest of Jasir Bilal Wani, a close associate of the alleged bomber Dr Umar, has led agencies to evidence painting to plans that go beyond a single blast. And according to the probe, the group was exploring Hamas-style tactics, including the use of drones fitted with explosives and improvised rocket-style attacks. Amidst this, a chilling video of Dr. Death has been accessed by India Today, in which he's heard attempting to persuade would-be suicide bombers using reverse psychology and classic indoctrination methods to influence potential recruits. He also refers to his aide Jasir Wani in the video, who had backed out of becoming a suicide bomber, saying that such acts go against Islam. We will discuss indoctrination and the wider plot in Newstrack in just a few minutes. But first up, let's take a look at this report.
A spine-chilling video before the blast. The intentions of Dr. Umar crystal clear. Idea of suicide bombing explained. India Today, the first channel to bring you this video of the Delhi suicide bomber. Speaking in fluent English, Dr. Umar refers to the concept and idea of suicide bombing. The calm and composed posture of Umar showcased the carefully planned sinister plot. This video was recorded after close aide Jasir refused to become the suicide bomber, calling death by fire haram in Islam.
It is being alleged that accused Umar Nabi made this video for radicalizing individuals to become suicide bombers after one of his close aides, Danish, now arrested by the NIA, had backed out from becoming a suicide bomber on the claim that it was against the tenets of Islam.
As NIA continues its probe in the Delhi blast case, another nefarious Bleed India plot has been unearthed. The close aide of bomber Dr. Umar, Jasir Wani, spilled the beans during grilling and revealed the triple-layer attack plan, which involved Hamas-like drone strikes and rocket attacks.
The entire D6 operation that you saw that led to that deadly blast at the Red Fort on the 10th of November, taking now 14 confirmed lives, was a multi-layered operation. It was about carrying out series of blasts using drones as well in a Hamas-style operation, because now arrested Danish by NIA was the person who was to convert the drones using rockets and other devices to actually plan a mayhem. This was a multi-layered terror attack plan.
When drone and rocket attacks did not succeed, the terrorists used a car bomb to carry out the attack on November 10th. Agencies are now probing this module's links and communication with Hamas and other terrorist organizations. With this terror module being busted by agencies, India faces a fresh threat and a new face of terrorism that's educated, radicalized and calculative. With Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
And details now coming in of the court order which has just come in. In fact, the Delhi court has said that the investigation is at a nascent stage and Jasir Wani's police remand is necessary to unearth the chain of conspiracy. The court has gone on to say that the interrogation of the accused needed to unravel the source. The court also notes that the charges against the accused persons are grave and serious in nature. Let me go straight to Shreya, who's joining me live. Shreya, give us the details.
Well, Maria, this is the court order that comes in of Jasir alias Danish, who was produced by the NIA for remand, and they've given 10 days of remand on the grounds that this investigation is at a nascent stage. There are grave allegations against the individuals in Kidsar, and apart from that, there are multiple sources that needs to be verified, which includes the source of the explosives, which includes the source of all the money that had come in as funding. So this needs a larger investigation. That's a primary reason we see these clear court order that's come in right now. This is after the NIA had produced Danish seeking a custody, and they have also received 10 days custody. This is just a day after they got 10 days custody of another accused, Amir, in this particular matter.
All right, Shreya, appreciate your time. Let me bring in the guests who are joining me now. Lieutenant General Dhillon joins us. We have Arvind Jain joining us, Sushant Sareen, strategic affairs expert as well. Lieutenant General Dhillon, I'm looking at what Dr. Umar says, and he speaks about indoctrination and he says that this is the right path. But if you look at the entire chain of events and the larger conspiracy, do you sense that there could be several such Dr. Umars now, because this is white-collar ecosystem that they have built? Some of them are being unraveled, and that is the primary concern.
Thank you, ma'am, and good evening to you and the fellow panelists and your viewers. See, in Kashmir Valley, over the last few decades, it was a very common practice by Hurriyat that any student who wants to go abroad for studies or even studying medicine or other technical courses within India used to get a recommendation from Saeed Ali Shah Gilani. And they used to be recruited based on his recommendation. And as we all know, Saeed Ali Shah Gilani would not give a recommendation to anyone who is not against India or who does not align with his thinking. So radicalization of the students who are going for these studies abroad to get a white-collar certificate was always in practice in Kashmir. And this is just one extension of that. Now, this video, if you look at the video very carefully, this, I will not call him a doctor, he's a terrorist. This terrorist, Umar, is trying to remember things which he probably wanted to say in the video. He's giving pauses. He's sniffing and he's touching his nose, the typical of a druggie. He seems to be drugged, and it's also a common practice in Kashmir during Fadain days of 99s and other things. I was a major then. That anyone who used to come in for a Fadain attack used to be heavily drugged. That suicide bomber would used to be heavily drugged so that he is not in his senses, and radicalization was always there. And similar is the case in this particular incident. Now, trying to justify killing of innocents, which no religion on earth can justify killing of innocent civilians, which this terrorist has indulged in. And trying to justify his act by spinning of words is not going to get him the legitimacy which is what trying to achieve.
Yes.
I think it's a clear-cut case of a deranged man who acted.
You're calling him deranged, or will you say that this is a case of indoctrination, radicalization?
Is that for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, of course it's a case of a total radicalization. A person who, our society has great respect for certain professions. And doctor's profession is one of them, because doctor is supposed to be the savior of lives, not the taker of lives. And this terrorist, having got that qualification or education, indulged in an act of mass murders. if I can call that, mass murders in cold blood. And on top of it is trying to justify his act. That is most unfortunate.
Yes.
And any child or student watching this broadcast should be very clear, no religion teaches killing of innocents who have no fault of theirs.
Yes, Arvind Jain, former DGP, is with us as well. The digital gateway, let's talk about that here. The investigations are suggesting that Dr. Umar and his associates were radicalized through Telegram groups which are run by Pakistani handlers. And then the question is that how can the Indian agencies effectively monitor and dismantle encrypted digital communication? This is a digital terror ecosystem that we are looking at.
You are absolutely correct. We will have to devise some methods. China has done it. They don't allow use of these apps. So sooner or later, decision will have to be taken because it is being misused. It is being misused by terrorists against country. So that is a very important issue, and government will have to take a decision. Explanation should be called from the people who are running the apps that how come this is being done in our country, in a democracy like this. Attacks are being planned and nobody is getting a hint of it. So I think once some incidents increase, some mechanism also crops up. And I hope that in near future, Government of India will take some harsh decisions, because normal people, they don't use these apps. Many of us have not heard also of these apps, Session and other this thing apps. So why should one should be allowed to use them against the security of the country if it is being misused? Because you never know, some others also must be misusing it. Some harsh decision should be taken.
With regards to apps, let me bring in Sushant Sareen now. Sushant Sareen, last time when you and I spoke, we were in agreement that an entire university should not be painted with the same brush. Al-Falah University that we are looking at here. Here is Umar and his associates who were studying there, reportedly working as well. And this process of radicalization perhaps started much before that, and it continues. But then the question is about verification process which should be in place when appointments happen of faculty and also of the students.
Maria, I think it's important to clarify the conversation which we had earlier. My sole point was that, look, if this university is complicit in this crime or is, has done something which it should not have done and allowed these people to function, then by all means, follow the Yogi model, take a bulldozer and raise it to the ground, for all I care. The problem is very often media, because of the exigencies of time and how the media is constructed, we start naming people, start naming universities, and, a kind of a lynch mob mentality comes about, which is what I was cautioning against. So if adequate evidence has been gathered that this university is in some ways involved in whatever has happened, by all means, I'm of the view, follow the Yogi model, take a bulldozer and raise it down. Secondly, there is a limit to how much of verification. How do you verify a doctor who comes into a university and applies for a job? You can check his antecedents. You can try and find some kind of a police report that he's of good character, check his degree. But how do you get into his mind space? Unless you have some kind of a big brother kind of an approach where you're constantly monitoring what a guy thinks. And that's easier said than done.
I agree.
Third, I think on this entire app business, look, all these apps are not used only for nefarious activity. But yes, I think the government definitely, and I don't know why they've been soft pedaling it, whether it is Twitter, which are more open apps, or it is apps like Signal or Telegram, etc., the government must have certain safeguards built into these apps so that they cannot be misused. And that has to be ensured before these apps are allowed to function in India. And if they're not ready to accept what the government wants them to do, then they should be banned from here. You banned Chinese apps, didn't you? What is the big problem in banning a Telegram or a Signal? The guys who are going to call you an undemocratic or, moving towards whatever damn title these damn institutions give you, they will give you anyways. So I don't think we should be bothered about that. Finally, on this particular video which has come out, ideally, Maria, I think this video should not be aired. It should be removed from air.
We have removed the audio. We have removed the audio, Sushant Sareen. Of course, this is very... Yes.
Too late. But Maria, my point is, now that it's out there, look, I agree with what General Dhillon is saying up to a point. It's not his last testament. It's not a classical suicide bomber video. This is as though he's trying to record something to convince other people of the righteousness of suicide bombing, of finding some kind of a religious justification for suicide bombing. And this justification is actually, and you would understand this word, it's a kind of a bid'at within the religion.
That's right.
It's kind of an innovation which has been brought about by terrorist groups to justify their acts of terrorism.
That reading in itself is wrong. That reading in itself is haram. Let's be clear. There cannot be no religion can justify killings of others. So this reading by Dr. Umar is a problem.
Maria, the problem is that while I might agree with you on the face of it, but the fact of the matter remains that there are religious scholar after religious scholars within. And it's not just limited to Islam, it's in other religions. But since right now we're talking about Islam, there are religious scholars. After all, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi of ISIS was a PhD in Islam. Now, certainly he knows more about Islam than you and I do. And he used Islamic tests to justify whatever that damn organization was doing, right? The point is that enough counter narratives have not been brought about by moderate
voices. I agree. Yes. So I have just enough time for the final comments from General Dhillon. General Dhillon, here is Dr. Umar's family, which has expressed shock. But now let's talk about the role of what will be seen as sleeper cell operatives. What specifics can be done with regards to the local communities, the family units, because there are these messages, the subtle changes which begins to happen. If this is the state of mind of a doctor, then you can imagine this is the nature of his communication to others as well. All those he is interacting with.
Yeah, Maria, absolutely. Firstly, I refuse to call him a doctor. He's a terrorist, a terrorist. Now, having said that, no individual gets so radicalized to the extent of, laying down his own life for a cause which he believes in, but which is against his faith, technically. And if a radicalization of this nature has to happen, it happens over time. And the parents, the teachers, the friends will see the change in behavior. The behavioral change is visible. Only thing is someone has to notice it and then act upon it. But most of the time, having seen Kashmir society very closely, moment the child is out of Kashmir or studying in Delhi or Faridabad or wherever, they always say, "Bacha to bahar hai, bacha to bahar hai." The bacha bahar hai does not take away your responsibility as a parent to understand what the child is indulging in, who is he dealing with, who is he living with, sitting with, and what type of
But how can parents monitor all the movements? That doesn't happen.
Yeah, parent does not monitor all the moments, but we all have been parents, we all have been kids. Parents do monitor with whom we go out, with whom we sit. Hamara dost ko hum baat kisse karte hain. Once in a while, checking all these things is a done thing. But having said all this, this indoctrination by sleeper cells is a Jaish-e-Mohammed model. This Maulvi Irfan, who was, a male nurse. Now, if this type of a person with this type of, his background can indoctrinate the doctors, then you can imagine the type of cells which are operating in the society, in our universities, in our outer space.
Yes.
So we must be very, very clear, and as alert citizens,
Yes. So
we
when
should
you say
always be
alert
watchful
citizens,
of our environment.
alert citizens, Arvind Jain, how alert can you be if your son here is a doctor, a qualified doctor, a working professional? Then how can parents monitor him? This is indoctrination which perhaps began during his college years, and he continues to do that, and then he takes this step.
No, parents come to know. I don't agree with this. Parents come to know. You talk to your children, whether they are studying in an engineering college or in a university. You keep on talking to them. You can find the behavioral change, and you can talk to the people, his friends, and discuss it as to what is wrong with the person. Children come home also for vacations. You can detect the behavioral change. And it is the duty of the parents, it is the duty of the friends to check this kind of tendency in the children. And if such tendency is not checked, it is going to be very suicidal for the society.
Right. Arvind Jain, Lieutenant General Dillon and Sushant Sareen, thank you for joining us, and thank you for explaining to us what you thought about this recorded video, undated at the moment, of Umar, who is responsible for the lives that were lost at the Red Fort. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching on this edition, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro.
Hello, Moto.
सल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अनुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
माइके लाल, देश के सबसे बड़े मंच साहित्य आज तक पर आए, अपना टैलेंट दिखाएं और छा जाएं।
जो जल रहे हैं हमसे उन्हें बहुत शुक्रिया, बुलंदियों के हौसले तुम्ही ने दिए हैं।
जिंदगी भी क्या क्या दिन दिखाती है, किसी की मौत पर ही जिंदगी समझ आती है।
जो अभी तक इस सफर में माँ के लाल थे, वो आज माई के लाल हुए हैं।
कला, साहित्य और रंगमंच के सितारों के साथ मंच साझा करने का सबसे बड़ा मौका 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम, इंडिया गेट, नई दिल्ली। आज ही अपनी टिकट बुक करें aajtak.in/sahitya पर।
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Bihar speeds up government formation, discussions on cabinet allocation in Delhi, wanted Naxal Hidma, and 5 others killed in Sukma encounter. Violence erupted in Bangladesh. 2 people killed in violent clashes. Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 487, Mumbai 190, Kolkata 217, Bangalore 106, Chennai 174, Hyderabad 166.
के लाल देश के सबसे बड़े मंच साहित्य आज तक पर आए, अपना टैलेंट दिखाएं और छा जाएं।
जो जल रहे हैं हमसे उन्हें बहुत शुक्रिया, बुलंदियों के हौसले तुम्ही ने दिए हैं।
जिंदगी भी क्या क्या दिन दिखाती है, किसी की मौत पर ही जिंदगी समझ आती है।
जो अभी तक इस सफर में माँ के लाल थे वो आज माई के लाल हुए हैं।
कला, साहित्य और रंगमंच के सितारों के साथ मंच साझा करने का सबसे बड़ा मौका 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम, इंडिया गेट, नई दिल्ली। आज ही अपनी टिकट बुक करें aajtak.in/साहित्य पर।
आरजेडी और महागठबंधन का वोट शेयर बढ़ा है।
10% गैप है दोनों के।
10% गैप है।
48%, 38%।
48%, 38% जो हम लोग दिखा रहे, 10% का गैप इसमें दिख रहा है। और यही चीज आपको हर राज्य में दिखाई देती है। विरोधी पार्टियां 2%, 3% से ग्रो करने की कोशिश करती है। कोalition बनाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक बार फिर उनको क्रॉस कर देती है। पहली बार वो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन रहा है बिहार में। ये सपना सालों से उनके पास था।
यादव बहुल सीटों पर अभी तक,
यादव बहुल सीटों पर भी वहां पर दिखा रहे हैं।
Co-powered by Airtel Payments Bank, आपका safe second account. The bold look of Kohler. Generali Central Life Insurance.
Hi there, I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor. This is 5 Live, and today we talk about something that I'm sure has crossed your mind. What goes behind making of a radical terrorist? Why so many educated people, immaculate English-speaking people are turning radical? Are they targeted? Do they come from a childhood trauma? What goes behind the psychology of a terrorist and these modules? We'll get into that, along with also bringing you the latest on pollution. We haven't forgotten about that. And also, towards the end, we bring you our take and a reality check on whether or not these air purifiers that you see everybody hanging around their neck, does it really work? Stay tuned, we'll take you through all of that. But first up, the top story that we are tracking. Now, the Red Fort blast that killed 13 people has taught us one thing, that the recruitment model of terror groups has changed. Gone are the days when terror handlers targeted only young, poor or uneducated minds, when recruitment was limited to most marginalized pockets, or when engineering graduates were sought out to build IEDs. Now, in the Delhi explosion case, we've seen an entirely new pattern emerge. A major accused, including alleged bomber Umar Muhammad, are doctors. All of the major accused, in fact. Professionals who swore an oath to save lives, yet investigators say they were plotting to take them. So the question is, what pushed them down this path? How did minds trained for healing get radicalized for killing? This isn't the first time, remember, where medical professionals have been linked to extremist plots. The West has seen similar cases far many times. Analysts note that extremist groups exploit the fact that doctors move freely, attract less security and also enjoy public trust. And today, an undated video of Omar has sort of come out, surfaced as well. He's speaking calmly in fluent English, describing suicide bombing as martyrdom, framing mass murder as a path to heaven. So what transforms these individuals like Umar? What breaks inside a person that turns a healer into a weapon? Are they born this way or do they get transformed? What are the early signs as well of someone drifting towards extremism? Why do some get radicalized while others really don't? We will try and find answers to all of these over the next 10 minutes. Let's welcome our guest a little bit. All right, joining us very shortly will be Dr. Jayanti Datta. She's a criminal and sort of clinical psychologist as well. She helps us get behind the mind of a terrorist to see how exactly do these modules work. Remember, back in the day, we used to keep talking about how engineers were targeted. We've also been told by experts and authorities who are working in this space that there are terror recruiting cells, terror recruiting agents who go out and look for targets who they think would make a good terrorist. So there's a checklist of sorts that comes in. What exactly is that checklist? We will try and decode on the program. Also, we'll try and understand why some of the most well sought out students were targeted. One of them was actually a topper in her class. Did surgery, was teaching as well, Dr. Shaheen. What made her turn into a terrorist that she would go and plot against something as violent as this, something as inhuman as this as well? All right, so we look into all those details as well. So what do you see on your screen right now? Those are some of the research sort of papers we picked up. This one is coming in from author Stephen. He writes that doctors can buy sensitive supplies like chemicals. That also makes them a lucrative target of sorts. He also talks about Islamist doctors at an advantage of sort of confronting moderates as well, because their interface with people is so much more, so much longer as well. We're also looking at how what happened to the IM model, which used to target engineers. Has that shifted towards doctors as well? We look at all those questions, but in just a bit. Let's move on for the minute to take you through the very latest coming in on air pollution. Now, India's capital continues to live under a state of emergency, and its name is pollution. Delhi's AQI, in fact, all of North India is still hovering in very dangerous categories, firmly in the severe category here in the national capital, and people are falling sick, battling infections, and quite literally struggling to breathe. Yet there seems to be little urgency to confront this air apocalypse. Earlier today, I spoke exclusively with former WHO chief scientist, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, to try and understand, pretty blunt and simple, why don't people understand the urgency of air pollution? Her answer will shock you, because she says we need to treat air pollution and attack air pollution like we attacked COVID. Listen in. We are truly delighted to have the time with the most respected, one of the most respected medical scientists in the world. Dr. Soumya Swaminathan is here with us. She's a former chief scientist of the World Health Organization, former director general of the Indian Council of Medical Research as well, and a pediatrician who has spent 4 decades of work on child health, infectious diseases, health systems. Really couldn't think of a better person than you, ma'am, to sort of understand both what's happening in clinics and also in policy rooms. So let me begin by asking you this. For several years, you have been speaking about the issue of air pollution. We have been constantly covering it as well. Why do you think air pollution does not become an urgent health issue, say like COVID or TB? Why is it, now that we know that air pollution will kill more people than the pandemic ever did, than COVID-19 ever did, or even more than tobacco claims to be, taking lives off? Why is it that we don't see it as an urgent health problem?
No, thank you. That's a very important question. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. One is, of course, that air pollution is something which is sort of invisible, though some days you can definitely see the smog. But even in cities where the air looks like it's okay, it's actually not okay. And you only know that when you measure and you look at the AQI and you look at the PM 2.5 and PM 10. So for most people, it may not strike them as a huge urgent problem. Second is it's slow. So you do have severe health effects from air pollution, but they don't happen overnight, unlike COVID, where you get sick right away or you see people around you getting sick. And of course, a pandemic is something that creates so much of panic and fear. Whereas here, it is slow, it is invisible, it is acting on our bodies all the time, but it takes years sometimes to see the impact. Therefore, you don't necessarily make a connection between your exposure to air pollution and the health problems that you're facing today. So I think that's one reason. The second is that COVID, for example, everybody knew that it was a pandemic, it was caused by a virus, that the health department was in charge and had to act and was acting and so on, and everybody else was supporting. Here, the actions have to happen across many different sectors: industry, agriculture, transport, construction, solid waste management, indoor cooking fuel. And therefore, it's almost like a diffuse responsibility, and therefore it sort of gets diluted.
But talking about diffused responsibility, some people still think that pollution is a Delhi problem. Well, now we have decades of data really telling us very clearly that this is a North India problem. It's an Indian metro problem as well. So much so that 10 out of the 15 most polluted cities in the world are Indian cities. Do you think that narrative also needs to be specified, needs to be taken to the politicians?
You're very right. I would say that air quality or air pollution is a national problem. The reason is there's a lot of data now. Of course, we have many more monitors than we used to have in the past. And if any day you pick up the newspaper and look at the AQI from the different cities around, like today's newspaper, for example, I saw that almost all cities that were reporting were in the red. I've personally been in at least Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai in the last 2 weeks. And nowhere was the air quality anything that we could call good. So it's a national problem. It's a rural and an urban problem. The NCR region, for many reasons, gets a lot of attention and focus, particularly in these winter months, because there are also climatic variables which make the air circulation very slow and so on. But that whole Indo-Gangetic plain is impacted. And we have less monitors in rural areas. And so we focus on cities. In fact, our National Clean Air Program focuses on cities. And so we tend to neglect the rural areas. But I would say that 95% of the country does not have air quality according to whether, our own national standards, which is 40 micrograms per cubic meter, let alone the WHO standards, which is that it should be less than PM 2.5 should be less than 5 microgram per meter cube. So we're still far away from that. We need to have a stepwise approach, of course. We can't go from where we are to 5, but we can go to the WHO intermediate target, which is less than 35 micrograms per meter cube. But every millimeter difference we make will have an impact on our health. So it's really important not to get disheartened and say that things are so bad we can't do anything. No, we can do, and we can bring it down. And every little bit we do will show a good impact on our health.
Right. Ma'am, but I want to get down on the question of accountability here. This is a public health crisis, perhaps the biggest we have seen in India in far too long. Who do you think should be held accountable here for this health fallout of pollution? Environment Ministry, Health Ministry, local governments, where does the buck stop really?
So this is a classical case where I think it is a collective responsibility. Now, of course, one says that. Then next step is, okay, somebody's got to take charge, to coordinate, to have a plan, to have metrics, to have indicators, to have very specific actions, and to follow those through. So I am looking at it something like how we tackled COVID. We had an empowered committee of secretaries. How did we do Swachh Bharat mission? How are we doing the Jal Jeevan mission? These are massive national programs where, we've set very ambitious targets. We've got and we've achieved most of them. So I feel that it is possible to do, but because it's a topic where you have to have action across. You need financing, you need good governance, and there needs to be an empowered group of people that's actually at the top monitoring what is happening. And now I think that we have enough data and we have enough airshed analysis and we have enough science-backed solutions. So we are not short of solutions or anything, but we need very strict enforcement and implementation.
A select committee, that sounds like a good idea. We really hope the government sort of takes that up as well. Ma'am, I also want to understand from you a little bit of what the future looks like here. If pollution levels remain the same, what do you think will be India's disease profile looking like in the next 10 years? Are we heading into a silent sort of chronic disease epidemic of sorts, very, very unaware, very, very complacent in handling in air pollution?
So over the years, as we've seen the risk factors for health, there's this analysis that's done every couple of years. Air pollution has been steadily climbing up as a major risk factor for health, and other things like water and sanitation and all those, many of the infectious diseases, those have, we've done well on them and they've gone down the list. So the number one is dietary risks, the food, the nutrition that we get. That's the number one risk factor for health in India today. The number two risk factor is air pollution. And this is contributed to by many sectors, but also by indoor household air pollution, that is by burning of solid mass. We know that many people are still using biomass for cooking and for heating, and also waste burning happening all over the country. Big source of pollution, which is often neglected. So it is the number two cause of, and if you look at cancer deaths today, lung cancer, smoking has gone down, but pollution has increased as a cause for lung cancer among non-smokers. If you look at COPD, chronic lung disease, heart attacks, even dementia, diabetes, there's more and more data linking air pollution to all of these chronic diseases. And we know India has a young population. We talk about our demographic dividend and the fact that this is a huge economic asset for us. Well, don't address air pollution. We're going to have an unhealthy population and we're going to lose that demographic dividend. So I think this is something which has huge economic and public health importance. And if we address it, we will see the gains very, very quickly.
But what is the best way to address it then? You talked about a select committee. Is there one policy implementation that you would like India to get in as well? If you had the power, say, to implement one policy that would really cut down India's pollution burden and, dramatically so, what would you say?
You see, I would say that we have to implement the policies we have. We do have an act, a Clean Air Act, which specifies certain emission norms. All industries are supposed to, have the real-time monitoring of their emission norms, and the pollution control boards actually do have access to such data. So that's a big source, we know. But so is construction. Again, we have norms for what the construction industry is supposed to do to reduce the dust. Similarly, we know that transport, the older the vehicle, the more the emissions. We have the standards for the BS6 and so on, but we also need investment in more public transport, particularly with clean energy, with electric buses and so on. So, other cities and other countries have done it. We can really just take the lessons from there, of course, adapt it and contextualize it. But like I said, we've got to get very serious about acting. Beijing did that. Beijing was the worst city in the world. You couldn't look out of your window and see anything. It was that thick a smog. London has done it before. Mexico City has done it. Los Angeles has done it. So, and there are cities in India that have made a very good start towards it. So I think that we have the solutions, but the implementation is key, and there we need everyone to come together. You see, by everyone, I mean all political parties must come together. Citizens and governments must come together. Center and state governments must come together. And sometimes you have to also work with other countries, because the Indo-Gangetic plain, we have Nepal, we have Bangladesh, we have Bhutan, we have Pakistan on this side. So there are common elements, that need to be addressed if we need, because air doesn't stop at any boundaries, national or state. But we can start with a national plan. And then we do have also a plan that was developed a few years ago, which was for the countries of the Indo-Gangetic, with the bordering region. So there is a plan for that as well. And there are goals that have been set for 2035. So there are many things which have already started. I think the thing is really to come together now and agree to work together to address this.
There is a chance to make it happen. It's a point of getting everybody together and forming that working group, just like we did for COVID. Will that happen? Well, we wait to see. But sticking with air pollution, now there's a new trend taking over North India these days as the city chokes under toxic air, of air purifiers that you can wear like a necklace. These are portable devices that promise to offer personal bubble to keep your air space or your breathing space at least clean. But the big question is, do they really work? I did a reality check, spoke to some doctors, spoke to some scientists, looked at research, and also tried it out myself. This is what I found. ये internet advice नहीं, doctor की advice है. Pollution is at its peak. Toxic air is going in our lungs. Not much can be done about it, but can you and I devise a toolkit every time the air goes bad? This is what some of the best doctors in the country are telling us. Number one, wear your N95 mask always. I've only taken it off to record this. Also ensure that your air purifiers have HEPA filter, not any other filter.
भारत के बड़े शहरों में वायु प्रदूषण एक गंभीर समस्या बन चुका है। अब पेश है अटोवियो की अत्याधुनिक वेरिएबल एनायंस टेक्नोलॉजी।
If you live in North India or Delhi, you must have seen this little air purifier ad. It's everywhere. But does this really work?
वायु शुद्धिकरण का नया अनुभव करें। अटोवियो एयर प्योरीफायर चुनें।
Let's look at science. Let's look at what research and what doctors have to say about it. First up, how does this really work? What is the technology? It releases a negatively charged ion that they claim attaches itself to pollution particles, makes them heavier and pushes them out of your breathing zone. This in no way is filtering the air. It's simply trying to push the particles away from your breathing zone. We spoke to the company about the research and they shared 3 research papers with us. IIT Kanpur has also tested it. But out of the 3 tests, 2 tests were done indoors. And unless you are an astronaut, you are not wearing this indoors. You won't be able to test it. This is an outdoor product. In that outdoor study, they found roughly 40% reduction in pollution. What about doctors then? Well, Dr. Anurag Agarwal, who is the Dean of Biosciences and Health Research at Ashoka University, he says the device works better for larger particles like in scent smoke, but the evidence is much weaker for typical urban pollution. He also says that for fine particulate matter, a proper N95 mask would clearly be better. We also spoke to a pulmonologist, Dr. Vivek Nangia at Max Hospital, Delhi. He said that most tests for this device were done in controlled environments and that the most toxic particles are smaller than 0.1 microns, which might not be affected by this. So, what's the bottom line? Well, this is no way a replacement for your N95 or N99 mask. This is also not a replacement for your air purifiers with HEPA filter. What this does at best is that it gives you an extra layer of protection when you are walking around in an already purified air. So buy it only for that benefit, if at all. Also remember, when it comes to your body, trust science and doctors, not just Instagram ads.
All right, at the end of the day, your N95 or N99 mask and your air purifiers with the HEPA filter, that's still your best bet to protecting yourself and your younger ones in the house against pollution. Thank you so much for watching. That's all we could crack in. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
के लाल देश के सबसे बड़े मंच साहित्य आज तक पर आए, अपना टैलेंट दिखाएं और छा जाएं।
जो जल रहे हैं हमसे उन्हें बहुत शुक्रिया, बुलंदियों के हौसले तुम्ही ने दिए हैं।
जिंदगी भी क्या क्या दिन दिखाती है, किसी की मौत पर ही जिंदगी समझ आती है।
जो अभी तक इस सफर में माँ के लाल थे वो आज माई के लाल हुए हैं।
कला, साहित्य और रंगमंच के सितारों के साथ मंच साझा करने का सबसे बड़ा मौका 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम, इंडिया गेट, नई दिल्ली। आज ही अपनी टिकट बुक करें aajtak.in/साहित्य पर।
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Delhi maximum 27 and minimum 11 degrees. Mumbai maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Kolkata maximum 29 and minimum 18 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 24 and minimum 18 degrees. Chennai maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 26 and minimum 14 degrees.
के लाल देश के सबसे बड़े मंच साहित्य आज तक पर आए, अपना टैलेंट दिखाएं और छा जाएं।
जो जल रहे हैं हमसे उन्हें बहुत शुक्रिया, बुलंदियों के हौसले तुम्ही ने दिए हैं।
जिंदगी भी क्या क्या दिन दिखाती है, किसी की मौत पर ही जिंदगी समझ आती है।
जो अभी तक इस सफर में माँ के लाल थे वो आज माई के लाल हुए हैं।
कला, साहित्य और रंगमंच के सितारों के साथ मंच साझा करने का सबसे बड़ा मौका 21, 22 और 23 नवंबर, मेजर ध्यानचंद नेशनल स्टेडियम, इंडिया गेट, नई दिल्ली। आज ही अपनी टिकट बुक करें aajtak.in/साहित्य पर। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
action hero, Echo.
Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshata Nandagopal. Over the next 1 hour, getting you all the top stories of the day. Let's get you a glimpse of what to expect in this edition of Super 6. We'll be beginning with the big headline that's come in from Andhra Pradesh. It's the biggest breakthrough yet in the fight against Naxalism, as the top Naxal commander has been eliminated by our forces. He was a man who was wanted, having had a hand in some of the deadliest Naxal attacks in the country, with a bounty of over 1 crore rupees on his head. He's been neutralized. We're going to be talking about why this is such a big win in the fight against Naxalism. Also coming up on the show at 6:30 this evening, we're getting you an India Today exclusive report. The SIR process is underway in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala. There's a whole lot of politics there, but we'll also be focusing on Bengal, where we get you a ground report on how infiltrators, Bangladeshis, are now fleeing to borders, trying to get back where they belong because of SIR. We're going to be getting you all of those details. I'm Akshata Nandagopal. First, as always, the top 10 headlines of the day. Chilling terror confession by Delhi blast bomber Dr Umar stuns the nation. In the video, the Red Fort bomber talks about a misunderstood concept of suicide bombing, explains what is often labelled as a suicide bombing is actually considered a martyrdom operation in Islam. The Maruti Brezza car linked to the White Coat terror module behind the November 10th blast was registered to terror suspect Dr Shaheen in September. The car was later traced to the Al-Falah University campus on November 13th. As the probe in the Delhi blast case picks up pace, NIA sources have told India Today that the attackers had taken the help of highly professional technical experts for a triple-layer attack plan. Now, the terrorists intended to attack either through drones, rockets or car bombs. When the drone and rocket attempts didn't succeed, proceeded with a car bomb plan. The crackdown on Red Terror continues. Most wanted Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma has been killed in a gunfight with special police forces. This has happened in the Marudumili forests. This comes after the Home Minister had said very clearly that by 2026, Maoism will be wiped out. The countdown is on to the swearing-in ceremony in Patna. November 20th, 2 days from now, is when the swearing-in will happen of Nitish Kumar as Chief Minister. The BJP is set to hold a crucial legislature meeting tomorrow. Prashant Kishore, who scored a duck in the Bihar election, made a bizarre comparison for Jansuraj's defeat, likening it to Imran Khan's early political struggles. He pointed out that Imran Khan started his party in Pakistan, contested many elections, lost most of them. And so Prashant Kishore suggests that there could be a debate about his own decision not to contest elections. Political tensions are escalating in Maharashtra's Mahayuti alliance between the BJP and Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena after several Sena ministers reportedly boycotted a cabinet meeting. As Delhi's air quality dips once again, that's right, it's that time of the year. Hundreds of Delhiites staged a protest at Jantar Mantar, saying enough is enough, demanding immediate action. Amid the tariff fight, it looks like we could be seeing a trade deal finalized soon. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has dropped a big hint, saying you'll hear good news soon. He also asserted that India will protect interests of farmers and fishermen. Filmmaker S.S. Rajamouli's upcoming film Varanasi the premiere was held at Ramoji Film City in Hyderabad. And there's a controversy over Rajamouli's comment where he refers to himself as an atheist, after which he's not just been trolled, but a case has also been filed against him. Mega crackdown on Red Terror today. 6 Maoists have been eliminated by our brave security forces. But the biggest headline is that the most wanted Naxal commander, Madhvi Hidma, has been eliminated. believed to have led some of the deadliest attacks on security forces in the last decade and a half. From 2010's Dantewada to the Sukma-Bijapur encounter, Hidma had over 150 deaths of our forces on his hands. Blood of 150 of our forces on his hands. A bounty of over 1 crore rupees. And that tells you why this particular step is huge for our forces. Remember, Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken about ending Naxalism, ending red terror. He's spoken of a Naxal Mukt Bharat.
It's the beginning of the end of red terror in the country. In a major breakthrough in India's ongoing battle against Maoist insurgents, most wanted Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma has been eliminated in a gunfight. Hidma was killed in an encounter with special police forces in the Maridumeli forest of Andhra Pradesh's Alluri Sitarama Raju district. For over a decade, Hidma led some of the deadliest attacks on security personnel. The most infamous of these was the 2010 Dantewada attack, where 76 CRPF personnel were martyred. In the 2013 Jhiram Valley massacre, 27 people were killed, including top Congress leaders. In the 2021 Sukma-Bijapur encounter, 22 security personnel were martyred.
Madhvi Hidma is the Central Committee member and 1st Battalion Commandant and one of the most wanted and dreaded Maoist. His body has been recovered. His wife, Raje, her body has been recovered.
The dreaded Maoist commander was killed by security forces 12 days before the November 30 deadline set by Union Home Minister Amit Shah to eliminate the most wanted Naxalite.
इस देश की धरती पर आतंकवाद हो या नक्सलवाद, उसको समाप्त करने का काम हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। 31/3/2026 को पूरे देश से नक्सलवाद को हम समाप्त कर देंगे, समाप्त।
With his elimination, the government has sent out a strong message as it continues to push forward with efforts to dismantle Maoist strongholds across the country. With Apurva Jayachandran and Sumi Keval Patel, Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to bring in on this broadcast Gaurav Sawant and Sandeep Unitan, both of whom for the last many decades have been tracking this fight against red terror and how difficult it's been to really crack down in some of the worst affected districts. Gaurav, I'd like to begin with you to explain to our viewers what really is the significance of this top Naxal commander being eliminated. Why is this such a big deal in the fight against red terror?
The biggest brain behind military strategy and military operations of red terror, Madhvi Hidma, has finally been neutralized, and he is responsible for a large number of big-ticket attacks on security forces and political leaders. Take, for example, the Chintalnar massacre of 2010. 75 CRPF personnel were killed, and when we were covering that, these terrorists, the red terrorists, came from the higher ground. They tracked the movement of the CRPF personnel, attacked from 4 higher ground, ensured that backup could not reach them, and then targeted these people. 75 CRPF personnel were killed. Hidma was the man who planned it and ensured execution on ground. Take then the Jhiram Ghati or the Jhiram Valley massacre of the entire Congress party leadership in Chhattisgarh in 2013, and the manner in which they were ambushed and killed. So it's pinpoint precision, know when to strike, where to strike, and then just disappear. The most recent one in 2021, when 22 CRPF personnel unfortunately were killed, security forces personnel were killed. That was a case that was being monitored by Union Home Minister Amit Shah himself. And when you hear the inside story about traitors within our system, those who leaked out information to Hidma about the movement, the Home Minister, from what my sources tell me, was personally in touch with those teams, guiding the withdrawal with tactical commanders on ground. Ek circle bana ke, they formed a circle so that they could fire in every direction and beat the ambush. And yet, Hidma was successful in killing 25 of these personnel, 26 of these personnel. So that shows his military strategy. Now that is where the Home Minister gave a deadline to security forces, and 11 days before the completion of the deadline, they had intelligence. So they had all material was given: satellite intelligence, drone, ground intelligence, multi-state offensive. So it's at the tri-junction of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Chhattisgarh that Hidma, along with his wife and top commanders, have finally been neutralized. And this is where the military leadership, the 1st Battalion of PGLA, has been sorted out.
It also is because, there's nowhere left to hide. The reality is that the number of districts, which was referred to as a red corridor before, no longer a corridor, honestly, because a lot of these areas have been completely declared Naxal-mukt. So they don't have anyone shielding them anymore. They don't have any pockets where they can hide. Thanks, Gaurav, for joining us. Before I bring in Sandeep, I just want you to take a look at this contrast of what the red corridor looked like versus what it looks like now. And we're drawing a comparison between 2013, when you had 182 districts that were affected by Naxalism. In the south, there were parts of Tamil Nadu, parts of Kerala. You had, of course, Andhra, Telangana, that also saw rampant Naxalism. At that point, it was, of course, erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Chhattisgarh, of course, is where you saw maximum Naxal activities. Unfortunately, in Jharkhand, so many of these states struggled, and that's because in most of these villages there was no development. Contrast that to now, 2025, and these are numbers as of April, where the affected districts are 18. That number's further come down now to just about 3, if I'm not wrong. That's the only number of districts now that are affected. These 3 districts are in Chhattisgarh. And I want to bring in Sandeep Unithan for more on those numbers that we're showing on our screen. Sandeep, just explain to us, what it's taken for this moment here, where we're seeing from 180 plus affected districts from a red corridor to red pockets, essentially, just about a handful of districts that still have Naxals active.
Absolutely. Akshita, in 2006, the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh called the Maoist scourge the single biggest threat to India's internal security. And that was when the Red Corridor was at its peak. You could actually go from, Tirupati to Pashupati, as they would say, from Andhra Pradesh to Nepal, without, crossing into a territory that was not held by the Maoists. That is the kind of sway that they had 19 years ago. And cut to 2025, they're down to 18 districts, if not fewer than
lesser,
that. In fact, they are all on the run. And this encounter where Madhvi Hidma has been killed, that represents the end of the Maoists as an effective fighting force. Now, Madhvi Hidma is not an ordinary Maoist commander. As Gaurav mentioned, he was the commander of the elite 1st Battalion of the Maoists, and he was the one who was leading all of these ambushes over the last 19 years. He's participated in some of the deadliest ambushes in this red corridor, where they would massacre policemen, they would massacre CRPF with utter ruthlessness in a way that we have not seen since 1947. We have not seen guerrilla outfits which have the ability to move like conventional militaries, mobilized like militaries. They were organized like battalions and companies like the Indian Army, and they would, march, they would lay ambushes, they would massacre, CRPF troops, policemen, all of that over the last 2 decades. Now, all that has now come to an end. With the end of Red Terror, the killing of Madhvi Hidma, who's literally the most ferocious of the Maoist commanders, it's a big body blow to the Maoists. Now, their effectiveness as a fighting force in whatever form remains in doubt. They first lost their chief, Basavaraj, in May of 2025, and now the end of Maoism is near with Madhvi Hidma's death. Maoists now will not be any effective fighting force. They will be on the run. In the next couple of months, you will see more such surrenders, captures, encounter killings, till the time that even those few districts that you mentioned would be completely Maoist-free. Akshita.
Well, going by how, our forces have been actively ensuring that more and more districts are Naxal-free, it's only a matter of time before these 3 districts that we're looking at right now in Chhattisgarh are also declared Naxal-free. What we're also seeing is most of these military strategists of the Naxalism movement being cornered, targeted, being eliminated. These are people who had bounties of over 1 crore on their heads. Thanks very much, Sandeep and Gaurav, for those details. I also want to run you through what Prime Minister Modi said, even as there's been a great deal of focus on red terror and Naxalism. Remember that the BJP has also always spoken about those in cities who continue to back these Naxals. He's attacked the Congress party once again for sheltering Maoist ideologies, calling it an urban Naxal network. Prime Minister Modi also called Congress a threat to India's unity. Listen into this.
बीते 5 दशकों तक देश का करीब करीब हर बड़ा राज्य माओवादी आतंक की चपेट में रहा। लेकिन ये देश का दुर्भाग्य था कि कांग्रेस भारत के संविधान को नकारने वाले माओवादी आतंक को पालती पोसती रही और सिर्फ दूर दराज के क्षेत्रों में, जंगलों में ही नहीं, कांग्रेस ने शहरों में भी नक्सलवाद की जड़ों को खाद पानी दिया। कांग्रेस ने बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं में अर्बन नक्सलियों को स्थापित किया। साथियों, 10-15 साल पहले कांग्रेस में जो अर्बन नक्सली माओवादी पैर जमा चुके थे, वो अब कांग्रेस को मुस्लिम लीगी माओवादी कांग्रेस एमएमसी बना चुके हैं। और मैं आज पूरी जिम्मेदारी से कहूंगा कि मुस्लिम लीगी माओवादी कांग्रेस अपने स्वार्थ में देश हित को तिलांजलि दे चुकी है। आज की मुस्लिम लीगी माओवादी कांग्रेस देश की एकता के सामने बहुत बड़ा खतरा बनती जा रही है।
And let's get you an update on Prime Minister Modi's visit to Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh tomorrow. The Prime Minister will be making a brief visit first to Coimbatore and then to Andhra Pradesh, where he'll be visiting Puttaparthi. But the Prime Minister will be in Coimbatore for this mega farmer meet. And amid that, Chief Minister Stalin has also shot off a letter to Prime Minister Modi, putting forth 3 demands on behalf of farmers to the Prime Minister, including on issues like paddy procurement, referring to the monsoons that are hitting Tamil Nadu. So the Prime Minister will be in Coimbatore for just about 3 hours tomorrow, after which he'll make his way to Andhra Pradesh. Let me bring in Pramod Madhav and Apurva Jayachandran for more details on what's really on the Prime Minister's agenda. Pramod, to you first. As the Prime Minister will be touching down on Coimbatore already, there's a whole lot of politics. The timing is extremely important here because we're months away from an election in Tamil Nadu. So everyone's going to be talking about really this visit by the Prime Minister. We've already seen a letter being shot off by Chief Minister Stalin.
It absolutely is, Akshita. On the one end, the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is talking about the farmers issue because this is a major event, a farmer-oriented event where the Chief Minister is talking about, just like you mentioned, the paddy procurement and such. But on the other hand, there is a big development, just like you mentioned, about the political side as well. In fact, we've been told that there are high chances of Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, the General Secretary of AIADMK, and the man who's leading NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu possibly will meet the Prime Minister tomorrow, because these meetings are very rare, and that too happening in Tamil Nadu, where it is expected that a short briefing about what exactly the political situation in the state, as the state is going to face the elections in 5 months, that could be provided by EPS. Yes, there are a lot of issues within the AIADMK itself. Will that be settled? Will the people who have been evicted from the party, those will be included? Will EPS accept this or not? All those things are on one side, but here EPS is trying to strengthen the ties once again with the Prime Minister, and that could be evident tomorrow. That is also something that is being very much expected, Akshita.
Okay, I'll bring in Apurva Jayachandran also for details of the Prime Minister's visit to Andhra Pradesh. Apurva, what's on the schedule for the Prime Minister?
Well, Akshita, in fact, what we are getting to learn is that the Prime Minister is all scheduled to land in Andhra Pradesh, especially in Puttaparthi district there, just shortly after his visit to Coimbatore. In fact, he will be attending for the centenary anniversary celebrations that will take place this entire week on a large scale. Not only the Prime Minister Modi, but also several other dignitaries, VVIP dignitaries, right from the President of India to various chief ministers from across states will also be arriving here for the centenary celebrations that will take place on the span of the next 2 to 3 days. We're also getting to learn that the Prime Minister not only will be visiting there, he will also be partaking in the celebrations of the special pujas that has been prepared for the centenary celebrations of the Baba there ahead of the centenary celebrations. Apart from this, the Prime Minister will also be releasing a commemorative coin and a set of stamps honouring the life and legacy of Baba at the celebrations that will be taking place tomorrow. Akshita.
All right, Apurva, thanks very much for joining us with those details. And sticking to news from Tamil Nadu, there's a full-blown confrontation that's unfolding in the state over the SIR process. Remember, that was kicked off a week ago. And this time, it's not between the political parties as we've been witnessing. It's between the state and its employees. A statewide pushback is now gathering force. And this because you've got revenue staff, BLO officials, all turning down, refusing, snubbing SIR duties. They're saying that they're impossible deadlines, that is round-the-clock data entry, there's no additional manpower. And so they're saying that it's virtually impossible for us to continue working in this manner. So such a boycott has led to a complete paralysis of field-level work, and it's triggered a major administrative standoff, with the Stalin government even making mandatory for everyone to turn up to work, and yet they've chosen to defy it.
It's the showdown over special intensive revision of electoral rolls in Tamil Nadu. The DMK, which has filed a petition in the Supreme Court against SIR, has turned its guns on the Election Commission. The ruling party is calling the voter list revision an exercise to delete voters and add ineligible voters from outside the state.
The entire process is being misunderstood by Election Commission and is working very much to the disadvantage of the common man. These remaining days till 8/12/2025, this is not sufficient time.
The BJP and the TVK have called DMK's protest to be mere posturing. They allege booth-level officers are being influenced by DMK booth-level agents on the ground.
DMK, being the party in the state in power, has been misusing the office of the booth-level officers, the BLOs, who were supposed to be doing a fair job, are now being influenced by the DMK and their party cadre to act in favor of their partymen. So the entire purpose of the SAR gets defeated in the sense that the SAR is being done to remove names of the deceased people, to remove names of people who have shifted their votes, and now this process is getting affected badly. So the BJP is very strongly launching a protest against this. Even the ADMK has been trying to meet with the officials of the Election Commission in the state.
இன்னைக்கு அப்பாயின்மென்ட் பண்ண 68,000 பேருக்கு மேற்பட்ட அரசு ஊழியர்கள், அங்கன்வாடி பணியாளர்களும் ஆசிரியர்களும் அந்த லிஸ்ட் எல்லாமே திமுக காரங்கிட்ட இருக்கு. BLOவாக திமுக மாறி இருக்கு இப்ப. ஏன்னா அரசு ஊழியர்கள் சில இடத்துல வந்து ஒரு எம்எல்ஏவோ ஒரு அமைச்சரோ ஒரு அதிகாரத்தை வச்சுக்கிட்டு நீ சும்மா இருங்கம்மா, நீ ஏன் போறீங்க, இந்த 200 வீட்டுக்கு நாங்க போய்க்கிறோம்.
The SIR in Tamil Nadu has taken a new turn, with government officials pressed into work, boycotting work on Tuesday. BLOs claim that they are under extreme work pressure and are forced to spend their own money to finish a task in an impossibly short time period.
We have been working up to 1 o'clock in the offices, so it's not possible to complete this Himalayan
1 o'clock in the night?
Yeah. Every day. Last 2 weeks, we are working like that. So, 6.5 voters, we have to check it 100% door to door. It's not an easy job. So, we want extra time. Apart from this, we have not sanctioned any additional posts for this. It's a genuine demand. So, Election Commission has to look into this and sanction some additional posts. And there is no fund provisions, no training, nothing.
The Stalin government has warned officials that they will suffer pay cuts if they skip SIR work. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let me bring in Pramod Madhav for more details. So on the showdown over SIR, it was all political right up until the last few days, Pramod, when you've got officials saying enough is enough. We can't continue working in this manner. Is anything being done to address the issues they've raised? Because while you've got the Stalin government issuing diktat after another, they're continuing their protest.
Well, it's a serious matter, Akshita, because the people who spoke to earlier, the FERA, actually the revenue officials, very clearly state that they are under extreme pressure, claiming that they had to work all the way until 1 a.m. in the night, and also they at least have 3 Google Meets with a lot of peer pressure on them by senior officials who want this process to be completed. And when we say the process completion, it's not about distribution of the enumeration form, but filling it up, getting it back, and correcting all those things. That seems to be the very big issue. And the officials on the ground claim that only 10% is complete so far, and they cannot complete the remaining 90% work in just 2 weeks' time. And this is where they are seeking more time. We did put forward this question to the DMK, where the DMK says that they have already approached the court, and it's up to the EC to go ahead and find out what could be done on this matter, Akshita.
Okay, thanks Pramod for joining us with those details. We'll see what plays out in the days to come and how really the government handles this kind of a crisis. But let's talk about Bengal, where you've got the SIR exercise again underway. And with that, there are images coming in from the India-Bangladesh border, where you're seeing heightened security because several undocumented immigrants are now rushing to return to Bangladesh. Sources indicate that over 300 people gathered in the Basirhat region in an effort to cross the border. And those images on your screens are from the border areas where people are now gathering, illegal immigrants essentially, to cross back into Bangladesh, because now with the SIR exercise, they'll have to prove that they are citizens of the country, which they're clearly not. So looking at these images, it definitely seems that the SIR exercise has triggered illegal immigrants to rush back, foreigners to head back to their home country. Details in this exclusive ground report.
A rush at daybreak and a border suddenly choking with people. At the Hakimpur checkpost in Basirhat, hundreds have gathered through the night. The fear is unmistakable. Word has spread that India may be tightening citizenship checks, with special intensive revision of voter list at the center of the panic. The fear has triggered a mass exodus of suspected Bangladeshis. But on the ground, no agency has confirmed any such verification exercise. Not the local police, not the BSF. Still, hundreds like these say they are not willing to take a chance.
আমার বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্ট লাত আমার বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্টস আমি বন্ধুর ডকুমেন্টস অন্য নামে করতে
Many admit that they had slipped into India illegally, working as daily wagers, rickshaw pullers, construction hands, kin laborers, scattered across Kolkata, Howrah and beyond.
আমরা হাওড়ার বাটায় গিয়েছিলাম, বাটার থেকে আবার আসতে পারি।
আপনাদের বাড়ি কোথায়?
বাংলাদেশ।
এখানে কি করছেন বর্ডারে?
বর্ডারে বাড়ি যাব থেকে আইছি।
Most of those returning are from Satkhira and Khulna. Officials say the movement has spiked since Sunday night. Nearly 300 people were seen waiting to cross on Monday morning. Basirhat's sudden reverse migration leaves more questions than answers about illegal immigration. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let me bring in Tapas and Gupta for more details on this expose and this ground report here on India Today. Tapas, this is eye-opening because what it does is it kind of justifies or warrants the need for an SIR, the fact that you've got hundreds of people rushing back to Bangladesh right now. We also understand that security has been beefed up as a result along the border.
Well, yes, absolutely, Akshita, because given the present situation after implementation of SIR here in West Bengal, we are seeing an exodus of Bangladeshis who are gathering in different border areas, especially the ground report that we had shown was from Hakimpur in North 24 Parganas, Basirhat area, where people had flocked hundreds in numbers trying to cross over to other side of the border. But as of now, the district administration as well as the BSF have not confirmed any identification drive in that area whatsoever, but people are in rush to go back to their residences in Bangladesh. What they say while we spoke to them is that they had entered India illegally with help of some touts and brokers, and that's how they settled back here in India for years, some for 7 years, some for 10, 12 years. They have been working as unskilled laborers in different companies. They were working as housemaids in different houses. So now, after implementation of the SIR, there have been a lot of political statements made from different political parties, and henceforth they are now feeling that if they stay back in India, then they could face legal battles. So keeping that in mind, they want to go back to Bangladesh, but it's very clear now that there were a lot of Bangladeshis who were staying illegally in India, and especially in Bengal, because most of the people in North 24 Pargana border had gone from Kolkata, from Greater Kolkata area, Howrah, then South 24 Parganas, from New Town area. So people are now rushing back. But the larger question for the security
Tapas, thank you for those updates. We're going to continue getting our viewers' ground reports, but we've got big breaking news coming in right now. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi is being brought to India from America. This is an India Today exclusive news break. Anmol Bishnoi, who's been wanted in the murder of Baba Siddiqui, is being brought back to India from America. There have been efforts underway by our agencies to bring Anmol Bishnoi back and make him face a trial here in India. He is, remember, the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, accused in several cases, including the Baba Siddiqui murder case, where a direct link to Anmol Bishnoi was established. There have been allegations against him also of attempting constantly to target Salman Khan as well. But Anmol Bishnoi, much needed catch there for our agencies, considering the number of cases he's been involved in, is being brought to India. This is a huge step and a big win really for our agencies. They've been in talks with American authorities. Anmol Bishnoi, sitting in America, has been getting that shield in the sense that for the last many years he's been going ahead and plotting attacks in India, sitting in America, which is why this particular moment of him being brought back to India is huge. Arvind Oja is joining us with that exclusive news break here on India Today. Arvind, the information we have is that he is already being brought back. Ye kaise hua legally? What were the steps taken, Arvind?
देखिए, ये एक जो इंडिया टुडे को टॉप ऑफिशियल ने ये जानकारी दी है, उसके मुताबिक जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का भाई है अनमोल बिश्नोई, जो अमेरिका में काफी वक्त से डिटेन था, उसे भारत लाया जा रहा है। इंटेलिजेंस के टॉप ऑफिशियल ने ये जानकारी इंडिया टुडे को दी है। अनमोल बिश्नोई की बात करें तो ये इंडिया से फेक पासपोर्ट पर फरार हो गया था जब सिद्धू मूसेवाले की हत्या हुई थी। और उसके बाद ये विदेश में बैठकर इसने ऐसा आरोप है, ऐसे एविडेंस है कि बाबा सिद्दीकी की हत्याकांड में इसका रोल था। उसके अलावा जो सलमान खान के घर पर फायरिंग हुई थी उसमें भी इसका रोल सामने आया था। तो काफी वक्त से तलाश थी। अब जो इंटेलिजेंस ऑफिसर्स ने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि इसे भारत लाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो चुकी है और जल्द ही इसे भारत लाया जाएगा।
Okay, so he'll be brought back to India. But Arvind, हमको ये भी जानकारी दे दीजिए कि क्या-क्या चार्जेस है अनमोल के खिलाफ अभी?
देखिए, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई जेल में है, लेकिन ये आरोप है कि अनमोल बिश्नोई एक लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का पूरा नेटवर्क संभाल रहा था और एक्सटॉर्शन की, उसके अलावा विदेश में बैठकर हत्याएं कराना, एक्सटॉर्शन कराना, ये तमाम चार्जेस हैं। लेकिन खास तौर से बात की जाए केसेस की तो दो ऐसे बड़े केसेस हैं जब नाम सामने आया था। एक बाबा सिद्दीकी की हत्याकांड में नाम सामने आया था और सलमान खान के घर फायरिंग करवाने में इसका नाम सामने आया था। तो उसके अलावा कई केसेस इसके ऊपर दिल्ली, हरियाणा, पंजाब, राजस्थान और अलग अलग राज्यों में दर्ज हैं। तो फिलहाल इसकी तलाश थी। ये वेल नोन फैक्ट है कि अमेरिका में इसे हिरासत में लिया गया था। वहां पर ये पॉलिटिकल असाइलम लेने की भी कोशिश कर रहा था। लेकिन अब ये जो जानकारी आई है वो बड़ी जानकारी आई है कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को भारत लाया जा रहा है। उसकी प्रक्रिया भी शुरू हो गई है। अब क्या वो एनआईए की कस्टडी में होगा, दिल्ली पुलिस की कस्टडी में होगा, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का सब्जेक्ट है। जी,
thank you, Arvind, for those details. Many cases that gangster Anmol Bishnoi has been involved in, whether it was the Sidhu Moosewala murder or the Baba Siddiqui murder or the threats constantly to target Salman Khan. All of that was courtesy Anmol Bishnoi. His brother Lawrence Bishnoi is currently behind bars. Anmol Bishnoi has been based in America and carrying out these attacks sometimes at the behest of his brother as well, which is why this particular step was extremely crucial to bring him to India to face a trial. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on Super 6. We'll be right back. We'll get you details of the controversy surrounding director S.S. Rajamouli over his comments at the trailer launch of his next film, Varanasi.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro, the true flagship killer.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
सैल्यूट है जी, आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं
और आप
घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अनुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
राम आ गए हैं जगत के हर अंधेरे में उजाला भरने। राम आ गए हैं हमारी आत्मा की अयोध्या को रोशन करने। और मैं कुमार विश्वास आ रहा हूं लेकर उनकी कथा, उनका प्रेम, उनका संदेश। मिलिए मुझसे पहली बार साहित्य आज तक पर हर दिन का शुभारंभ अपने अपने राम से, जिसे गा देने भर से साहित्य के शब्द शब्द में दीप जलता है। जिस कथा में भारत की आत्मा बसती है, युग का विश्वास पलता है। मिलिए मुझसे साहित्य आज तक पर, जहां अक्षर अक्षर में विश्वास